truth. The Instant Millionaire presents us with a powerful and original fable, one that reveals one of the most useful truths of all, that financial prosperity and a fulfilling life well lived are goals we can all achieve if we understand and practice the principles of success. Perhaps a fable is the finest form in which to present these truths, for in the childlike simplicity of a fable, we can communicate directly with the childlike simplicity of our subconscious minds and create a great many positive changes in our lives. We're very proud to be the publisher of these cassettes. The author is a genuine millionaire, and his little fable is not one to be taken lightly. We recommend listening to these cassettes repeatedly, studying and practicing the material. The Instant Millionaire is a brilliantly conceived book that can make you wealthy in a great many ways, and some are far more satisfying and valuable than material riches. And now, The Instant Millionaire. Chapter 1, in which the young man consults a wealthy relative. There was once a bright young man who wanted to get rich. He had had his fair share of disappointments and setbacks that couldn't be denied, and yet he still believed in his lucky star. While he waited for fortune to smile, he worked as an assistant to an account executive in a small advertising agency. He was inadequately paid and had felt for some time that his job offered him little satisfaction. His heart was simply no longer in it. He dreamed of doing something else, perhaps writing a novel that would make him wealthy and famous and end his financial problems once and for all. But wasn't his ambition a bit unrealistic? Did he really have enough talent and technique to write a bestseller? Or would the pages be filled with the bleak, unfocused ramblings of his inner misery? His job had been a daily nightmare for more than a year. His boss spent most of each morning reading the newspaper and writing memos before disappearing to indulge in a 3-hour lunch. He also changed his mind continually and gave contradictory orders. But it wasn't only his boss. He was surrounded by colleagues who were also fed up with what they were doing. They seemed to have abandoned any sense of vision. They seemed to have given up altogether. He didn't dare tell any of them about his fantasy of dropping everything and becoming a writer. He knew they would treat it as a joke. When he was at work, he often felt cut off from the world, as if he was in a foreign country unable to speak the language. Every Monday morning, he wondered how on earth he was going to survive another week at the office. He felt totally alienated from the files piled high on his desk, from the needs of clients clamoring to sell their cigarettes, their cars, their beer. He had written a letter of resignation 6 months earlier and had walked into his boss's office a dozen times with the letter burning in his pocket, but he had never been quite able to go through with it. It was funny. He would not have hesitated 3 or 4 years ago, but now he seemed unsure of what to do. Something was holding him back, some kind of force. Or was it simply cowardice? He seemed to have lost the nerve that had always helped him get what he wanted in the past. He kept waiting till the time was ripe, finding all kinds of excuses for not jumping into action, wondering if he could ever really succeed. Had he turned into a perpetual dreamer? Did his paralysis spring from the fact that he was saddled with debts? Or was it because he had simply started to get old, a process inevitably triggered the minute we give up our visions of the future? One day when he was feeling especially frustrated, he suddenly thought of visiting an uncle of his who had become a millionaire. Perhaps he might be able to give him some advice, or better yet, some money. His uncle was a warm, friendly person who immediately agreed to see him. He refused to lend him any money, however, claiming he wouldn't be doing him a favor. "How old are you?" his uncle asked, after listening to his tale of woe. 32, the young man whispered timidly. "Do you know that by the time John Paul Getty was 23, he'd already made his first $1,000,000? And that when I was your age, I had $500,000? So how in the world is it that you're forced to borrow money at your age?" "Beats me. I work like a dog, sometimes over 50 hours a week. Do you really believe that hard work is what makes people rich?" "I guess so. Anyway, that's what I've always been led to believe." "How much do you make a year? $25,000? "Yeah, about that much," replied the young man. "Do you think that someone who earns $250,000 works 10 times as many hours a week as you do? Obviously not. So if this person earns 10 times more than you do without working any more than you do, then he must be doing something quite different from you. He must have a secret you are totally unaware of. That must be true. You're lucky you understand that at least. Most people don't even get that far. They're far too busy trying to earn a living to stop and think about how they could get rid of their money problems. Most people don't even spend an hour of their time trying to figure out how they could get rich and why they've never managed to do so. The young man had to admit that despite his burning ambition and his dream of making a fortune, he had never taken the time to really think his situation through. Everything seemed to distract him and prevent him from facing up to a task that was obviously of fundamental importance. The young man's uncle was silent for a while, then smiled. I've decided to help you out. I'm going to send you to the man who helped me get rich. He's called the Instant Millionaire. Have you heard of him? No, never, the young man said. He chose that name because he claims he became a millionaire overnight after discovering the true secret of making a fortune. He claims he can help anyone become a millionaire overnight, or at least acquire the mentality of a millionaire. His uncle turned to a large map on the wall and pointed to a small, somewhat isolated town. Have you ever been there? No. Why not give it a try? Go and find him. He just might reveal his secret to you. He lives in a fantastic house, the most beautiful one in the whole town. You shouldn't have any problem finding it. Why don't you just tell me the secret? Then I won't have to take the trouble of going there. Simply because I don't have a right to. When the Instant Millionaire confided it to me, the first thing he did was make me swear never to tell it to anybody. However, he did say I could refer people to him. All of this seemed both surprising and involved to the young man. It certainly aroused his curiosity. Are you sure you can't tell me anything? Anything at all? Absolutely positive. What I can do is recommend you highly to the Instant Millionaire. The young man's uncle pulled out a sheet of elegant writing paper from a drawer in his massive oak desk, took his pen, and hastily scribbled a few lines. He then folded the letter, put it in an envelope, and handed it to his nephew. Here's your introduction, he said, and here's the millionaire's address. One last thing. You must promise not to read this letter. If you ever do open it, despite my warning, and you still want it to work for you, you'll have to pretend that you haven't opened it. Writing paper from a drawer in his massive oak desk, took his pen, and hastily scribbled a few lines. He then folded the letter, put it in an envelope, and handed it to his nephew. Here's your introduction, he said, and here's the millionaire's address. One last thing. You must promise not to read this letter. If you ever do open it, despite my warning, and you still want it to work for you, you'll have to pretend that you haven't opened it. But how can you undo what's already been done? The young man didn't have the vaguest idea what his uncle was talking about, but he agreed. His uncle had always been a bit eccentric, and he was doing him a favor after all, so he decided not to press the point. He thanked him warmly and left. Chapter 2, in which the young man meets an elderly gardener. The young man sped off toward the Instant Millionaire's town, his mind racing faster than his automobile. How hard was it going to be to meet this man? Would he welcome an unannounced visitor? Would he reveal his secret method of getting rich? Just as he approached the millionaire's house, he was overcome by curiosity, and despite his uncle's words of warning, opened the letter of introduction. He was shocked. His heart rate climbed, and he broke into a sweat. He wondered whether his uncle had made a mistake or was playing a joke on him because the letter was only a blank sheet of paper. He was now at the gate of the millionaire's house and noticed a security guard. The guard had a stony expression. He looked as impenetrable as the enclosed fortress he was protecting. What can I do for you? The guard asked dryly. I'd like to meet the Instant Millionaire. Do you have an appointment? No, but... Well then, do you have a letter of introduction? The young man pulled the letter halfway out of his pocket and quickly stuffed it back again. May I see your letter? The guard pressed. The young man remembered his uncle's words. If you open the letter, you must pretend that you haven't. He handed the letter to the guard, who glanced at it. His face remained totally expressionless. Fine, he said, as he gave the letter back to the young man. You may come in. The guard showed him where to park and led him to the front door of the millionaire's luxurious Tudor-style home. An impeccably dressed butler opened the door. Can I help you? He asked. I want to meet the Instant Millionaire. He's unable to see you at the moment. Please wait for him in the garden. The butler accompanied the young man to the entrance of a garden with a glistening pond in the middle of it. He wandered in, admiring the beautiful flowers, bushes, and trees, and then he caught sight of a gardener who was bent over a rose bush. He must have been well into his 70s or 80s, and he wore a wide-brimmed straw hat that concealed his eyes. When the young man approached him, the gardener broke off his work and welcomed him with a smile. He had bright, cheerful blue eyes. "What have you come here for?" he asked in a warm and friendly voice. "I've come to meet the instant millionaire." "Oh, I see. And for what reason, if you don't mind my asking?" "Well, I'd simply like to ask him for advice." The gardener started to go back to his roses, then he stopped and turned and said, "Oh, by the way, you wouldn't have $10 on you, would you?" "$10," said the young man, blushing. "It's just that's all I've got left on me." "Perfect. That's all I need." The gardener looked very dignified. His manner exuded exceptional grace and charm. "I'd really like to give it to you," replied the young man, "but the problem is I wouldn't have any money left to get back home." "Are you planning on going home today?" "No, I've no idea," said the young man, now quite confused. "I don't want to leave until I've seen the instant millionaire." "But if you don't need the money today, why are you so reluctant to lend it to me? You might not need it tomorrow. Who knows? You might be a millionaire." The reasoning didn't sound completely logical to the young man, but he handed him the money. The gardener smiled. Most people are afraid of asking for things, and when they finally do, they don't insist enough. That's a mistake. At that moment, the butler arrived in the garden and spoke to the old man respectfully. "Sir, could you please let me have $10? The cook's leaving today and insists on being paid. I'm just $10 short." The gardener stuck his hand into his baggy pocket and pulled out a huge roll of bills. He must have had thousands of dollars in cash on him, because the young man caught sight of nothing but $100 bills, except for the $10 bill on top. The gardener peeled off the bill he had just borrowed from the young man and handed it to the butler, who thanked him, bowed somewhat obsequiously, and quickly disappeared into the house. The young man was outraged. How did the gardener have the gall to confiscate the last $10 he had in the world when his pockets were stuffed with more cash than he had ever seen? "Why did you ask me for $10? He said, trying as hard as he could to conceal the rage he felt. "You didn't need it." "But of course I did. Look, I don't have any $10 bills, he said, thumbing through the fat roll of cash. "You don't think I was going to give him 100, do you?" "Why on earth do you keep so much money on you?" "It's my pocket money," replied the gardener. "I always keep at least $25,000 on me in case of an emergency." $25,000, sputtered the young man, aghast. Suddenly everything became clear. The ever-polite butler, that incredible amount of pocket money. "You're the instant millionaire, aren't you?" "For the time being," replied the gardener. "I'm glad you've come. But tell me, how is it that you aren't rich yet? Have you ever seriously asked yourself that question?" "Not really." "Well, that's probably the first thing you should do. Think aloud in front of me if you want. I'll try to follow your line of reasoning." The young man made a few feeble attempts and then gave up. "I see," said the millionaire. "You're not used to thinking out loud. Do you know there are lots of young people your age who are already rich? Some are even millionaires. Others are just on the verge of getting their first million. Did you know that when he was 26, Aristotle Onassis already had $500,000 in the bank when he left for England, where he was planning to set up his shipping empire?" "Only 26. "That's right. And when he started out, he had only a few $100s to his name. He didn't have a university degree, and he didn't have any rich uncles. But now it's time for dinner. Would you like to join me?" "Thank you very much. I'd love to." The young man followed the millionaire, who, despite his age, still had a lively bounce in his step. They went into the dining room where the table had already been set for two. "Please sit down." The millionaire pointed to the end of the table, the place usually reserved for the host. He sat to the right of his young guest, directly in front of a beautiful hourglass engraved with the motto, "Time is money." The butler arrived with a bottle of wine and filled their glasses. "Let's drink to your first million," said the millionaire, raising his glass. He took a sip, the only one he had all evening. and ate very modestly, just a few mouthfuls from a delicious salmon steak. "Do you like what you do for a living?" the millionaire asked the young man. "I suppose so. The situation in the office is a bit difficult." "Make sure you're positive about your choice of careers. All the millionaires I've known, and I've met quite a few over the years, loved their occupations. For them, working became almost a leisure activity, as agreeable as a hobby. That's why most rich people rarely take vacations. Why should they deprive themselves of what they enjoy doing so much? And that's why they continue working even after becoming millionaires several times over. But though it's an absolute must to enjoy your work, it's not enough. To get rich, you have to know the secrets of wealth. Tell me, do you really believe these secrets exist?" "Yes, I do," said the young man. "Good. That's the first step. Most people don't believe there are secrets to attaining wealth. They don't even believe they can become rich. And they're right, of course. If you don't think you can become rich, you very rarely do. You have to start by believing that you can, and then crave it passionately. Most people aren't ready to accept these secrets, even if they are revealed to them in very simple terms. Their greatest limitation is their own lack of imagination. That's why the true secrets of wealth are the best-kept secrets in the world. It's a little like the purloined letter in Edgar Allan Poe's story," the millionaire went on. "Do you remember it? It's the story about a letter the police were searching for and could never find, because instead of being hidden away somewhere, it was lying in the least likely spot, in plain sight. Their lack of imagination and their built-in prejudices prevented the police from finding the letter. They weren't expecting to find it in plain sight, so they never saw it." The young man listened to the millionaire with rapt attention. He was burning to find out what these secrets were. In any case, one thing was sure. Even if the millionaire didn't really have any secrets, he was certainly a master at setting an impressive scene. Chapter 3, in which the young man learns to seize opportunities and take risks. "Now, how much money are you willing to pay to get these secrets of wealth?" The millionaire's question took the young man by surprise. "Even if I was willing to spend money to get it, I haven't got a dime." "But if you had money, how much would you be willing to pay? Name a figure, any figure, the first one that comes to mind." The young man couldn't possibly evade the question now. The millionaire was asking for a very specific answer. "I don't know," he replied. $100? The millionaire burst out laughing. "Only $100? Then you don't really believe these secrets exist, do you? If you did, you'd surely be ready to pay a lot more for them. Come on, I'll give you a second chance. Name another figure. This isn't a game, but a very serious matter." The young man thought it over. "I don't mind answering," he said, "but remember, I'm flat broke." "Don't worry about that." "But if I don't have any money, my hands are tied," said the young man, bewildered. "Oh my," exclaimed the millionaire. "We've got a long way to go. Since time began, the rich have been using other people's money to amass their fortunes. Anyone really serious has never needed money to make money. By that I mean personal cash. Besides, you must have a checkbook on you." The young man wanted to deny it, but he had stuffed his checkbook into his pocket that morning. God knows why. He had exactly $4.28 in his account. He considered lying about it, but the millionaire had such a piercing gaze, he seemed capable of mind-reading. The young man heard himself stutter, as if he were confessing a deep, dark secret. "Yes, I brought it with me." He pulled his checkbook out as automatically as a robot, even though an urge to rebel momentarily crossed his mind. He felt spellbound by this man, like someone in the hands of a hypnotist. Yet he wasn't afraid of the millionaire, for he radiated goodwill. He even seemed somewhat amused. "Fine," replied the millionaire. "Now can you see there's no problem?" He uncapped an elegant pen and handed it to the young man. "Write out a check for the amount you have in mind and sign it." "But I don't know how much to write." "All right, put down, say, $25,000. The millionaire uttered this figure in a perfectly straightforward way, without a shred of arrogance. "What? $25,000? said the young man. "You've got to be joking." "Put down $50,000 if you like," replied the millionaire. so calmly that the young man no longer knew whether he spoke seriously or in jest. Even 25,000 seems far too much. Anyway, you couldn't cash the check because it would just bounce. And all I'd get out of it would be an angry bank manager wondering whether I'd gone crazy, and he'd be right. That's exactly how I undertook my biggest deal ever. I signed a check for $250,000 and then had to scramble around to find the money to cover it. But if I hadn't made out that check right then and there, I'd have missed an excellent opportunity. That was one of my first major business lessons, he said. People who waste time waiting for all the perfect conditions to fall into place never get anything done. The ideal time for action is now. Another lesson this little exercise can teach you is this. If you want to succeed in life, you have to make sure you have no choice in the matter. You have to put your back to the wall. People who vacillate and refuse to take risks because they don't have all the elements in hand never get anywhere. The reason is simple. When you cut off all your exits and put your back to the wall, you mobilize all your inner powers. You want something to happen with every fiber of your being. So why hesitate now, young man? Put your back to the wall. Make out that $25,000 check to me. The young man wrote out the check, slowly filling in the numbers, then the words. But when he came to sign it, he simply couldn't do it. I've never written a check as large as this in my life. If you really want to become a millionaire, you'll have to start someday. You'll have to get used to signing checks much larger than this one. This is only the beginning. But the young man still couldn't sign it. Everything was happening so quickly. He was just about to hand over a check for $25,000 to a man he just met and who was promising some pretty dubious secrets in exchange. What's stopping you from signing? Asked the millionaire. Everything's relative under the sun. In no time at all, this amount will appear insignificant to you. It's not the amount, mumbled the young man. Well, what is it then? I know why you can't sign it. You don't really believe my secrets will turn you into a millionaire. If you were absolutely convinced, you'd sign in a flash. Tell me, if you were absolutely positive that these secrets would help you earn an additional $100,000 in less than a year, without having to work harder than you do now, even by working less, would you sign that check? Sure I would, he was forced to agree. I'd make a $75,000 profit. So sign it. I guarantee that you'll be able to earn that amount. Would you be willing to put that in writing? The millionaire burst out laughing once again. I like you, young man. You're determined to cover your back. That's often a very prudent thing to do. Even if you're absolutely sure about your resources, it doesn't mean you should trust the first person who comes your way. He left the table, rummaged about in a drawer, and pulled out a ready-made agreement. This didn't sit very well with the young man. Was the millionaire mass-producing his secrets and selling them to every Tom, Dick, and Harry who showed up? The millionaire signed the guarantee and handed it to the young man, who skimmed it over quickly, satisfied with what he'd read. Then the old man suddenly changed his mind. I've got another idea, he said. How about a bet? He took a coin from his pocket and bounced it up and down in the palm of his hand. Let's play heads or tails. If I lose, I'll give you the $25,000 cash I have in my pocket. If I win, you give me the check. In either case, let's forget about the guarantee. The only problem, the young man said, is what I told you. There's almost nothing in my account. Even if I give you this check, you won't be able to cash it. No problem, said the millionaire. I'm in no hurry. Why not post-date it a year from now? The young man hesitated. All right, under those conditions, I accept the bet. He had now calculated that in any event he had a full year to change banks, close his account, or simply stop the check. He had nothing to lose. And with the millionaire's new offer, he could even earn $25,000 in a few seconds flat without having to do an ounce of work. A self-satisfied smile flitted across his lips in spite of himself. He hoped the millionaire hadn't noticed it. The millionaire then proposed a minor clarification which immediately confirmed the young man's doubts. There's just one thing. Should you lose the bet, you have to solemnly swear that you'll honor this check. The young man tentatively gave his word, but just as the millionaire was about to toss the coin, he abruptly interrupted him. May I see the coin? The young man asked. The millionaire smiled. No doubt about it, I really like you, young man. You're cautious. That'll help you avoid a lot of mistakes. Just make sure it doesn't cause you to miss out on a lot of good opportunities." The millionaire handed over the coin. As soon as the young man had carefully examined both sides and returned it, the millionaire asked him to call. "Tails." The millionaire tossed the coin, and the young man's heart began to beat as wildly as if he were on his first date. This was the first time he'd ever had the chance of winning $25,000. As he watched the coin spinning in the air, his anxiety mounted sharply. It landed on the table. "Heads," said the millionaire gleefully, but then quickly added a sympathetic, "Sorry." It was hard to say whether he was being sincere or merely polite. The young man couldn't help trembling a little as he signed the check. He would probably get used to signing big checks like this one day, but at this point, it made him feel very strange indeed. He gave the check to the millionaire, who examined it briefly, folded it, and put it in his pocket. "Now," said the young man, "can I have the secrets?" "But of course," said the millionaire. "Do you have a piece of paper? I'll write them down for you. That way you won't forget them." The young man had a hard time grasping his words. The millionaire surely couldn't expect a single sheet of paper to hold all the secrets, especially secrets he just bought for $25,000. "Sorry, I don't have any paper on me." "But didn't you have a letter of introduction when you arrived here?" "The people your uncle has sent me over the years always had a letter." The young man took it out of his pocket. He handed it over, carefully watching the old man's face as he opened it. But the millionaire didn't seem at all surprised to find it was completely blank. He took his pen, leaned over the table, and was about to write something when he raised his head and asked for the young man to fetch the butler. "You'll find him in the kitchen at the far end of that corridor over there," explained the millionaire. When the young man came back with the butler, the millionaire was sealing the envelope. He seemed pleased with himself. "Our young guest will be spending the night," he said to the butler. "Would you take him to his room, please?" Then he turned to the young man and said, "Here are the secrets." He stood up and handed him the envelope. Then he solemnly shook his hand, as if he had just wrapped up one of the most important deals he had ever made in his life. "The only thing I must ask you to do is to wait until you're alone in your room before opening the envelope and reading the secrets. And there's one more condition. Before you may read what I've written, you must promise to spend part of your life sharing these secrets with those less fortunate than you. If you agree, you'll be the last person to whom I'll ever give these secrets directly. My work here will be over. I'll be ready to take care of roses in a much larger garden. If you don't feel ready to share these secrets," he said, "you still have time to back out. But then, of course, you won't be able to open the envelope. I'll give you back your check, and you'll be free to go home and get on with the same life you've been leading up to now." Now that he finally had his hands on the letter containing the secrets, there was no possibility of backing out. His curiosity had gotten the better of him. "I promise," he replied. Chapter 4, in which the young man finds himself a prisoner. Soon the young man was alone in his room, a room so luxurious he couldn't help examining it. He went up to the only window, which was very high off the ground, and looked out over the park. He could see where he had first spotted the millionaire looking after his roses with such tender, loving care. Night had fallen, and a full moon cast a luminescent glow over everything. He was filled with anticipation. He was finally going to discover the secrets to making a fortune that had eluded him for so many years. He slowly opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. The sheet of paper was again completely blank. He turned it over. There wasn't the tiniest squiggle on either side. He'd been fool enough to let the old man swindle him. He'd handed over a check for a mind-boggling sum in exchange for something that didn't exist. The millionaire had seemed so honest. He'd even started feeling fond of the old man. The young man realized that he should have been more careful, that perhaps there was some truth after all in the belief that totally honest people never get rich. He was forced to admit that he had no business sense at all, probably the very reason he was still poor, and now even poorer. A feeling of rebellion engulfed him, and he threw the paper across the room. What could he do? He'd let himself be lured into a well-sprung trap. He had only one alternative, to leave as quickly as possible. Who knows, maybe his life was in danger too. He didn't want to spend the night in this place. He decided the best thing to do would be to sneak out as quietly as possible. He tiptoed to the door and slowly turned the handle, but the door was bolted from the outside. The window was the only other exit, and it was about 30 feet above the ground. If he jumped, he'd surely break his neck. The only option was to ring for the butler. He pulled the bell and waited. No one came. He rang again. Nothing. Maybe the bell was out of order. The house was totally silent. He was a prisoner. He lay on the bed and the events of the day raced before his eyes. There was little he could do to fight off the feeling of absurdity that was beginning to overwhelm him. The blank sheet of paper he had bought for $25,000 kept drifting before him, as if bent on mocking him. Sleep finally overtook him. He dreamed of a stranger luring him repeatedly to sign a thick document of the utmost importance, as if his life depended on it. He protested vehemently. There must be some mistake. The document is totally blank. Chapter 5, in which the young man learns to have faith. The next morning, the young man felt as if he'd been run over by a 3-ton truck. He glanced at himself in the mirror. He had slept in his clothes and looked awful, but it only bolstered his determination. He had one thought in mind: to find the old man, give him back his secret, and get his check back. He ran his fingers through his hair and headed toward the door, recalling it had been locked the night before. It wasn't now. He strode out angrily and headed for the dining room. He found the millionaire sitting calmly at the table, dressed in the same clothes he'd had on the day before, clean but surprisingly threadbare gardener's clothes. His large, pointed, wide-brimmed hat was lying in front of him on the table. The millionaire was flipping a coin in the air and counting it as it landed on the table. 9, he muttered without taking his eyes off the coin. 10. Damn, he lifted his head. I've never been able to go beyond 10, he said. I get what I want 10 times in a row, and then invariably it fails on the 11th throw, even though I toss it exactly the same way each time. The young man realized he had been duped the night before. My father, who was an accomplished magician, would regularly get to 15, said the millionaire. I didn't inherit his talent. The young man asked to see the coin. The millionaire cheerfully gave it to him, and the young man flipped it onto the table. Heads, tails, heads, tails. It obviously wasn't a trick coin unless there was some secret mechanism that escaped his notice. There was nothing dishonest about our bet yesterday, said the millionaire. I simply displayed my skill at handling money. Some people take skillfulness for dishonesty, but they're two very different things. The young man brandished the letter and threw it on the table. You did a fine job of tricking me, sir. You made yourself some easy money there, $25,000 for a blank sheet of paper. It's the secret of wealth, the millionaire said. Well, you're going to have to explain yourself. Do you take me for an idiot? An idiot? Of course not. You're simply lacking in insight. It's quite normal. Your mind is still immature. Maybe it is, but I can certainly recognize a blank piece of paper when I see one. I assure you, you can become very rich indeed with just this blank piece of paper. That's all I needed to become an instant millionaire way back when. But since I must soon go back to tend my beloved roses, I'll help you. Listen carefully, because as soon as you apply this secret successfully, you'll have to share it with others. Once you've freed yourself of the shackles of poverty, you'll have to show the way to those still bound hand and foot. May I ask you to repeat the promise you made yesterday? There was no doubt about it, the millionaire was an extraordinarily persuasive man. Just a few minutes before, the young man had been ready to curse him, and now he was listening attentively. He repeated his promise. I must warn you that becoming a millionaire will probably seem too easy, but don't let simplicity deceive you. Each time you begin to have doubts, remember Mozart. True genius resides in simplicity. You'll tend to have doubts in the beginning. With time, as wealth is magnetically attracted to you in a most unexpected way, you'll begin to understand. That's exactly what I've been hoping for with all my heart, the young man said. To understand. So much the better. Once you grasp this secret, you'll know why you believe in it. But in the beginning, despite its simplicity, this secret will seem so surprising that you'll be incapable of understanding it, or even believing it for that matter. So I have to ask you to make a small leap of faith. If the secret exists, you'll have gained everything because of your faith. If it doesn't, you won't have lost a thing. Chapter 6, in which the young man learns to focus on a goal. Feel free to ask me any questions that cross your mind, said the millionaire. It'll be a pleasure for me to answer them. Soon you won't be able to do so. Our time together is limited, so let's not waste it in futile discussions. Here's a pen. Do you have that piece of paper? Here it is. Do you really want to become rich? I most certainly do. All right then. Write down the amount of money you want and how much time you'll allow yourself to acquire it. Do you think money's going to drop like pennies from heaven just because I write a couple of numbers down on paper? Yes, I do, said the millionaire. I warned you that the secret would be simple. All the millionaires I've met told me they became rich the moment they set themselves an amount and a deadline by which to acquire it. If you don't know where you're heading, the chances are you'll never get anywhere. It sounds like magic to me, but that's exactly what it is. The magic of a quantified objective. Let's look at the problem from a different angle. Suppose you're trying to get a job. You go through all the necessary steps and finally get an interview. A short while later, you're told that you're being seriously considered. Then you find out you've got the job and that you'll be making a lot of money. How would you react? For a start, you'd be really pleased with yourself. Being chosen from dozens, perhaps hundreds of candidates, what a feat. And since you were unemployed for, say, 3 months, you'd think this was a very lucky break indeed. But once your initial euphoria had passed, what would be your next reaction? Well, I'd wonder when the job would start, said the young man. Then I'd like to know the exact meaning of a lot of money. All things being relative, I'd try and find out exactly how much the salary was going to be and what kind of benefits would be offered. Good. If, for example, you asked your new boss what he meant by a lot of money, and all he was willing to do was guarantee that you would definitely earn a lot, you wouldn't be satisfied, would you? Worse yet, you'd probably start having second thoughts about his honesty. The fact that he refused to name a specific figure could quite possibly mean that there was something shady going on, and that your salary wasn't going to be as generous as he'd been implying. And if he refused to tell you the exact date you were supposed to start the job, you would really be suspicious, wouldn't you? You'd try to pin him down. I suppose I would, agreed the young man. And if you insisted on it and still couldn't get the details you wanted, you might just turn it down and start looking elsewhere. In fact, you'd be fully justified in doing so. You're right. The offer leaves a lot to be desired. The millionaire looked content. He paused a moment before proceeding, his lips still set in a teasing but good-natured smile. The questions you asked your potential employer were aimed at getting hard facts, right? Just knowing that you were going to earn a lot of money wasn't enough. You also wanted to know how much. Finding out that you'd been given the job didn't satisfy you either. You wanted to know the exact starting date. And you'd probably want all of this in writing, because a contract adds backbone to verbal agreement. Spoken words are ephemeral, but the written word is permanent. What most people, or at least the unsuccessful ones, are unaware of is that life gives us exactly what we ask from it. The first thing to do, therefore, is to ask for exactly what you want. If your request is vague, whatever you get will be just as muddled. If you ask for the minimum, you'll get the minimum. Any request you make must be absolutely precise. As far as monetary wealth is concerned, you must establish an amount and a deadline by which to make it. What do people generally do? Even those who want money and lots of it make the same mistake. They don't establish an exact amount and a deadline by which to make it. If you need convincing, just ask someone exactly how much money he wants to earn next year. Ask him to reply right away. If this person is really on the road to success, if he really knows where he's going, and if he doesn't mind confiding in you, you'll be able to answer immediately. 9 out of 10 people, however, will be incapable of answering this simple question off the top of their heads. It is the most common mistake. Life wants to know exactly what you expect from it. If you don't ask for anything, you won't get anything. Now let's test you, the old man said. You told me you'd like to get rich. Definitely, said the young man. Tell me how much you'd like to earn next year. The young man found himself at a loss for words. He had had no trouble following the old man's line of reasoning. In fact, he had agreed with it wholeheartedly. And yet he had to admit that he belonged to the vast majority of people who want to get rich but don't know how much they want to make. He was embarrassed. I don't know, he was forced to admit, but I think I've just understood one of my mistakes, perhaps the most fundamental one. It is a serious mistake, said the instant millionaire. Let's try to correct it. Come on, write down the amount you have in mind. I really don't have the vaguest idea, muttered the young man. And yet it's so easy. Write down the amount you'd like to earn in the next year. I know what we'll do. Take a few minutes to think it over. When the time's up, you've got to write down an amount. We've already established the deadline, 1 year from today. So all you have to think about is the amount. Get going. Time's slipping away. As he said this, he picked up the golden hourglass on the table and turned it over. The young man quickly got into the spirit of the game and realized it was the first time he'd had to concentrate so hard in his life. All sorts of numbers flitted about uncontrollably in his head. Time was running out. When the last grain of sand had fallen, he still hadn't settled on a specific figure. Good, said the millionaire, who hadn't taken his eyes away from the hourglass. What figure do you have in mind? The young man finally picked the most expansive figure he thought he was capable of making and slowly wrote down the numbers. Only $50,000, exclaimed the millionaire. That's pretty low, but it's a start. I would have preferred $500,000. You've got quite a lot of work to do before becoming an instant millionaire. But you'll see, it won't be as tiring as most people imagine it to be, and it'll be the most important work you'll ever do in your life, no matter what occupation you end up choosing. It's called working on yourself. Chapter 7, in which the young man gets to know the value of self-image. The butler came into the dining room carrying coffee and croissants, and the young man ate while the lesson continued. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, said the millionaire, to help you understand what happened to you during your few minutes of reflection. The first thing you must realize is that the amount you wrote down on that piece of paper means much more than you think it does. In fact, that amount represents almost to a penny what you think you're worth. In your eyes, whether you're willing to admit it or not, you're worth $50,000 a year. Not a penny more and not a penny less. I don't see how you can say that, said the young man. The fact that I chose that particular amount means I'm level-headed and have both feet on the ground. I just can't see how I can earn more for the time being. After all, I don't have a very well-paying job or a degree or anything in the bank. Your way of thinking is valid to an extent, said the millionaire. In any case, I respect it. The only problem is this attitude is the cause of your current situation. External circumstances are not really very important. Keep this well in mind. All the events in your life are a mirror image of your thoughts. Your mind can't grasp this principle if you continue to accept the widespread illusion that external factors determine your life. In reality, everything in life is a matter of attitude. Life is exactly as you picture it. Everything that happens to you is a product of your thoughts. So if you want to change your life, you must start by changing your thoughts. No doubt you consider this a bit trite. Many rational individuals stubbornly refute this principle. But the truth is, all those who have accomplished great things in life, regardless of the field, have always ignored the objections raised by strictly rational thinkers. This certainly doesn't mean I'm against intelligence in any way. Quite the contrary. Reasoning and logic are essential in order to achieve success, but they aren't enough. They must be instruments and faithful servants, nothing more. In most cases, reasoning and logic become roadblocks in the way of great achievement, because great things are created only by those who have faith in the powers of the mind. Successful people never let circumstances bother them too much. When you come down to it, The circumstances facing great achievers in the past were just as difficult, and often even more difficult, than those facing their contemporaries, but this simply caused them to reach even deeper to tap their inner strength. Those achievers firmly believed that they could accomplish great things. All those who became rich were deeply convinced that they could get rich, and that's why they succeeded. But let's get back to our piece of paper and answer this question. The $50,000 figure you wrote down was surely not the largest one that came to your mind, was it? You're right, it wasn't. What was it then? My head was crowded with so many numbers. For instance, well, $100,000. And why didn't you write it down? I don't know. I suppose it seemed totally out of reach. It'll remain that way until you believe you can reach it. Since you started with only $50,000, we've got a big job ahead of us. And if we don't do it, it'll take you a very long time to become a millionaire. So write down the highest figure that now seems achievable to you. Stretch yourself. After a moment of reflection, the young man wrote down $75,000. Congratulations, the millionaire responded quickly. You've just earned $25,000 in a few seconds. Not bad. But I haven't earned it yet. It's as if you had. You've taken the biggest step. You've expanded your self-image by considering you could earn $75,000 instead of $50,000. It's not a major leap forward, but it's progress all the same. Rome wasn't built in a day after all. Inside you lies a kind of Rome, as it does in every human being. The astonishing thing is that this city is both exactly as you picture it, and it's also surprisingly flexible. The size of your city depends on the exact circumference you give it. By increasing the figure you wrote down, you expanded your city limits. Your inner Rome grew, and it's just a beginning. All wise thinkers have said for ages that the greatest limitations are those we impose on ourselves, and thus the greatest obstacle to success is a mental obstacle. Expand your mental limits, and you will expand the limits of your life. Explode your limitations, and you will explode the limitations of your life. The conditions in your life will change as if by magic. I swear by experience this is true. But how can I find out what my mental limitations are? The young man asked. All this seems plausible, yet at the same time quite abstract. I've just explained how to find the boundary that corresponds to your self-image, said the millionaire. You translated it into concrete terms when you wrote down that number. It's fascinating to see what each individual really thinks of himself. Each time someone does this exercise, a single figure immediately exposes his true self-image. He is confronted by his mental limitations, which will perfectly match the limits he encounters in life. Life will bow before the limits he sets for himself, whether he's aware of this or not. People who generally fail are the least conscious of these key principles of success and wealth. Successful individuals have become aware of this phenomenon and have done their utmost to work on their self-image. The easiest way to work on this self-image in the beginning is to take a blank sheet of paper and write down steadily increasing amounts. Let's start our little exercise over again. Write down a much bolder figure this time. The young man thought for a few seconds and, squirming, wrote down $100,000, confessing that this was the maximum he could imagine earning. Maybe it's the maximum you can imagine, but it's definitely not the maximum you could actually earn. That's a pretty modest figure. Some people earn it in a month, others in a week, even a day, every day of the year. However, let me congratulate you. You've made astounding progress. You've doubled your earnings and considerably extended your mental boundaries. Not as much as I would like, but I don't want to rush you. You have to start by setting yourself an objective that you consider bold, but at the same time reasonable. The secret of any goal is that it must be both ambitious and within reach. But don't forget that most people are overly conservative. They're afraid to burst through their mental limitations. They've turned their mental limitations into a kind of habit. They're used to going without. They're convinced that's what life is all about. They're scared to dream. You mustn't be afraid of expanding your mental boundaries. What you can accomplish in an hour, merely by writing down a series of larger and larger numbers, is amazing. You've managed to double your goal within a few minutes. Later on, when you're alone, do this next exercise. Sit down in the privacy of your own room and write out the course of your financial destiny. This is how to do it. Write, in 6 years to the day, I will be a millionaire. This is the practical application of my secret to becoming an instant millionaire. You'll probably object to the fact that it'll take you 6 long years to become a millionaire. I agree, but it'll take you only a second to activate the secret key that will ensure your financial destiny and fortune. As for me, I started out with some cash that an old millionaire lent me, equivalent to about $25,000 in today's dollars, and it took me precisely 5 years and 9 months to make my first million. Ever since then, I've made it prosper by using the same formula over and over, with ever-increasing numbers. This formula has always made some people laugh, and that's not going to change. However, the ones who laugh aren't rich. The young man shook his head pensively. He was half convinced, but it all seemed a bit too easy. Obviously, continued the millionaire, this formula is effective for those who want to become something other than millionaires. After all, not everyone cherishes that ambition. And that's precisely the beauty of this secret. It works equally well for any dream, from the most modest to the most extravagant. It can make you an extra $5,000 a year, or double your income in a year. Something that's totally feasible, by the way. So if you don't mind, go and spend some time in your room while I go back to my roses and write the sentence I gave you. In 6 years to the day, I will be a millionaire. I will therefore be a millionaire on, and then write the month, the day, and the year. Make sure you take note of every impression that comes into your mind, no matter what it may be. You'll find some paper in the desk. Remember one thing. As long as you aren't used to the idea of becoming a millionaire, as long as it isn't an integral part of your life and thus of your innermost thoughts, nothing can help you become a millionaire. Go now and reflect on my formula, or affirmation as you may wish to call it. Let it become your guiding principle during the next 6 years. Chapter 8, in which the young man discovers the power of words. An hour later, the butler came to fetch the young man, who had been so engrossed in the exercise the eccentric millionaire had given him to do that it seemed as if no time at all had passed. The butler explained that the millionaire was expecting him in the garden, and he accompanied the young man there in silence. His host was sitting on a bench, contemplating a freshly cut rose. He raised his head when he heard the young man approach. A gentle smile lit his face. He was radiant. In fact, he seemed almost ecstatic. "So how did it go?" he asked. "Did the exercise work out all right?" "Yes, it did, but I've got a lot of questions." "That's what I'm here for." He invited the young man to sit next to him. "What bothers me in particular," he told the old man, "is that I just can't see how I can become a millionaire in 6 years, even if I do write down this crazy sentence and meditate on it. How can I convince myself that I can become a millionaire? I don't even know which field I want to work in, and I still feel I'm pretty young to become a millionaire. Youth is no obstacle. Countless people became rich at a much younger age than yours. The major obstacle is not knowing the secret, or knowing it and not applying it. I feel ready to apply it, but the only trouble is that I don't think I can honestly convince myself that I can become a millionaire. There's basically only one way to do it, and it's the same method you use to persuade yourself that you can't become a millionaire, even if you want to. During the next few days, or few weeks at the most, you are going to develop the attitude of an instant millionaire. Naturally, it's going to take some time to undo everything you've built up over the years. The secret to developing this personality resides in words combined with images, which are the special way in which thoughts express themselves. Each thought you have tends to manifest itself in your life in one way or another. The stronger a person's character is, the more powerful his thoughts will be, and the more quickly they will tend to manifest, thus shaping the circumstances of his life. This undoubtedly inspired the early Greek philosopher Heraclitus to observe, "Character equals destiny." Desire is what best sustains your thoughts. The more passionate your desire is, the more quickly the thing you want will spring up in your life. The way to become rich is to desire it fervently. In every area of life, sincerity and fervor are necessary ingredients of success. "And yet I sincerely wish to be rich," said the young man. "I've been doing everything possible for years now, but nothing's worked out." Ardent desire is necessary, but not enough. What you lack is faith. You must believe that you will become a millionaire. How can I get this faith? I've read a great many books on this subject, and what my own mentor taught me corresponds to the conclusions reached in them. The way to obtain faith is through the repetition of words. Words have an extraordinary impact on our inner and outer lives. Words are omnipotent. Most people are totally unaware of this principle and fail to use it. No, I take that back. They do use the power of words, but generally to their detriment. "I don't want to contradict you," said the young man, "but I think you're exaggerating. I can't really see how words can help me become a millionaire. They have some importance, but certainly other things are more important and more powerful." The millionaire didn't respond. He was absorbed in his own thoughts for a moment. Then he said, "In the desk up in your room, I left a booklet that explains this theory in a very enlightening way. Go and find it. It's very short. Read it and then come down again. We'll continue our discussion then." The young man went back to his room, closed the door, and searched for the booklet in the desk. There was no booklet, but he found a letter that was apparently addressed to him, even though it didn't have his name written on it. It was inscribed, "Letter to a Young Millionaire." He opened it. It contained a single word written in red ink, "Farewell." It was signed, "The Instant Millionaire." The young man's heart began to flutter like a butterfly gone mad. At that moment, he heard a strange sound behind him. He turned around and saw a computer he had not previously noticed. The printer was spitting out some words extremely fast. The young man approached it and began to read the printout. It contained one sentence repeated over and over again. "You have an hour left to live. You have an hour left to live. You have an hour left to live." If this was a joke, it was certainly in bad taste. It had to be a joke, though. Why would the instant millionaire want him to die? The young man hadn't done anything to him. But everything was so strange in this place. Maybe the millionaire was a madman, hiding his murderous tendencies behind a veneer of kind-heartedness. The young man was terribly confused. He was sure of one thing, however. Whether or not this was a joke, he wasn't going to take any risks. He was going to make his escape and forget about his check and the magical theories the millionaire had used to fuel his gullible imagination. He threw the letter on the floor and made for the door. But again, it was firmly locked. He was overwhelmed with panic. He shook the handle, trying to force the door open, but it was hopeless. The young man went wild. He ran to the window and saw the millionaire working in the garden. He shouted to him. No answer. He screamed more frantically. Again, no answer. The butler stepped into the garden, and the young man called out to him in a hysterical voice. But it was as if his shouts didn't exist. What kind of horrible nightmare was he going through? He called again and again. Another servant appeared a few paces behind the butler. He too was completely oblivious to the prisoner's screams for help. The young man became more and more desperate. As he spun around helplessly, he spotted a telephone. What an idiot he was. Why hadn't he thought of that last time? Perhaps, like the computer, it hadn't been there. He called the operator and asked for the nearest police station. She gave him a number. She had a most unusual voice. He called quickly, but got a busy signal. What an exasperating sound. He called again, still busy. He tried again and again and again, then noticed that the number he was calling was right before his eyes. It was the one on the telephone he was using. He was calling his own room. He frantically searched for something with which to pry open the door. As he passed the window, he noticed a man approaching the house. He was wearing an immense black cloak and a wide-brimmed black hat. The young man's chest was constricted. He was almost suffocating with terror. Who could it be but a hired assassin coming to get him? It was clear he was trapped. He was going to die. Soon he heard heavy footsteps slowly making their way toward the door. He was right. His time had finally come. He searched left and right for something, anything with which to defend himself, but could find nothing. He heard the key turning in the lock. The handle moved. The door opened. Standing in the doorway was a murky black shadow, which swiftly turned into the more substantial figure of a man, standing silently, motionless as a statue. Then the man plunged his hand into his pocket. The young man thought he was going to pull out a weapon, but the mysterious stranger drew out a piece of paper instead. He lifted the brim of his hat, and the young man, breathlessly expecting the worst, saw it was the millionaire. "You forgot the figures you came up with in the garden," said the millionaire. "Did you find the booklet I told you about?" "No, I didn't. I found this instead," the young man said angrily. He retrieved the letter from the floor. "What's the meaning of this grotesque scenario you just played out?" demanded the young man. "I could sue you, you know." "But they're only words. A word scribbled on a piece of paper. A few words on a computer screen. Didn't you tell me that you didn't believe in the power of words? Look at the state you're in." The young man suddenly realized what the millionaire was talking about. "I just wanted to give you a quick lesson. Experience is a much better teacher than mere theory. Experience is life. Wasn't that Goethe's philosophy? Gray is the color of theory, green, the color of the tree of life. Now do you understand the power that words have? Their power is so great they don't even need to be true to have an effect on people. I assure you I did not at any time have criminal intentions toward you." "How was I to know that?" said the young man, gradually calming down. "You could have used your head and reasoned things out. Why on earth would I want to kill you? You've never done me any harm. Even if you had, I would never waste time on revenge. All I want is to be free to tend my rose garden. You should have relied on your sense of logic. Yet did you notice how powerless logic is in a situation such as this? When you were shouting to us from the window and we were pretending not to hear, you were truly in despair. The mistake you made wasn't in reading the words, but in believing them. By doing so, you instinctively obeyed one of the greatest laws governing the human mind. When imagination and logic are in conflict with each other, the imagination invariably takes over." The millionaire then went up to the printer, tore out the sheet, and handed it to the young man. "You lost your head over a threat that wasn't even directed at you." At the top of the page, a stranger's name was written. The young man was aghast. Not only was the warning sheer fabrication, but it wasn't intended for him in the first place. Chapter 9, in which the young man is first shown the heart of the rose. "You've learned many important things today," the millionaire told the young man, "and hopefully you've understood them not only with your head, but with your heart as well. Now you know that words deeply affect our lives whether we wish them to or not. A thought, even when false, can affect us if we believe it to be true. When you learn to distinguish the value of a thought, that is, the value you give it, your mind can regain or maintain its calm. It was your mind that gave meaning to the threat. If it had been written in a foreign language, you wouldn't have paid the slightest attention to it." The millionaire was silent for a moment, then continued. "In the future, each time you come face to face with a problem, and the road to fortune is strewn with obstacles, remember this particular threat. Remind yourself that the problem facing you has as little to do with you as this threat did. This might seem unrealistic to you, since you're the one who has to deal with the problem, but you don't have to shoulder the anxiety it breeds, or let a problem acquire so much importance that it traumatizes you. By the time you have reached this point, and it's not easy, I assure you, you will have mastered an invaluable skill and will be able to fulfill all your dreams. Let me warn you, however, the journey may be long and arduous before you manage to master it, but never give up. I promise you it'll be worth your while. One day you will learn that mastering your destiny and fulfilling your dreams is the ultimate purpose of life. The rest is unimportant." They both remained silent, absorbed in their thoughts. The young man noticed the millionaire's eyes filling with sadness. The millionaire continued, as if summing up everything he had said up to that point. "Life can be a rose garden or hell on earth, depending on your frame of mind. Think of the rose often. Lose yourself in the heart of a rose each time a problem crops up. And remember, you don't have to shoulder the burden of your problems." He placed particular emphasis on the following words. Most people cannot understand what I've just said. They believe it to be pure, unadulterated optimism, but it's much more profound than that. The world is but a reflection of your inner self. The conditions in your life are but a mirror image of your inner life. Concentrate on the heart of the rose, and there you will find truth and the intuition you will need to guide you through life. You will also find the dual secret of true wealth: love for whatever you do and love for others. Chapter 10, in which the young man learns to master his unconscious mind. After this long and heartfelt statement, the old millionaire seemed exhausted and became silent for several minutes. Then he continued, carefully stressing each word. The formula or affirmation I have given you is so powerful. Even if in the beginning you believe it highly unlikely you will ever become a millionaire, you will be able to become one. Just do the same thing with the formula that you did with the message on the computer. Accept it as the truth. If you have faith that you will be able to accomplish something, you will. In the case of the computer, the young man said, I let myself be tricked. I lost my head. But this formula is a different matter altogether. I have a problem believing I can become a millionaire 6 years from now. Even if you don't believe in the formula now, it'll begin acting on you. The more you internalize it, the more powerful it becomes. It's not your reasoning or conscious mind that you must convince. Remember the threat. Part of you, your imagination, accepted it as real. And the imagination is what some people call the unconscious mind. It is the hidden part of your mind, and much more powerful than the conscious part. It guides your entire life. I could spend hours talking to you about the theory of the unconscious, but it's enough for you to know that the unconscious is extremely susceptible to the power of words. Now do you know why you were having so much difficulty believing the undeniable fact that you can become a millionaire in less than 6 years? Sorry, I don't. Well, the fact remains that for years and years you've been telling yourself you can't. Words have been engraving themselves in your subconscious, deeply. In fact, every experience, every thought you've ever had, every word you've ever heard has become indelibly etched in your unconscious. In the long run, this prodigious memory becomes your self-image. Without realizing it, your past experiences and your inner monologue have convinced you that you aren't the type of person who can become a millionaire, even if, objectively speaking, you have all the qualities to do so, and you could do so more easily than you can imagine. Like everyone else, your self-image is so powerful that it unwittingly becomes your destiny. Outer circumstances end up matching the image you have of yourself with amazing precision. To become rich, you have to create a new self-image. Perhaps I can. I'm quite willing to try. The only snag is that I'm not really sure where to start. Think about the threat you experienced. It wasn't real, yet it affected you as if it was. All you have to do is play the same trick on yourself. Your unconscious won't be any the wiser for it. From the time you were a child, each suggestion you accepted, even though it was false, in effect tricked your unconscious. You may have accepted something that was patently untrue. So now you're going to experience the same thing. Your unconscious can be influenced at will. It is as easy as child's play. And once it has been influenced in the way you want it to be, you will be able to obtain exactly what you want out of life. Why? Because your unconscious will be convinced that you can obtain all these things. It will accept them as true in the same way that it's now accepting the fact that you can't get more out of life. This ties in with what I said earlier. Man is the reflection of the thoughts stored in his unconscious. The most important thing is to pretend as best you can that something is true. Why does this work with the unconscious? Simply because, though the unconscious may be powerful, it cannot discriminate between truth and falsehood. Yes, but what happens if there's a conflict between my conscious and unconscious? What happens if my conscious mind refuses to accept the idea of wealth? The best solution is repetition. This technique is commonly called self-suggestion. Each one of us is subject to it throughout our lives. Every day we are influenced by inner and outer suggestions. The inner monologue that all of us live with continually shapes our lives. Some of us repeat to ourselves that we will never be successful because we come from a family of losers, or because we've had failures, or because we think we haven't had enough education, or don't have enough money or skills or intelligence or management ability or good luck, and on it goes. So we drift from failure to failure, not because we don't have the necessary qualities to succeed, but because that's how we unconsciously picture ourselves. Some people believe they will never attract a partner, the millionaire continued, and yet they have all kinds of attractive qualities. Potential partners run from them like the plague. The power of their self-image, which is a reflection of the unconscious, is responsible for this. It brings about the circumstances that make others avoid them. But the repetition of negative formulas, which have such a tremendous impact on our lives, can be used in a different way. And that's what we're going to do. The unconscious is a slave that can dominate us because it is immensely powerful. But it is also blind, and you have to learn how to play tricks on it. The young man didn't fully understand everything the millionaire was saying, yet he was eager to find out more. The beauty of this theory is that you don't really have to believe it to use it, the millionaire said. But to get results, you have to put it to use. They won't come magically on their own. Everything, as I've said, depends on repetition. Even if you don't believe it at first, try it, at least for a couple of days. That's long enough for you to start feeling its effects. This might seem simplistic, but let me tell you, it is the most potent secret on the face of the earth. Words have tremendous power. Remember the first words of St. John in the Bible. In the beginning was the Word. Self-suggestion plays a major role in our lives. If you remain unaware of it, it will work against you more often than not. But if you decide to use it, all its tremendous power will be at your disposal. Well, I think you've convinced me to try, said the young man. Although to tell you the truth, I'm still a little suspicious. That's all right. Just remember to base your judgment on the results rather than on intellectual criteria. Now come with me and I'll show you what to do. Chapter 11, in which the young man and his mentor discuss figures and formulas. The millionaire sat down at the desk and invited the young man to join him. He took out some paper and a pen and wrote some figures. Your formula could look like this, he said. What he had written was, by the end of the year, I will possess assets worth $31,250. I will double those assets every year for 5 years, so that by, and here he left a space, I will be a millionaire. You mustn't confuse assets and income, he told the young man. Your assets are whatever you have left over after your current bills and taxes are paid. Assets can comprise real estate investments, stocks or bonds, savings in banks or mutual funds, gold, art, jewelry, valuable collectibles, and so on. Now, if you want to be a millionaire in 6 years, which is the realistic objective I'm proposing, your formula will have to be set up on this model. If you have assets worth $31,250 by the end of the first year, you will have to double them each year. And in 6 years, you will be a millionaire. Why double your assets each year? Because it's a simple operation that your subconscious can easily handle. And it's easy for you to remember. It also guarantees you constant growth. If this starting point seems too ambitious for you, then give yourself another year. Becoming a millionaire in 7 years is still pretty good. Your goal for the first year will then be to have assets of $15,625. Believe me when I tell you it's far from being beyond reach. If you're convinced that you can have a cozy nest egg worth $15,625 by the end of the first year, you will have it. Now, if that still seems overambitious, give yourself yet another year, making a total of 8. Then the goal for your first year will be $7,812.50. Along with your formula and the affirmation, I will be a millionaire on, put in the month and year in 6, 7, or 8 years' time. You will also have to set yourself short-term objectives, landmarks to help motivate you during your journey on the road to riches, and an annual goal is essential. The most important thing, however, he told his pupil, is to write your goals down on paper. Take a pencil and fool around with figures and years. Don't be afraid, it can't do you any harm. The amounts will become more and more familiar to you as you play around with them. Millions of people want to get rich, and yet not 1 out of 100 takes the initiative to outline the route he intends to take to reach his goal. Be different. Set up your plans and charts. Work out projections until you've found the plan that suits you. It'll be your plan. Use the examples I've provided for inspiration, but then let your imagination run wild. You have to start by dreaming to get rich. Then you have to know how to quantify your dream and translate it into specific sums of money and dates. This, in fact, should be the first exercise you do. Juggle numbers. You will soon see how this little game will reveal who you really are. The simple act of putting your goals, deadlines, and sums on paper is the first step toward transforming your ideal into its material equivalent. Anyone who wants to stick to an ambition of becoming a millionaire in 5 or 10 years must take note of this fact. If he is currently earning $20,000 a year and can expect nothing more than, say, an annual 10% raise, and if he can save and invest only a small percentage of that, then he'll never become a millionaire if he remains in his job without sideline activities. There's nothing reprehensible in this. It's purely an objective observation. The formula of doubling your fortune each year, or increasing your assets with respect to the previous years, is clearly not the only way to become a millionaire. However, the secret it contains, that is, a quantified goal, an amount, and a deadline by which to reach it, is valid for anyone wishing to succeed in any way. For example, you might simply want to increase your income by $5,000 a year. If you now earn $25,000, you probably would like to earn $30,000, a matter of affording a few more luxuries. Or perhaps you are earning $30,000 and would like $40,000 to enable you to trade up from your present house without worrying about the extra mortgage payments. Or you might want to be able to afford a new car, one that is a little more luxurious. To do this, simply repeat to yourself, this year I will increase my income by $5,000 or $10,000, and I will earn $30,000 or $40,000 as the case may be. You don't need to know how you'll manage it. You simply have to realize that if all you can hope for is a 10% annual pay raise in your present job and you don't want to moonlight, you'll have to land a promotion or switch jobs to reach your goal. This may appear self-evident, but thousands of people hope to improve their material situation and do absolutely nothing about it. Is this ignorance? Is it because they are basically satisfied with their situations, even though they complain day in and day out? Once you've discovered that you need some kind of change in your life to reach your goals, you might find yourself thinking that you have no other possibilities in sight. And you might wonder how you can possibly earn that extra $5,000 or $10,000 that you need. Don't worry, this isn't a serious dilemma. Just fully permeate your unconscious with your goal, duly written down stating such and such an amount and deadline. Your unconscious will do the rest. Then just stay on your toes. Since you've become aware that things won't get better on their own, when an opportunity arises, seize it without the slightest hesitation. Don't let yourself be paralyzed by fear, which prevents so many people from living out their dreams. You know that by doing nothing, you won't get your raise, so you mustn't hesitate to take the steps necessary to achieve your goal. Correctly programmed, your unconscious will work wonders for you. If you've issued it the order to increase your income by $10,000, it will definitely execute it. Remind it daily so your mission becomes its magnificent obsession. Like a remote-controlled missile, it will overcome all the obstacles on its way to hit its target. What is the target? He continued. When must the explosion take place? The target is $10,000 and the explosion date is a year from now. Such are the magical powers of the unconscious and a quantified objective. When creating your objectives, keep in mind that most people are much too cautious. They don't believe they're worth anything. A few years ago, he whispered confidentially to the young man, I was thinking of hiring a managing director for one of my companies. I worked out that I'd be ready to offer him a salary of $80,000. When the time came to discuss his salary, he told me in a rather nervous, almost imperious voice, I won't accept anything below $50,000. After a lengthy pause, I said, as if I was making a major concession, given your background, $50,000 is fine by me. If he had asked for $60,000 or $70,000, I'd have given it to him. In fact, the way the interview had gone pleased me so much, I might have even bumped that amount up to $100,000. So the person I took on lost himself at least $30,000 in a matter of minutes. That's a lot of money. And he lost it simply because he didn't believe he was worth $80,000 a year. I must admit, after hearing him state his salary expectations, I hesitated for a second and considered not hiring him at all. He was in the best position to assess his own worth, and he was telling me that his managerial skills were worth only $50,000, while I was looking for someone worth $80,000. Was I making the wrong choice? The future proved I'd made the right choice by hiring him, and I saved a lot of money. His problem was that he lacked self-confidence and underestimated his worth. He gradually dealt with this problem over the years, and it cost me a bundle in salary increases, but they were worth it. What you should remember from this simple example is that I dealt with this manager just as life deals with each of us. Life gives us exactly what we expect from it, no more, no less. We tend to forget, however, that it is generally ready to give us much more than we realize. I've talked a lot, said the millionaire. What do you make of all this, young man? It seems too good to be true, he said. Yes, this simple little method, and no other, the millionaire responded, is exactly what helped turn me into a millionaire, and has done the same for all those I've shared it with. As I've said, words are extremely powerful agents. The stronger your character becomes, the more the words you utter will become genuine decrees. Everything you affirm, fueled by deep inner conviction and strengthened by the fires of repetition, will take shape more and more quickly. You have to do the exercise. Nobody can do it for you. You must repeat your formula aloud, day and night, at least 50 times, and more if you can, even 100 times a day. This is an exercise in itself. The first few times I laid down and counted by tapping my fingers on the floor 5 times with both hands. It takes practice. At first you'll find it won't be easy. The mind is prone to wander. After repeating it 10 times, you'll start thinking of something else. Bring your mind back to business and start at 0 again until you manage to reach 50. Because if you can't stick to such an elementary form of discipline, you'd better give up your dream of becoming rich. That's the challenge I'm offering you, my young friend, and I know you can do it. All you need to do is to persist. Why repeat the formula aloud? It affects your mind even more strongly. The order you are issuing to your unconscious seems as though it is coming from the outside, and thus sounds more commanding. Say it in a monotone, like an incantation or a mantra, as the Buddhists call it. In time, the formula will acquire its own life. At first, you might feel a little embarrassed by the sound of your voice and by the formula you're repeating, but gradually you'll get used to it. The goal you laid out for yourself, which seemed audacious at first, will soon appear attainable, even easy to achieve. I'm afraid I might feel absolutely ridiculous. It's during those moments especially that you must persist. You must conquer your doubt. Think of me, living proof. Even if I'm in a garden far from here, my forces will be with you. In your moments of doubt, remember that I've given you my word. You will succeed. You're sure about that? Asked the young man, still not totally convinced. Why would I have any doubts about it? You'll become an instant millionaire like I did. It's only a matter of time before you become a millionaire in reality. You will soon be one in your mind, and that's what is most important. Even without a penny to my name. Keep repeating the formula. Little by little, you will see a change occurring within you. Your goal will seem more and more natural. It'll become part of your life in just the same way that the narrow image you have had of yourself until now, a well-worn figment of your imagination, has been an integral part of your being. What your mind conjured up in the past can be reformulated. As such, you will be able to mold your future the way you want it. You will at last become master of your own destiny. Isn't that our secret dream, even before we admit it's possible? The young man agreed, and was overwhelmed with emotion at the prospect of mastering his destiny. The old man's words had much greater significance than he had at first believed. Of course, his methods were a bit strange, but perhaps they worked. Chapter 12, in which the young man learns about happiness and life. To help and support you, the instant millionaire told his young student, I'll give you another, more general formula. You'll derive enormous benefits from it throughout your life. It will transform you inside and out. In fact, it will enable you to acquire true wealth, which isn't only the acquisition of material possessions. True wealth is much broader than that. Your money formula will allow you to achieve and probably even surpass your financial objectives. But during your search for wealth, never lose sight of the fact that if you lose happiness, you lose everything. The pursuit of money can easily turn into an obsession, preventing you from enjoying life. And as the saying goes, what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his soul? Money is an excellent servant, but a tyrannical master. Do you mean that money and happiness can't coexist? Far from it, but you must stay very alert not to lose your perspective. One of the richest men in the world, John D. Rockefeller, was so preoccupied, so crushed by the weight of his worries, that by the age of 50 he was a little old man. His stomach was so out of order that all he could stand was bread and milk. He lived in constant fear of losing his money and being betrayed by his associates. Money had become his master. He couldn't enjoy it anymore. In a way, he was poorer than a simple office clerk who could enjoy a good meal. At the same time that you're dangling wealth in front of my eyes, said the young man, you managed to frighten me as well. That's not my intention, though, replied the millionaire. And the formula I'm about to give you will help you avoid the trap that many fortune seekers have fallen into. People who are still basically poor work relentlessly to achieve their ends. The first money they earn triggers their deep-seated ambition and causes them to crave more and more. And when they start earning big money, they become afraid of losing it. It is a formula devised by the famous physician Emile Coué for patients in his clinic. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. Repeat this formula aloud 50 times, morning and evening, and as many times as you can during the day. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. The more often you repeat it, the greater the impact it will have on you. The young man found himself thinking that the man sitting next to him was the first truly happy man he had ever met in his life. Most people want to be happy, said the millionaire, but they don't know what they're looking for, so inevitably they die without ever having found it. Even if they did find it, how would they recognize it? They're exactly like the people searching for wealth. They truly want to be rich, but when you ask them abruptly how much they'd like to earn in a year, Most of them are incapable of answering. When you don't know where you're going, you generally get nowhere. This made perfect sense to the young man. It was so disarmingly simple, he wondered why he'd never thought of it before. He'd never taken the time to clearly describe what he wanted, to really think things through. He vowed then and there that in the future he would do a lot more thinking and reflect upon the things that mattered in his life. That would probably prevent a lot of mistakes. Happiness, of course, has been defined in countless different ways, the millionaire said. For each of us, even for those of us who have given it much thought, it translates into a wide variety of things. But I'll give you the key to happiness. With this key, you will be able to know beyond a shadow of a doubt at any time in your life if you are happy, if you are doing what it takes to make you happy. Ask yourself this. If I were to die tonight, could I tell myself at the instant of my death that I had accomplished everything I had set out to do that day? When you have done exactly what your inner self feels you should do each day, you will feel free to leave the world each day. To be perfectly sure that you are doing what you should be doing, you will have to do what you love doing. People who don't do what they enjoy are not happy. They spend their time daydreaming about what they would like to be doing. And when people aren't happy, they aren't ready to die at a moment's notice. I've barely started living, and here you go talking to me about death as if it were just around the corner, the young man said. I admit this philosophy may seem morbid at first, and yet it's a philosophy of life, 100%. Those who never do what they really enjoy doing, who have given up their dreams, so to speak, belong to the living dead. To really understand what I mean, ask yourself that question and answer it with total sincerity. If you lie, you'll only be lying to yourself, and you become the loser in this game. If you knew you were going to die tomorrow, wouldn't you change your plans for today? Wouldn't you do something else with your life rather than what you've been doing up to now? I'm sure I would. You'd probably start by making the necessary arrangements. You'd make a will if you hadn't already and say goodbye to your family and friends. But let's suppose that all of these tasks took only 1 hour. What would you do with the remaining 23? Ask that question of everybody you know. Their responses will invariably fall into 2 categories. Unhappy people who don't enjoy their lives will tell you that they do something totally different. Why on earth would they continue doing something they hated if they had only 24 hours left to live? Those in the second category, and unfortunately they're the minority, would do exactly what they normally do every day of their lives. Why would they change anything? Their work is their passion. Isn't it quite understandable they would do it until their time was up? Bach belonged to this category. On his deathbed, he was correcting his last piece of music. But you don't have to be a genius to want to work until the end. Each of us, in our own way and in our own occupation, can become a genius, even if unrecognized as such by society. To be a genius simply means to do what you enjoy doing. That is the true genius of life. Mediocrity is never daring to do what you love, for fear of what others will say or fear of losing your security. A security that is an illusion more often than not, isn't it? Asked the young man. That's right. So ask yourself the question, if I were to die tomorrow, what would I do with the last hours of my life? Would I agree to go on being a shadow of my true self, lacking in self-respect, forcing myself to do something I hate? Imagine you invite a friend over to your house to help you do some chores. Would you give the dirtiest ones to your friend? Of course not. So why force on yourself tasks that you find so degrading? Why be your own worst enemy? Why not become your own best friend? There was a moment of silence, and then the old millionaire asked the young man directly, "And what would you do if you were going to die tomorrow? Would you do exactly what you've been doing?" "No, I wouldn't." Now consider the following observation. Don't you find it highly presumptuous to believe that you won't die tomorrow? The young man felt troubled. The old man had often displayed an uncanny ability to see into the future. Was he now announcing his imminent death? The millionaire seemed to read his thoughts. "Don't worry," he said, obviously amused. "You're not going to die tomorrow. You'll live to a ripe old age. But allow me to pursue my line of reasoning. Don't you find it presumptuous of people to believe that they will always have their entire lives ahead of them? In many cases, death strikes out of the blue. But people create the illusion that they have lots of time ahead of them, and they constantly put off the decisions they should make. They tell themselves, 'I've got time. I'll get down to business later.' Then old age arrives, and they find they haven't done anything yet." "It reminds me of a saying I heard," the young man said. "If youth only knew, if old age only could." Exactly. The secret of happiness, therefore, is to live each day as if it was your last, and to live each day to the fullest by doing what you want to do, what you would do if your hours were numbered, because realistically, they are. We always seem to realize this when there's very little time left, then it's too late. So you must be courageous enough to act immediately. Live with this thought in mind. I refuse to die without having had the courage to do what I wanted to do. I don't want to die with the appalling thought that society tricked me, that it got the better of me and annihilated my dreams. You must not die with the dreadful feeling that your fears were greater than your dreams, and that you never discovered what you really enjoy. You must know how to dare." "I totally agree," said the young man. "But what happens if I'm not absolutely sure that I don't really like what I'm doing? I don't know of any occupation that's completely free of hassles." "You're absolutely right. Even a profession that fires us up has its negative aspects. But to find out whether your job really pleases you, ask yourself this question. If I had $1 million in the bank right at this moment, would I continue doing the same job? Obviously, if your answer is no, you don't like it enough. Tell me, how many people would continue in the same occupation if they suddenly became millionaires? They are few and far between. And those who would answer yes to this question are generally already millionaires. Most of the millionaires I know refuse to retire. They go on working very late in life. I'd even go so far as to say that all millionaires, at least all self-made millionaires, made their fortunes precisely because they loved their work. My reasoning has just come full circle, the millionaire said. To become a millionaire, you must enjoy your occupation. Those who stay in a job they hate are doubly penalized. Not only do they despise their work, but worse yet, it doesn't even make them wealthy. In fact, most people spend their lives in this strange paradox. Why? Because they are unaware of the genuine laws of success and because of fear. They waste their lives and their chances of becoming truly rich by clinging to a type of security that is mediocre at best. They believe wealth is reserved for others or that they don't have the necessary talent. And why do they let themselves be tricked into believing these illusions? Because their minds are not conditioned to see reality, to see that their beliefs are an illusion. Remember the saying, character equals destiny. Strengthen your mind, and circumstances will yield to your desires. You will gain control over your own life. Have you always been happy? Asked the young man. No, not at all. There were times when I was absolutely miserable. The thought of committing suicide even crossed my mind. But then I, too, met an eccentric old millionaire who taught me almost everything I'm telling you today. At first, I was pretty skeptical. I couldn't believe this theory could apply in my case, even though he was living proof that it worked. But since I had tried all sorts of things and was still unsuccessful, and since I had nothing to lose, I was willing to give it a try. I was 30, and I felt I was wasting my life. It seemed as if things were slipping through my fingers. I'm sure that today you don't regret having taken that advice. He often said I could become master of my life and control all the events taking place in it. But I never believed him. It seemed like science fiction. Then one day, after hearing him repeat the same song over and over, I told myself that maybe he was right. Maybe life was not what I'd always thought it was. a series of more or less unpredictable and uncontrollable events in which luck or fate ruled. Maybe it was possible that we could control our destinies if we mastered our minds. Soon I was beginning to think like that. In other words, a revolution was taking place in my mind. It happened only after I'd spent quite some time repeating to myself, every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. My mentor also taught me another formula, which in my opinion is even more powerful, at least as far as my own experience goes, and I highly recommend it to you. It's slightly religious in nature, which puts some people off, but that's a pity, since it has an invaluable effect on the mind. Repeating this formula has calmed me down when I felt anxious or nervous, and has brought me answers when I seriously needed them. Tranquility is the greatest manifestation of power. The formula is this: be still and know that I am God. Repeat it every day as often as you can. Be still and know that I am God. It will bring you that feeling of serenity, so necessary for getting through life's upheavals. When my mentor decided to reveal it to me, he said that of all the secrets in the world, this one was the most precious. It was his spiritual legacy to me, as it is mine to you. By repeating this formula, which seems strange to me at first, I developed a new inner power. This power, which never ceased growing over the years, kept reminding me of something the old millionaire had repeated to me over and over again. I could do anything. Nothing would be impossible for me as soon as I became master of my destiny. So little by little, I convinced myself that I could steer my life exactly where I wanted it to go. I've continued applying the formula, and I want you to do the same thing. Chapter 13, in which the young man learns to express his desires in life. You have already taken the first step, explained the millionaire, writing the formula and the quantified objective, an amount and a deadline. Now for the second step. Take a sheet of paper and write down everything you want out of life. Your dream must be precise if you want it to take shape. I'll show you what I asked for in the beginning. It was many years ago, so I'll translate the amounts into today's dollars. The following financial goals within 5 years. A house worth $500,000. A second home in the country worth $300,000. A new BMW worth $60,000. An old rebuilt Mercedes worth $40,000. No more personal debt. $300,000 in cash and other liquid assets. $300,000 invested in the stock market and other investments. $500,000 invested in property, which grows to $3 million in equity within 5 years from the time of purchase. My non-financial goals were 2-week vacations at least 3 times a year whenever I felt like taking them, to be my own boss and not work more than 30 hours a week, intelligent friends involved in business and art, a loving and charming wife and beautiful children, a fulfilling family life, a maid and a cook to free us of everyday tasks. The young man was overwhelmed by the picture the instant millionaire had just drawn. "It looks too good to be true, doesn't it?" said the millionaire. I too thought that I'd gone a bit overboard by the time I finished outlining what I wanted. But my hesitation and fears were due to a negative mental attitude and my ingrained habit of thinking small. I was doing this without even realizing it. Making out a list like this is exactly the way to discover your narrow vision of things. Those who consider this kind of life plan unachievable simply think small. Everything being relative under the sun, this ambition is hardly exorbitant. Most wealthy people would be exceedingly unhappy if they had to make do with the paltry conditions I've just sketched out. Many of them live in houses worth millions, employ dozens of servants, and own ranches, private planes, tropical islands, racehorses, and so on. Many of them don't even think they're rich. In any case, not that rich, since they always have friends or business associates with more money than they have. Why do they find this kind of lifestyle natural? Well, they were either born rich or they thought big and managed to achieve their dreams. They never believed that they couldn't do it. If you start out with the idea that you can't, you immediately block yourself. So do this exercise. Write down what you want out of life in minute detail, without holding anything back. It will show you the limits of your ambitions and your mentality. What are you really dreaming of? What would you be satisfied with? It's important to fill in as many details as possible. The only thing to avoid is choosing your dream home at a specific address, because that particular house may never be available, and you'd be running the risk of never seeing your dream come true despite the power of your desire and will. But other than that, be as specific as possible. There's one other important thing to consider, and that is the possibility that your dream is harmful to others. Always keep in mind that if your goals are harmful to anyone, they must be avoided for your own good as well as for the good of others. This portrait will show you who you really are. It will become the concrete shape of your desires. Your thoughts are alive. The more specific your portrait, the better the chances are for it to materialize. Details are very important. In mysterious and unexpected ways, your thoughts, nourished regularly, bring about the circumstances that allow them to become reality. The young man looked a bit skeptical. I know all this seems utopian, the millionaire said. But as I told you, the stronger your mind becomes, the more you realize there's nothing it can't accomplish. Miracles happen. Don't you find that, comparatively speaking, realizing a dream as ordinary as having a $500,000 house is a rather banal achievement? Don't you believe that the mind is much more powerful than many people think and above all believe it to be? Remember what Christ said, faith moves mountains. To use your mind effectively, you've got to start believing in its power, or at least be open to the possibility that it might be as powerful as I'm telling you it is. So draw up your list. I need time to think, said the young man. That's good. Think about what I've just told you. Part of you believes what I'm saying. A highly creative part of you has been blinded by years of faulty education and unfortunate experiences, but it's still alive. It's only waiting for a sign from you, and it will show you how to become Lord and Master of your existence instead of a tormented slave helplessly buffeted by events. To do that, you must learn to listen to that tiny inner voice sleeping in the depths of your mind and give it more freedom to express itself. This is your intuition, the voice of your soul. It's the way to your secret power. The more often you repeat the formula, be still and know that I am God, the more powerful your inner voice will become and the more surely it will guide you. The young man felt a bit overloaded. He was ready to take a break. Come, said the millionaire. Let's relax and take a walk in the garden. I'd love to take my last walk here with a friend. These somber words saddened the young man. It wasn't the first time he had made such an allusion. Chapter 14, in which the young man discovers the secrets of the rose garden. The two men walked through the garden in silence until the millionaire stopped in front of a rose bush laden with magnificent flowers. I must have smelled these roses thousands of times, and yet each time it's a different experience. Do you know why? Because I've learned to live in the here and now and not dwell on the past or the future. It's a matter of mental concentration, focusing, contemplation, meditation. A great many words have been used to describe it. The more you concentrate on what you are doing, Absorbed in the task or object or person in front of you, the more you live in the present. This focus, this concentration, is a key to success in all facets of life. The better your concentration, the more quickly and efficiently you're able to work. You'll spot details that others overlook. Have all rich and successful people learned to pay attention to details? They have indeed. By increasing your own powers of concentration, you will be able to make wise observations. You will learn to judge accurately the people you meet. Your powers of concentration will enable you to discover at a glance who they really are. And you will become realistic in the truest sense of the word. You will see things as they are. Most people go through life constantly distracted, like sleepwalkers. They don't really see things or see the people they meet. They live as if in a dream. They are never in the present. Their mistakes and failures haunt them. Their minds are filled with fears of the future. I have a feeling that concentration, as you're describing it, is quite a difficult thing to achieve. It takes practice, and not everyone who tries it succeeds. But when your mind reaches a proper level of concentration, your ability to solve problems becomes formidable. You can leap over problems most people dwell on. Instead of wasting your nervous energy biting your nails over your worries, you apply yourself to resolving them. Being over-anxious never solved anything. It simply provoked many a stomach ulcer and heart attack. As you develop your forces of concentration, the image you have of yourself will change. Each human being is an enigma. Unfortunately, many of us are enigmas not only to others, but to ourselves as well. This comes from a lack of concentration. The young man was listening intently. Given concentration, you will understand why you've been placed where you are in the world, in this exact spot. This will appear clearer and clearer to you, more and more obvious. Your mind will be penetrated by very calming, reassuring thoughts. And you'll find yourself realizing, as if waking up after a long, deep sleep, that's who I am. That's why I'm here at this moment. That's why I'm with this person. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. You'll experience what could be called a feeling of destiny. You'll understand your destiny, and a feeling of acceptance will come into play. That doesn't mean you resign yourself to fate. It means you will see with clear-sighted vision the position you're in right now. You'll accept it, and you'll recognize it as your personal starting point. This will guide your career and allow you to take the reins of your destiny firmly in your hands. The millionaire took a moment to bend down and inhale the perfume of the rose. The rose is a symbol of life. The thorns represent the road of experience, the trials and tribulations each one of us must undergo to understand the true beauty of existence. He pulled a pair of pruning shears out of his pocket, snipped a rose, and offered it to his young companion. "Keep this rose with you," he said. "It will act as a talisman and bring you good luck. Lady Luck exists. Trust in her. Caress her with your thoughts. Ask her for what you want, and she will respond. All successful people believe in luck, in one form or another. With this simple rose, you are an initiate. You belong to the order of the rose. Each time you feel the need, find this rose. It will give you strength. And each time you have doubts about yourself, each time life seems too difficult to bear, come back to this symbolic rose and remember what it represents. Each ordeal, each problem, each mistake will one day be transformed into a magnificent petal. Each day, set aside some time to concentrate on the heart of the rose. Repeat calmly to yourself, "Be still and know that I am God." Contemplate the rose for longer and longer periods of time while repeating this. When you are able to do it for 20 minutes, your concentration will be much improved. When your heart becomes like the rose, your life will be transformed. The young man breathed in the delicate scent of the rose. "Let me repeat what I have said so you are sure to remember. When your mind has become strong and self-assured through concentration exercises, you will come to realize that life's problems no longer have any hold over you. You will understand that things are only as important as the mind believes them to be. A problem is a problem only if you make it a problem. The stronger your mind is, the more insignificant your problems appear. This is the source of inner peace, so concentrate. This is one of the greatest keys to success. All of life is an exercise in strengthening the mind. The soul is immortal. We pass from life to life, and the mind slowly discovers itself and develops. This apprenticeship is generally a long one, and people who have no more than modest success in reaching their goals have yet to achieve high levels of concentration. Perhaps not all successful people have made it a point to practice specific concentration exercises, but over the course of many lives on earth, they have achieved a level of concentration that allowed them to succeed more easily than others. When your mind reaches its highest level of concentration, you will enter that extraordinary state where dreams and reality coincide. The millionaire and the young man began walking back to the house. The sky became dark and cloudy, casting shadows over the mansion. When they entered the dining room, the old man lit a candelabra. Then he went to the window, pulled the curtain back, and glanced up toward the sky. Always remember that at a certain height there are no clouds. If there are clouds in your life, it's because your soul hasn't soared high enough. Many people make the mistake of fighting against their problems. What you must do is raise yourself above those problems once and for all. The heart of the rose will lead you above the clouds, where the sky is forever clear. Don't waste your time chasing the clouds. They will unceasingly reappear. The millionaire and the young man sat down at the dinner table. The butler arrived bringing bread and wine. "I've been wondering about something for quite a while," said the young man. "I do think everything you've been saying is true. And I now believe that if I apply the formulas you've given me, I can become a millionaire quickly and even attain peace of mind. But I still wonder about the field in which I'll be able to make a fortune." His concern apparently amused the millionaire. "You must put your trust in life and in the power of your mind," he said. "Don't worry. First set your goal, then ask your deep unconscious to steer you toward the path that will lead to riches. Start by asking, then wait. The answer won't be long in coming." The young man was disappointed. He wanted something a little more specific. The millionaire winced in sympathy and quickly added, "You must find work that is satisfying to your heart. Think about it. All the elements of the occupation that will please you are already within you. You simply don't recognize them because you aren't yet in tune with your true nature. As you continue to concentrate, to meditate more and more, you will connect with your true essence, and every answer you need will be revealed to you. And best of all, you will discover what most people desperately seek all their lives and never find, the mysterious purpose of your existence on earth. And you will understand it not only with your head, but with your heart as well. You have everything to gain from concentrating on the heart of the rose. There you will find the be-all and end-all of your existence. In time, you will recognize this." He stopped for a moment and took a tiny sip of wine, delicately savoring it. His eyes were closed in a kind of religious reverence. "I know I would like to start a business of some kind," said the young man, "but where would I get the money to start? I haven't got a dime." "How much would you need?" "I don't know. At least $25,000. That's how much you needed to start." "You should be able to find it. Look around a little. What possibilities can you think of?" "I can't think of any. I don't know of any bank that would give me a loan. I have no collateral. I have very little left over from my salary at the end of the month, and I don't own anything except my car, which isn't worth anything." "Can't you at least think of something to try? Somewhere to begin?" "Not really." That's a mistake you should never repeat. Don't be like so many people who give up before they even try. That's the best way of never doing anything and never succeeding at anything. And don't fall into the same trap as those who take action but are inwardly convinced they won't succeed. Bring your thoughts and actions into harmony. Be in harmony with yourself. I'm willing, all right, but I just don't see any possibilities. You must start out firmly convinced that the solution exists, the ideal solution to your problem. The power of your mind and the magic of your objective will invariably attract the solution to you in ways you don't even suspect exist. Be inwardly convinced that you will succeed, and you will. Don't leave room for doubt. Banish it with all the strength your mind can muster. Doubt and optimism are in constant conflict. Struggle staunchly against doubt. For doubt, like all thoughts, tends to materialize in your life. If you are firmly convinced that you will get your loan, you will. In your present circumstances, what would you do to reach your goal? That is, to get a loan. I don't really know. If you had only a short time, let's say an hour, to get $25,000 to set up your own business, what would you do? I have no idea. Standing before you is a millionaire who has just encouraged you, giving you the secrets of his success, and you don't know what to do. Not one thing comes to mind to get this money. It suddenly dawned on the young man. Perhaps all he needed to do was ask the millionaire for the money. He hesitated a moment, then took a deep breath. Would you lend me the $25,000 I need? There you go. Now, wasn't that easy? All you had to do was ask. People seldom dare to ask. You must dare to make a request. The millionaire pulled out the $25,000 he kept as pocket money. He cast a nostalgic glance at the thick pile of cash and then handed it over to the young man, who accepted it, tremulous with emotion. He had never held such a vast sum of money in his life. There's absolutely no reason why acquiring money in the future should be any more difficult for you than it has been for me, said the old man. It's unfortunate that it's so commonly believed that money is hard to come by and that you have to work hard to get it. In fact, the value of work is to strengthen the fiber of your mind. When you have earned a lot of money, and I assure you it won't be long in coming if you apply the secrets I've taught you, you will realize that what counts is your mental attitude, the power of your desire, and being able to channel that power by means of a specific monetary objective. Don't forget that outside circumstances always end up reflecting the state of your mind and the nature of your innermost convictions. The young man was so overcome with joy at having $25,000 in his hand that he wasn't fully listening to the millionaire's words of advice. Remember, young man, when you need money, if you are positive you can get it quickly and easily, you will. And as soon as doubt begins to invade your mind, think back to the $25,000 you've just obtained. All you need to do is ask. If you are convinced that you will get what you ask for at the very moment you ask, if you act as if it is already yours, you will get it. When you do have doubts, apply some self-suggestion. Turn your words into commands. When your mind has become powerful enough, each suggestion will become a royal decree. Your words and reality will become one. And the time it takes for your commands to materialize will become briefer and briefer, and finally instantaneous. And you must never forget to consider the good of others at all times, so that the power of your words doesn't turn against you. He paused again. This money, he went on, pointing to the thick wad of bills. Well, I'm not lending it to you. He hesitated a second and seemed amused by the young man's startled reaction. I'm not lending it to you. I'm giving it to you. By doing so, everything will have come full circle. It was given to me by my mentor to start me out in business. Don't use it for any other reason. And don't imitate the man in the Bible who buried his coins instead of letting them work for him. Don't let fear be your guide. Fear is your worst enemy, the brother of doubt, and you must conquer it. Be fearless and bold. Anyone who, under the pretext of caution or rationality, buries the money he has received is not worthy of it, and it's highly unlikely that he will get more. Money must flow freely to be able to multiply. The money I'm giving you is, however, at heart alone, the millionaire continued. One day you, in turn, must give it to someone else. Many years from now, you will meet someone in the same situation you are in now. You'll recognize him intuitively. You must give him the equivalent of what this amount represents today. Then he too may start out with a substantial amount. Make sure that by then it represents an insignificant amount to you, pocket money and no more. The young man was filled with gratitude. He agreed to the terms and thanked the old man warmly. There's one more thing you must know. As he said this, it began to pour. The millionaire watched the rain with a somber expression. All the signs are coming to pass, he muttered to himself. Then he addressed the young man again. As I said, there's one more thing you need to know. The secrets I have passed on to you are effective for reaching all of the goals you will set for yourself. The reason I amassed such a colossal fortune is not that the money interested me so much. It was a way to show men and women of little faith the power of the mind. Our greatest possession is freedom, and wealth can give you freedom. It'll be good for you to know this freedom. With it, you will see many an illusion vanish. You will also understand that true freedom is found in detachment. Only he who leaves with empty hands will be able to tend the eternal roses. Achieving this freedom was the goal of my entire existence. Despite what others thought, I have never been anything other than a humble gardener. Why have you told me all these things? The young man asked. Why have you given me this money? You certainly didn't owe me anything. It could easily have been somebody else who came here to see you. But that's just it. No one else came. Your desire led you to me. This is what happens in life. Hasn't it been said that once the disciple is ready, the master appears? The millionaire smiled. His somber and distant expression disappeared. He looked at the young man affectionately. The soul is eternal, and each soul travels from one life to another surrounded by companions, each helping another to fulfill his destiny. The encounters we have during our lifetime are never the result of coincidence. The millionaire approached him regally. His face almost seemed to glow with a light of its own. He lightly touched the young man on the forehead with his right index finger and said, "Discover who you really are. The truth will forever set you free." Outside, the storm subsided as quickly as it had begun, and the sun burst forth brightly again. The old man picked up the candelabra and carried it away without saying another word. The young man found himself alone, his head teeming with thoughts, holding the money the millionaire had given him. Chapter 15, in which the young man and the old man embark on different journeys. The young man was not alone for long. The butler appeared holding an envelope. He handed it to the young man and said, "My master entrusted me with the task of giving this to you. He said you should read it in the privacy of your room. You can spend another day here, then you must go. These are my master's wishes." The young man thanked him and went immediately to his room. This time, however, he took the precaution of leaving the door slightly open. The envelope was sealed with red wax in the shape of a rose. The young man sat on the edge of the bed and carefully broke open the seal. A delicate scent of roses wafted from it. He pulled out the instant millionaire's will. This extraordinary testament was handwritten in ample, majestic letters that seemed to breathe as if imbued with their own life. A beautifully handwritten letter accompanied it, written in black ink. "These are my last requests," he read. "I am leaving you all the books in my library. Some people believe that books are utterly worthless. They believe that they themselves are reinventing the world. And since they have not benefited from the knowledge found in books, they unfortunately repeat the mistakes made by their forefathers. In this way, they waste a lot of time and a lot of money. On the other hand, don't fall into the trap of trusting implicitly in what books contain, letting those who came before you do your thinking for you. Retain only that which outlasts the passage of time. Since our first encounter, I have tried to convey to you the pearls of wisdom I have been able to glean during my long life. In this document, you will find a few thoughts that represent my spiritual legacy. I would like you to do your best to communicate them to as many people as you can. Tell people about our encounter and the secrets you have learned. Before doing so, however, you must try them out. A method that has not been tested and proven is completely worthless. Within 6 years, you will be a millionaire. At that time, you will be free to undertake the steps necessary to share this legacy with people. Now I must leave you. My roses are waiting. The young man was choked with emotion and sat for a moment in silence. He wanted to thank the millionaire for having given him such precious gifts. He went quickly back to the dining room but found no one. He called out to the butler, but there was no answer. He ran out to the garden and spotted the millionaire, lying in the middle of a path at the foot of a rose bush. How eccentric, thought the young man, sleeping in the middle of a garden. But the nearer he drew, the more troubled he became. The old man's hands were folded upon his chest, and he held a single rose. His face was perfectly serene. Had he known the exact moment he was going to die? Had he chosen the moment of his departure and simply willed himself to die? It was the one secret the millionaire had taken with him. The young man sensed it was time for him, too, to leave. He reached to take the rose, but then pulled his hand away. That rose belonged to the instant millionaire. It was his final companion. He stood over the millionaire and vowed to convey his teachings as best he could, then started down the path to return home. When the millionaire's library was delivered to his apartment, it was so immense it left little room for the rest of his things. He was confronted with a dilemma: either move elsewhere or get rid of some of the books. He chose to move, and he did it with a light heart. Epilogue. Just as the millionaire had predicted, the young man made his first million before his 6-year deadline was up, and he kept his promise. He took a month off and wrote about his encounter with the instant millionaire and the life-giving philosophy he had passed on to him.
Chapter 1. The Right to be Rich. Whatever may be said in praise of poverty, the fact remains that it is not possible to live a really complete or successful life unless one is rich. No man can rise to his greatest possible height in talent or soul development unless he has plenty of knowledge. Whatever may be said in praise of the author. Chapter 1. The Right to be Rich. Whatever may be said in praise of poverty, the fact remains that it is not possible to live a really complete or successful life unless one is rich. No man can rise to his greatest possible height in talent or soul development unless he has plenty of money. For to unfold the soul and to develop talent, he must have many things to use, and he cannot have these things unless he has money to buy them with. A man develops in mind, soul, and body by making use of these things, and society is so organized that man must have money in order to become the possessor of things. Therefore, the basis of all advancement for man must be the science of getting rich. The object of all life is development, and everything that lives has an inalienable right to all the development it is capable of attaining. Man's right to life means his right to have the free and unrestricted use of all things which may be necessary to his fullest mental, spiritual, and physical unfoldment, or, in other words, his right to be rich. I shall not speak of riches in a figurative way. To be really rich does not mean to be satisfied or contented with a little. No man ought to be satisfied with little if he is capable of using and enjoying more. The purpose of nature is the advancement and unfoldment of life, and every man should have all that can contribute to the power, elegance, beauty, and richness of life. To be content with less is sinful. The man who owns all he wants for the living of all the life he is capable of living is rich, and no man who has not plenty of money can have all he wants. Life has advanced so far and become so complex that even the most ordinary man or woman requires a great amount of wealth in order to live in a manner that even approaches completeness. Every person naturally wants to become all that they are capable of becoming. This desire to realize innate possibilities is inherent in human nature. We cannot help wanting to be all that we can be. Success in life is becoming what you want to be. You can become what you want to be only by making use of things, and you can have the free use of things only as you become rich enough to buy them. To understand the science of getting rich is therefore the most essential of all knowledge. There is nothing wrong in wanting to get rich. The desire for riches is really the desire for a richer, fuller, and more abundant life, and that desire is praiseworthy. The man who does not desire to live more abundantly is abnormal, and so the man who does not desire to have money enough to buy all he wants is abnormal. There are three motives for which we live. We live for the body, we live for the mind, we live for the soul. No one of these is better or holier than the other. All are alike desirable, and no one of the three, body, mind, or soul, can live fully if either of the others is cut short of full life and expression. It is not right or noble to live only for the soul and deny mind or body, and it is wrong to live for the intellect and deny body or soul. We are all acquainted with the loathsome consequences of living for the body and denying both mind and soul, and we see that real life means the complete expression of all that man can give forth through body, mind, and soul. Whatever he can say, no man can be really happy or satisfied unless his body is living fully in every function, and unless the same is true of his mind and his soul. Wherever there is unexpressed possibility or function not performed, there is unsatisfied desire. Desire is possibility seeking expression or function seeking performance. Man cannot live fully in body without good food, comfortable clothing, and warm shelter, and without freedom from excessive toil. Rest and recreation are also necessary to his physical life. He cannot live fully in mind without books and time to study them, without opportunity for travel and observation, or without intellectual companionship. To live fully in mind, he must have intellectual recreations and must surround himself with all the objects of art and beauty he is capable of using and appreciating. To live fully in soul, man must have love, and love is denied expression by poverty. A man's highest happiness is found in the bestowal of benefits on those he loves. Love finds its most natural and spontaneous expression in giving. The man who has nothing to give cannot fill his place as a husband or father, as a citizen or as a man. It is in the use of material things that a man finds full life for his body, develops his mind, and unfolds his soul. It is therefore of supreme importance to him that he should be rich. It is perfectly right that you should desire to be rich. If you are a normal man or woman, you cannot help doing so. It is perfectly right that you should give your best attention to the science of getting rich, for it is the noblest and most necessary of all studies. If you neglect this study, you are derelict in your duty to yourself, to God, and humanity. for you can render to God and humanity no greater service than to make the most of yourself. Chapter 2. There is a science of getting rich. There is a science of getting rich, and it is an exact science, like algebra or arithmetic. There are certain laws which govern the process of acquiring riches. Once these laws are learned and obeyed by any man, he will get rich with mathematical certainty. The ownership of money and property comes as a result of doing things in a certain way. Those who do things in this certain way, whether on purpose or accidentally, get rich, while those who do not do things in this certain way, no matter how hard they work or how able they are, remain poor. It is a natural law that like causes always produce like effects, and therefore any man or woman who learns to do things in this certain way will infallibly get rich. That the above statement is true is shown by the following facts. Getting rich is not a matter of environment, for if it were, all the people in certain neighborhoods would become wealthy. The people of one city would all be rich, while those of other towns would all be poor. Or the inhabitants of one state would roll in wealth, and those of an adjoining state would be in poverty. But everywhere we see rich and poor living side by side in the same environment and often engaged in the same vocations. When two men are in the same locality and in the same business, and one gets rich while the other remains poor, it shows that getting rich is not primarily a matter of environment. Some environments may be more favorable than others, but when two men in the same business are in the same neighborhood, and one gets rich while the other fails, it indicates that getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way. And further, the ability to do things in this certain way is not due solely to the possession of talent, for many people who have great talent remain poor, while others who have very little talent get rich. Studying the people who have gotten rich, we find that they are an average lot in all respects, having no greater talents and abilities than other men. It is evident that they do not get rich because they possess talents and abilities that other men have not, but because they happen to do things in a certain way. Getting rich is not the result of saving or thrift. Many very penurious people are poor, while free spenders often get rich. Nor is getting rich due to doing things which others fail to do. For two men in the same business often do almost exactly the same things, and one gets rich while the other remains poor or becomes bankrupt. From all these things, we must come to the conclusion that getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way. If getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way, then any man or woman who can do things in that way can become rich, and the whole matter is brought within the domain of exact science. The question arises here whether this certain way may not be so difficult that only a few may follow it. This cannot be true, as we have seen, so far as natural ability is concerned. Talented people get rich, and blockheads get rich. Intellectually brilliant people get rich, and very stupid people get rich. Physically strong people get rich, and weak and sickly people get rich. Some degree of ability to think and understand is, of course, essential. But insofar natural ability is concerned, any man or woman who has sense enough to read and understand these words can certainly get rich. Also, we have seen that it is not a matter of environment. Location counts for something. One would not go to the heart of the Sahara and expect to do successful business. Getting rich involves the necessity of dealing with men and of being where there are people to deal with. And if these people are inclined to deal in the way that you want to deal, so much the better. But that is about as far as environment goes. If anybody else in your town can get rich, so can you. And if anybody else in your state can get rich, so can you. Again, it is not a matter of choosing some particular business or profession. People get rich in every business and in every profession, while their next-door neighbors in the same vocation remain in poverty. It is true that you will do best in a business which you like and which is congenial to you. And if you have certain talents which are well developed, you will do best in a business which calls for the exercise of those talents. Also, you will do best in a business which is suited to your locality. An ice cream parlor would do better in a warm climate than in Greenland, and a salmon fishery will succeed better in the Northwest than in Florida, where there are no salmon. But aside from these general limitations, getting rich is not dependent upon your engaging in some particular business, but upon your learning to do things in a certain way. If you are now in business and anybody else in your locality is getting rich in the same business, while you are not getting rich, it is because you are not doing things in the same way that the other person is doing them. No one is prevented from getting rich by lack of capital. True, as you get capital, the increase becomes more easy and rapid, but one who has capital is already rich and does not need to consider how to become so. No matter how poor you may be, if you begin to do things in a certain way, you will begin to get rich, and you will begin to have capital. The getting of capital is a part of the process of getting rich, and it is a part of the result which invariably follows the doing of things in a certain way. You may be the poorest man on the continent and be deeply in debt. You may have neither friends, influence, nor resources, but if you begin to do things in this way, you must infallibly begin to get rich, for the like causes must produce like effects. If you have no capital, you can get capital. If you're in the wrong business, you can get into the right business. If you're in the wrong location, you can go to the right location. And you can do so by beginning in your present business and in your present location to do things in the certain way which causes success. Chapter 3. Is opportunity monopolized? No man is kept poor because opportunity has been taken away from him, because other people have monopolized the wealth and have put a fence around it. You may be shut off from engaging in business in certain lines, but there are other channels open to you. Probably it would be hard for you to get control of any of the great railroad systems. That field is pretty well monopolized, but the electric railway business is still in its infancy and offers plenty of scope for enterprise. And it will be but a very few years until traffic and transportation through the air will become a great industry, and in all its branches will give employment to hundreds of thousands and perhaps to millions of people. Why not turn your attention to the development of aerial transportation instead of competing with J.J. Hill and others for a chance in the steam railway world? It is quite true that if you are a working man in the employ of the Steel Trust, you have very little chance of becoming the owner of the plant in which you work. But it is also true that if you will commence to act in a certain way, you can soon leave the employ of the Steel Trust. You can buy a farm from 10 to 40 acres and engage in business as a producer of foodstuffs. There is great opportunity at this time for men who will live upon small tracts of land and cultivate the same intensively. Such men will certainly get rich. You may say that it is impossible for you to get the land, but I'm going to prove to you that it is not impossible, and that you can certainly get a farm if you will go to work in a certain way. At different periods, the tide of opportunity sets in different directions, according to the needs of the whole, and the particular stage of social evolution which has been reached. At present, in America, it is setting towards agricultural and the allied industries and professions. Today, opportunity is open before the factory worker in his line. It is open before the businessman who supplies the farmer more than before the one who supplies the factory worker, and before the professional man who waits upon the farmer more than before the one who serves the working class. There is an abundance of opportunity for the man who will go with the tide instead of trying to swim against it. So the factory workers, either as individuals or as a class, are not deprived of opportunity. The workers are not being kept down by their masters. They are not being ground by the trusts and combinations of capital. As a class, they are where they are because they do not do things in a certain way. If the workers of America chose to do so, they could follow the example of their brothers in Belgium and other countries and establish great department stores and cooperative industries. They could elect men of their own class to office and pass laws favoring the development of such cooperative industries. And in a few years, they could take peaceable possession of the industrial field. The working class may become the master class whenever they will begin to do things in a certain way. The law of wealth is the same for them as it is for all others. This they must learn, and they will remain where they are as long as they continue to do as they do. The individual worker, however, is not held down by the ignorance or the mental slothfulness of his class. He can follow the tide of opportunity to riches, and this book will tell him how. No one is kept in poverty by a shortness in the supply of riches. There is more than enough for all. A palace as large as the Capitol in Washington might be built for every family on earth from the building material in the United States alone. And under intensive cultivation, this country would produce wool, cotton, linen, and silk enough to clothe each person in the world finer than Solomon was arrayed in all his glory, together with food enough to feed them all luxuriously. The visible supply is practically inexhaustible, and the invisible supply really is inexhaustible. Everything you see on earth is made from one original substance, out of which all things proceed. New forms are constantly being made, and older ones are dissolving, but all are shapes assumed by one thing. There is no limit to the supply of formless stuff or original substance. The universe is made out of it, but it was not all used in making the universe. The spaces in, through, and between the forms of the visible universe are permeated and filled with the original substance, with the formless stuff, with the raw material of all things. 10,000 times as much has been made, might still be made, and even then we should not have exhausted the supply of universal raw material. No man, therefore, is poor because nature is poor, or because there is not enough to go around. Nature is an inexhaustible storehouse of riches. The supply will never run short. Original substance is alive with creative energy and is constantly producing more forms. When the supply of building material is exhausted, more will be produced. When the soil is exhausted so that foodstuffs and materials for clothing will no longer grow upon it, it will be renewed or more soil will be made. When all the gold and silver has been dug from the earth, if man is still in such a stage of social development that he needs gold and silver, more will be produced from the formless. The formless stuff responds to the needs of man. It will not let him be without any good thing. This is true of man collectively. The race as a whole is always abundantly rich, and if individuals are poor, it is because they do not follow the certain way of doing things which makes the individual man rich. The formless stuff is intelligent. It is stuff which thinks. It is alive and is always impelled towards more life. It is the natural and inherent impulse of life to seek to live more. It is the nature of intelligence to enlarge itself, and of consciousness to seek to extend its boundaries and find fuller expression. The universe of forms has been made by formless living substance, throwing itself into form in order to express itself more fully. The universe is a great living presence, always moving inherently towards more life and fuller functioning. Nature is formed for the advancement of life. Its impelling motive is the increase of life. For this cause, everything which can possibly minister to life is bountifully provided. There can be no lack unless God is to contradict himself and nullify his own works. You are not kept poor by lack in the supply of riches. It is a fact which I shall demonstrate a little further on, that even the resources of the formless supply are at the command of the man or woman who will act and think in a certain way. Chapter 4. The first principle in the science of getting rich. Thought is the only power which can produce tangible riches from the formless substance. The stuff from which all things are made is a substance which thinks, and a thought of form in this substance produces the form. Original substance moves according to its thoughts. Every form and process you see in nature is the visible expression of a thought in original substance. As the formless stuff thinks of a form, it takes that form. As it thinks of a motion, it makes that motion. That is the way all things were created. We live in a thought world, which is part of a thought universe. The thought of a moving universe extended through formless substance, and the thinking stuff moving according to that thought, took the form of systems of planets and maintains that form. Thinking substance takes the form of its thought and moves according to that thought. Holding the idea of a circling system of suns and worlds, it takes the form of these bodies and moves them as it thinks. Thinking the form of a slow-growing oak tree, it moves accordingly and produces the tree, though centuries may be required to do the work. In creating, the formless seems to move according to the lines of motion it has established. The thought of an oak tree does not cause the instant formation of a full-grown tree, but it does start in motion the forces which will produce the tree along established lines of growth. Every thought of form held in thinking substance causes the creation of the form, but always, or at least generally, along lines of growth and action already established. The thought of a house of a certain construction, if it were impressed upon formless substance, might not cause the instant formation of the house, but it would cause the turning of creative energies already working in trade and commerce into such channels as to result in the speedy building of the house. And if there were no existing channels through which the creative energy could work, then the house would be formed directly from primal substance, without waiting for the slow processes of the organic and inorganic world. No thought of form can be impressed upon original substance without causing the creation of the form. Man is a thinking center and can originate thought. All the forms that man fashions with his hands must first exist in his thought. He cannot shape a thing until he has thought that thing. And so far, man has confined his efforts wholly to the work of his hands. He has applied manual labor to the world of forms, seeking to change or modify those already existing. He has never thought of trying to cause the creation of new forms by impressing his thoughts upon formless substance. When man has a thought form, he takes material from the forms of nature and makes an image of the form which is in his mind. He has so far made little or no effort to cooperate with formless intelligence, to work with the Father. He has not dreamed that he can do what he seeth the Father doing. Man reshapes and modifies existing forms by manual labor. He has given no attention to the question whether he may not produce things from formless substance by communicating his thoughts to it. We propose to prove that he may do so, to prove that any man or woman may do so, and to show how. As our first step, we must lay down the three fundamental propositions. First, we assert that there is one original formless stuff or substance from which all things are made. All the seemingly many elements are but different presentations of one element. All the many forms found in organic and inorganic nature are but different shapes made from the same stuff. And this stuff is thinking stuff. A thought held in it produces the form of the thought. Thought, in thinking substance, produces shapes. Man is a thinking center capable of original thought. If a man can communicate his thought to original thinking substance, he can cause the creation or formation of the thing he thinks about. To summarize this, there is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. It may be asked if I can prove these statements, and without going into details, I answer that I can do so, both by logic and experience. Reasoning back from the phenomena of form and thought, I come to one original thinking substance, and reasoning forward from that thinking substance, I come to man's power to cause the formation of the thing he thinks about. And by experiment, I find the reasoning true, and this is my strongest proof. If one man who reads this book gets rich by doing what it tells him to do, that is evidence in support of my claim. But if every man who does what it tells him to do gets rich, that is proof positive until someone goes through the process and fails. The theory is true until the process fails, and this process will not fail. For every man who does exactly what this book tells him to do will get rich. I have said that men get rich by doing things in a certain way. And in order to do so, men must become able to think in a certain way. A man's way of doing things is the direct result of the way he thinks about things. To do things in a way that you want to do them, you will have to acquire the ability to think the way you want to think. This is the first step towards getting rich. To think what you want to think is to think truth, regardless of appearances. Every man has the natural and inherent power to think what he wants to think, but it requires far more effort to do so than it does to think the thoughts which are suggested by appearances. To think according to appearance is easy. To think truth, regardless of appearances, is laborious and requires the expenditure of more power than any other work man is called upon to perform. There is no labor from which most people shrink as they do from that of sustained and consecutive thought. It is the hardest work in the world. This is especially true when truth is contrary to appearances. Every appearance in the visible world tends to produce a corresponding form in the mind which observes it. And this can only be prevented by holding the thought of the truth. To look upon the appearance of disease will produce the form of disease in your own mind and ultimately in your body, unless you hold the thought of the truth, which is that there is no disease. It is only an appearance, and the reality is health. To look upon the appearances of poverty will produce corresponding forms in your own mind, unless you hold to the truth that there is no poverty, there is only abundance. To think health when surrounded by the appearance of disease, or to think riches when in the midst of appearances of poverty, requires power. But he who acquires this power becomes a mastermind. He can conquer fate. He can have what he wants. This power can only be acquired by getting hold of the basic fact which is behind all appearances. And that fact is that there is one thinking substance, from which and by which all things are made. Then we must grasp the truth that every thought held in this substance becomes a form, and that man can so impress his thoughts upon it as to cause them to take form and become visible things. When we realize this, we lose all doubt and fear, for we know that we can create what we want to create, and we can get what we want to have, and can become what we want to be. As a first step towards getting rich, you must believe the three fundamental statements given previously in this chapter, and in order to emphasize them, I repeat them here. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. You must lay aside all other concepts of the universe than this monistic one, and you must dwell upon this until it is fixed in your mind and has become your habitual thought. Read these creed statements over and over again. Fix every word upon your memory and meditate upon them until you firmly believe what they say. If a doubt comes to you, cast it aside as a sin. Do not listen to arguments against this idea. Do not go to churches or lectures where a contrary concept of things is taught or preached. Do not read magazines or books which teach a different idea. If you get mixed up in your faith, all your efforts will be in vain. Do not ask why these things are true, nor speculate as to how they can be true. Simply take them on trust. The science of getting rich begins with the absolute acceptance of this faith. Chapter 5, Increasing Life. You must get rid of the last vestige of the old idea that there is a deity whose will it is that you should be poor, or whose purposes may be served by keeping you in poverty. The intelligent substance which is all, and in all, which lives in all and lives in you, is a consciously living substance. Being a consciously living substance, it must have the nature and inherent desire of every living intelligence for increase of life. Every living thing must continually seek for the enlargement of its life, because life, in the mere act of living, must increase itself. A seed, dropped into the ground, springs into activity, and in the act of living produces 100 more seeds. Life, by living, multiplies itself. It is forever becoming more. It must do so if it continues to be at all. Intelligence is under the same necessity for continuous increase. Every thought we think makes it necessary for us to think another thought. Consciousness is continually expanding. Every fact we learn leads us to the learning of another fact. Knowledge is continually increasing. Every talent we cultivate brings to the mind the desire to cultivate another talent. We are subject to the urge of life, seeking expression, which ever drives us on to know more, to do more, and to be more. In order to know more, do more, and be more, we must have more. We must have things to use, for we learn and do and become only by using things. We must get rich so that we can live more. The desire for riches is simply the capacity for larger life seeking fulfillment. Every desire is the effort of an unexpressed possibility to come into action. It is power seeking to manifest which causes desire. That which makes you want more money is the same as that which makes the plant grow. It is life, seeking fuller expression. The one living substance must be subject to this inherent law of all life. It is permeated with the desire to live more. That is why it is under the necessity of creating things. The one substance desires to live more in you. Hence, it wants you to have all the things you can use. It is the desire of God that you should get rich. He wants you to get rich because he can express himself better through you if you have plenty of things to use in giving him expression. He can live more in you if you have unlimited command of the means of life. The universe desires you to have everything you want to have. Nature is friendly to your plans. Everything is naturally for you. Make up your mind that this is true. It is essential, however, that your purpose should harmonize with the purpose that is in all. You must want real life, not mere pleasure of sensual gratification. Life is the performance of function, and the individual really lives only when he performs every function, physical, mental, and spiritual, of which he is capable, without excess in any. You do not want to get rich in order to live swinishly. For the gratification of animal desires, that is not life. But the performance of every physical function is a part of life, and no one lives completely who denies the impulses of the body a normal and healthful expression. You do not want to get rich solely to enjoy mental pleasures, to get knowledge, to gratify ambition, to outshine others, to be famous. All these are a legitimate part of life, but the man who lives for the pleasures of the intellect alone will only have a partial life, and he will never be satisfied with his lot. You do not want to get rich solely for the good of others, to lose yourself for the salvation of mankind, to experience the joys of philanthropy and sacrifice. The joys of the soul are only a part of life, and they are no better or nobler than any other part. You want to get rich in order that you may eat, drink, and be merry when it is time to do these things, in order that you may surround yourself with beautiful things, see distant lands, feed your mind, and develop your intellect, in order that you may love men and do kind things, and be able to play a good part in helping the world to find truth. But remember that extreme altruism is no better and no nobler than extreme selfishness. Both are mistakes. Get rid of the idea that God wants you to sacrifice yourself for others and that you can secure his favor by doing so. God requires nothing of the kind. What he wants is that you should make the most of yourself, for yourself and for others, and you can help others more by making the most of yourself than in any other way. You can make the most of yourself only by getting rich, so it is right and praiseworthy that you should give your first and best thought to the work of acquiring wealth. Remember, however, that the desire of substance is for all, and its movements must be for more life to all. It cannot be made to work for less life to any, because it is equally in all, seeking riches and life. Intelligent substance will make things for you, but it will not take things away from someone else and give them to you. You must get rid of the thought of competition. You are to create, not to compete for what is already created. You do not have to take anything away from anyone. You do not have to drive sharp bargains. You do not have to cheat or to take advantage. You do not need to let any man work for you for less than he earns. You do not have to covet the property of others or to look at it with wishful eyes. No man has anything of which you cannot have the like, and that without taking what he has away from him. You are to become a creator, not a competitor. You are going to get what you want, but in such a way that when you get it, every other man will have more than he has now. I am aware that there are men who get a vast amount of money by proceeding in direct opposition to the statements in the paragraph above, and may add a word of explanation here. Men of the plutocratic type who become very rich do so sometimes purely by their extraordinary ability on the plane of competition, and sometimes they unconsciously relate themselves to substance and its great purposes and movements for the general racial upbuilding through industrial evolution. Rockefeller, Carnegie, Morgan, et al. Have been the unconscious agents of the supreme in the necessary work of systematizing and organizing productive industry. And in the end, their work will contribute immensely towards increased life for all. Their day is nearly over. They have organized production and will soon be succeeded by the agents of the multitude, who will organize the machinery of distribution. The multimillionaires are like the monster reptiles of the prehistoric eras. They play a necessary part in the evolutionary process, but the same power which produced them will dispose of them. And it is well to bear in mind that they have never been really rich. A record of the private lives of most of this class will show that they have really been the most abject and wretched of the poor. Riches secured on the competitive plane are never satisfactory and permanent. They are yours today and another's tomorrow. Remember, if you are to become rich in a scientific and certain way, you must rise entirely out of the competitive thought. You must never think for a moment that the supply is limited. Just as soon as you begin to think that all the money is being cornered and controlled by bankers and others, and that you must exert yourself to get laws passed to stop this process, and so on, in that moment you drop into the competitive mind, and your power to cause creation is gone for the time being. And what is worse, you will probably arrest the creative movements you have already instituted. Know that there are countless millions of dollars worth of gold in the mountains of the earth, not yet brought to light, and know that if there were not, more would be created from thinking substance to supply your needs. Know that the money you need will come, even if it is necessary for 1,000 men to be led to the discovery of new gold mines tomorrow. Never look at the visible supply. Look always at the limitless riches in formless substance and know that they are coming to you as fast as you can receive and use them. Nobody, by cornering the visible supply, can prevent you from getting what is yours. So never allow yourself to think for an instant that all the best building spots will be taken before you get ready to build your house, unless you hurry. Never worry about the trusts and combines, and get anxious for fear that they will soon come to own the whole earth. Never get afraid that you will lose what you want because some other person beat you to it. That cannot possibly happen. You are not seeking anything that is possessed by anybody else. You are causing what you want to be created from formless substance, and the supply is without limits. Stick to the formulated statement. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. Chapter 6. How Riches Come to You. When I say that you do not have to drive sharp bargains, I do not mean that you do not have to drive any bargains at all, or that you are above the necessity for having any dealings with your fellow men. I mean that you will not need to deal with them unfairly. You do not have to get something for nothing, but can give to every man more than you take from him. You cannot give every man more in cash market value than you take from him, but you can give him more in use value than the cash value of the thing you take from him. The paper, ink, and other material in this book may not be worth the money you pay for it, but if the ideas suggested by it bring you thousands of dollars, you have not been wronged by those who sold it to you. They have given you a great use value for a small cash value. Let us suppose that I own a picture by one of the great artists, which in any civilized community is worth thousands of dollars. I take it to Baffin Ray, and by salesmanship induce an Eskimo to give a bundle of furs worth $500 for it. I have really wronged him, for he has no use for the picture. It has no value to him. It will not add to his life. But suppose I give him a gun worth $50 for his furs. Then he has made a good bargain. He has use for the gun. It will get him many more furs and much food. It will add to his life in every way. It will make him rich. When you rise from the competitive to the creative plane, you can scan your business transactions very strictly. And if you are selling any man anything which does not add more to his life than the thing he gives you in exchange, you can afford to stop it. You do not have to beat anybody in business. And if you are in a business which does beat people, get out of it at once. Give every man more in use value than you take from him in cash value. Then you are adding to the life of the world by every business transaction. If you have people working for you, you must take from them more in cash value than you pay them in wages. But you can so organize your business that it will be filled with the principle of advancement, and so that each employee who wishes to do so may advance a little every day. You can make your business do for your employees what this book is doing for you. You can so conduct your business that it will be a sort of ladder by which every employee who will take the trouble may climb to riches himself, and, given the opportunity, if he will not do so, it is not your fault. And finally, because you are to cause the creation of your riches from formless substance which permeates all your environment, it does not follow that they are to take shape from the atmosphere and come into being before your eyes. If you want a sewing machine, for instance, I do not mean to tell you that you are to impress the thought of a sewing machine on thinking substance until the machine is formed without hands in the room where you sit or elsewhere. But if you want a sewing machine, hold the mental image of it with the most positive certainty that it is being made or is on its way to you. After once forming the thought, have the most absolute and unquestioning faith that the sewing machine is coming. Never think of it or speak of it in any other way than as being sure to arrive. Claim it as already yours. It will be brought to you by the power of the supreme intelligence, acting upon the minds of men. If you live in Maine, it may be that a man will be brought from Texas or Japan to engage in some transaction which will result in your getting what you want. If so, the whole matter will be as much to that man's advantage as it is to yours. Do not forget for a moment that the thinking substance is through all, in all, communicating with all, and can influence all. The desire of thinking substance for a fuller life and better living has caused the creation of all the sewing machines already made, and it can cause the creation of millions more, and will, whenever men set it in motion by desire and faith, and by acting in a certain way. You can certainly have a sewing machine in your house, and it is just as certain that you can have any other thing or things which you want, and which you will use for the advancement of your own life and the lives of others. You need not hesitate about asking largely. It is your Father's pleasure to give you the kingdom, said Jesus. Original substance wants to live all that is possible in you, and wants you to have all that you can or will use for the living of the most abundant life. If you fix upon your consciousness the fact that the desire you feel for the possession of riches is one with a desire of omnipotence for more complete expression, your faith becomes invincible. Once I saw a little boy sitting at a piano and vainly tried to bring harmony out of the keys, and I saw that he was grieved and provoked by his inability to play real music. I asked him the cause of his vexation, and he answered, "I can feel the music in me, but I can't make my hands go right." The music in him was the urge of original substance, containing all the possibilities of all life. All that there is of music was seeking expression through the child. God, the one substance, is trying to live and do and enjoy things through humanity. He is saying, I want hands to build wonderful structures, to play divine harmonies, to paint glorious pictures. I want feet to run my errands, eyes to see my beauties, tongues to tell mighty truths and to sing marvelous songs, and so on. All that there is of possibility is seeking expression through men. God wants those who can play music to have pianos and every other instrument, and to have the means to cultivate their talents to the fullest extent. He wants those who can appreciate beauty to be able to surround themselves with beautiful things. He wants those who can discern truth to have every opportunity to travel and observe. He wants those who can appreciate dress to be beautifully clothed, and those who can appreciate good food to be luxuriously fed. He wants all these things because it is himself that enjoys and appreciates them. It is God who wants to play and sing and enjoy beauty and proclaim truth and wear fine clothes and eat good food. It is God that worketh in you to will and to do, said Paul. The desire you feel for riches is the infinite, seeking to express himself in you as he sought to find expression in the little boy at the piano. So you need not hesitate to ask largely. Your part is to focalize and express the desire to God. This is a difficult point with most people. They retain some of the old idea that poverty and self-sacrifice are pleasing to God. They look upon poverty as a part of the plan, a necessity of nature. They have the idea that God has finished his work and made all that he can make, and that the majority of men must stay poor because there is not enough to go around. They hold to so much of this erroneous thought that they feel ashamed to ask for wealth. They try not to want more than a very modest competence, just enough to make them fairly comfortable. I recall now the case of one student who was told that he must get in mind a clear picture of the things he desired, so that the creative thought of them might be impressed upon formless substance. He was a very poor man, living in a rented house, and having only what he earned from day to day, and he could not grasp the fact that all wealth was his. So, after thinking the matter over, he decided that he might reasonably ask for a new rug for the floor of his best room, and an anthracite coal stove to heat the house during the cold weather. Following the instructions given in this book, he obtained these things in a few months, and then it dawned upon him that he had not asked enough. He went through the house in which he lived and planned all the improvements he would like to make in it. He mentally added a bay window here and a room there until it was complete in his mind as an ideal home, and then he planned its furnishings. Holding the whole picture in his mind, he began living in the certain way and moving towards what he wanted. And he now owns the house and is rebuilding it after the form of his mental image. And now, with still larger faith, he is going to get greater things. It has been unto him according to his faith, and it is so with you and with all of us. Chapter 7, Gratitude. The illustrations given in the last chapter will have conveyed the fact that the first step towards getting rich is to convey the idea of your wants to the formless substance. This is true, and you will see that in order to do so, it becomes necessary to relate yourself to the formless intelligence in a harmonious way. To secure this harmonious relation is a matter of such primary and vital importance that I shall give some space to its discussion here and give you instructions which, if you will follow them, will be certain to bring you into perfect unity of mind with God. The whole process of mental adjustment and atonement can be summed up in one word: gratitude. First, you believe that there is one intelligent substance from which all things proceed. Second, you believe that this substance gives you everything you desire. And third, you relate yourself to it by a feeling of deep and profound gratitude. Many people who order their lives rightly in all other ways are kept in poverty by their lack of gratitude. Having received one gift from God, they cut the wires which connect them with Him by failing to make acknowledgement. It is easy to understand that the nearer we live to the source of wealth, the more wealth we shall receive. And it is easy also to understand that the soul that is always grateful lives in closer touch with God than the one which never looks to Him in thankful acknowledgement. The more gratefully we fix our minds on the Supreme when good things come to us, the more good things we will receive, and the more rapidly they will come. And the reason simply is that the mental attitude of gratitude draws the mind into closer touch with the source from which the blessings come. If it is a new thought to you that gratitude brings your whole mind into closer harmony with the creative energies of the universe, consider it well, and you will see that it is true. The good things you already have come to you along the line of obedience to certain laws. Gratitude will lead your mind out along the ways by which things come, and it will keep you in close harmony with creative thought and prevent you from falling into competitive thought. Gratitude alone can keep you looking toward the all and prevent you from falling into the error of thinking of the supply as limited, and to do that would be fatal to your hopes. There is a law of gratitude, and it is absolutely necessary that you should observe the law if you are to get the results you seek. The law of gratitude is the natural principle that action and reaction are always equal and in opposite directions. The grateful outreaching of your mind in thankful praise to the Supreme is a liberation or expenditure of force. It cannot fail to reach that to which it is addressed, and the reaction is an instantaneous movement towards you. Draw nigh unto God, and He will draw nigh unto you. That is a statement of psychological truth. And if your gratitude is strong and constant, the reaction in formless substance will be strong and continuous. The movement of the things you want will always be towards you. Notice the grateful attitude that Jesus took. How He always seemed to be saying, I thank Thee, Father, that Thou hearest me. You cannot exercise much power without gratitude, for it is gratitude that keeps you connected with power. But the value of gratitude does not consist solely in getting you more blessings in the future. Without gratitude, you cannot long keep from dissatisfied thought regarding things as they are. The moment you permit your mind to dwell with dissatisfaction upon things as they are, you begin to lose ground. You fix attention upon the common, the ordinary, the poor, and the squalid and mean, and your mind takes the form of these things. Then you will transmit these forms or mental images to the formless, and the common, the poor, the squalid, and mean will come to you. To permit your mind to dwell upon the inferior is to become inferior and to surround yourself with inferior things. On the other hand, to fix your attention on the best is to surround yourself with the best and to become the best. The creative power within us makes us into the image of that to which we give our attention. We are thinking substance, and thinking substance always takes the form of that which it thinks about. The grateful mind is constantly fixed upon the best. Therefore, it tends to become the best. It takes the form or character of the best and will receive the best. Also, faith is born of gratitude. The grateful mind continually expects good things, and expectation becomes faith. The reaction of gratitude upon one's own mind produces faith, and every outgoing wave of grateful thanksgiving increases faith. He who has no feeling of gratitude cannot long retain a living faith. And without a living faith, you cannot get rich by the creative method, as we shall see in the following chapters. It is necessary, then, to cultivate the habit of being grateful for every good thing that comes to you and to give thanks continuously. And because all things have contributed to your advancement, you should include all things in your gratitude. Do not waste time thinking or talking about the shortcomings or wrong actions of plutocrats or trust magnates. Their organization of the world has made your opportunity. All you get really comes to you because of them. Do not rage against corrupt politicians. If it were not for politicians, we should fall into anarchy, and your opportunity would be greatly lessened. God has worked a long time and very patiently to bring us up to where we are in industry and government, and he is going right on with his work. There is not the least doubt that he will do away with plutocrats, trust magnates, captains of industry, and politicians as soon as they can be spared. But in the meantime, behold, they are all very good. Remember that they are all helping to arrange the lines of transmission along which your riches will come to you, and be grateful to them all. This will bring you into harmonious relations with the good in everything, and the good in everything will move toward you. The Science of Getting Rich, Part 2. Chapter 8, Thinking in the Certain Way. You must form a clear and definite mental picture of what you want. You cannot transmit an idea unless you have it yourself. You must have it before you can give it, and many people fail to impress thinking substance because they have themselves only a vague and misty concept of the things they want to do, to have, or to become. It is not enough that you should have a general desire for wealth to do good with. Everybody has that desire. It is not enough that you should have a wish to travel, see things, live more, etc. Everybody has those desires also. If you were going to send a wireless message to a friend, you would not send the letters of the alphabet in their order and let him construct the message for himself, nor would you take words at random from the dictionary. You would send a coherent sentence, one which meant something. When you try to impress your wants upon substance, remember that it must be done by a coherent statement. You must know what you want and be definite. You can never get rich or start the creative power into action by sending out unformed longings and vague desires. Go over your desires just as the man I have described went over his house. See just what you want and get a clear mental picture of it as you wish it to look when you get it. That clear mental picture you must have continually in mind, as the sailor has in mind the port towards which he is sailing the ship. You must keep your face towards it all the time. You must no more lose sight of it than the steersman loses sight of the compass. It is not necessary to take exercises in concentration, nor to set apart special times for prayer and affirmation, nor to go into the silence, nor to do occult stunts of any kind. There things are well enough, but all you need is to know what you want and to want it badly enough so that it will stay in your thoughts. Spend as much of your leisure time as you can in contemplating your picture, but no one needs to take exercises to concentrate his mind on a thing which he really wants. It is the things you do not really care about which require effort to fix your attention upon them. And unless you really want to get rich, so that the desire is strong enough to hold your thoughts directly to the purpose, as the magnetic pole holds the needle of the compass, it will hardly be worthwhile for you to try to carry out the instructions given in this book. The methods herein set forth are for people whose desire for riches is strong enough to overcome mental laziness and the love of ease and make them work. The more clear and definite you make your pictures then, and the more you dwell upon it, bringing out all of its delightful details, the stronger your desire will be. And the stronger your desire, the easier it will be to hold your mind fixed upon the picture of what you want. Something more is necessary, however, than merely to see the picture clearly. If that is all you do, you are only a dreamer and will have little or no power for accomplishment. Behind your clear vision must be the purpose to realize it, to bring it out in tangible expression. And behind this purpose must be an invincible and unwavering faith that the thing is already yours, that it is at hand, and you have only to take possession of it. Live in the new house mentally until it takes form around you physically. In the mental realm, enter at once into full enjoyment of the things you want. Whatsoever things ye ask for when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them, said Jesus. See the things you want as if they were actually around you all the time. See yourself as owning and using them. Make use of them in imagination, just as you will use them when they are your tangible possessions. Dwell upon your mental picture until it is clear and distinct, and then take the mental attitude of ownership towards everything in that picture. Take possession of it in mind, in the full faith that it is actually yours. Hold to this mental ownership. Do not waver for an instant in the faith that it is real. And remember what was said in the preceding chapter about gratitude. Be as thankful for it all the time as you expect to be when it has taken form. The man who can sincerely thank God for the things which as yet he owns only in imagination has real faith. He will get rich. He will cause the creation of whatsoever he wants. You do not need to pray repeatedly for things you want. It is not necessary to tell God about it every day. Use not vain repetitions as the heathens do, said Jesus to his pupils. For your Father knoweth that ye have need of these things before ye ask him. Your part is to intelligently formulate your desires for the things which make for a larger life, and to get these desires arranged into a coherent whole, and then to impress this whole desire upon the formless substance, which has the power and the will to bring you what you want. You do not make this impression by repeating strings of words. You make it by holding the vision with unshakable purpose to attain it, and with steadfast faith that you do attain it. The answer to your prayer is not according to your faith while you are talking, but according to your faith while you are working. You cannot impress the mind of God by having a special Sabbath day set apart to tell him what you want, and then forgetting him during the rest of the week. You cannot impress him by having special hours to go into your closet and pray, if you then dismiss the matter from your mind until the hour of prayer comes again. Oral prayer is well enough and has its effect, especially upon yourself, in clarifying your vision and strengthening your faith. But it is not your oral petitions which get you what you want. In order to get rich, you do not need a sweet hour of prayer. You need to pray without ceasing. And by prayer, I mean holding steadily to your vision, with the purpose to cause its creation into solid form, and the faith that you are doing so. Believe that ye receive them. The whole matter turns on receiving, once you have clearly formed your vision. When you have formed it, it is well to make an oral statement, addressing the Supreme in reverent prayer. And from that moment you must, in mind, receive what you ask for. Live in the new house, wear the fine clothes, ride in the automobile, go on the journey, and confidently plan for greater journeys. Think and speak of all things you have asked for in terms of actual present ownership. Imagine an environment and a financial condition exactly as you want them, and live all the time in that imaginary environment and financial condition. Mind, however, that you do not do this as a mere dreamer and castle builder. Hold to the faith that the imaginary is being realized, and to the purpose to realize it. Remember that it is faith and purpose in the use of imagination which makes the difference between the scientist and the dreamer. And having learned this fact, it is here that you must learn the proper use of the will. Chapter 9, How to Use the Will. To set about getting rich in a scientific way, you do not try to apply your willpower to anything outside of yourself. You have no right to do so anyway. It is wrong to apply your will to other men and women in order to get them to do what you wish done. It is as flagrantly wrong to coerce people by mental power as it is to coerce them by physical power. If compelling people by physical force to do things for you reduces them to slavery, compelling them by mental means accomplishes exactly the same thing. The only difference is in methods. If taking things from people by physical force is robbery, then taking things by mental force is robbery also. There is no difference in principle. You have no right to use your willpower upon another person, even for his own good, for you do not know what is for his good. The science of getting rich does not require you to apply power or force to any other person in any way whatsoever. There is not the slightest necessity for doing so. Indeed, any attempt to use your will upon others will only tend to defeat your purpose. You do not need to apply your will to things in order to compel them to come to you. That would simply be trying to coerce God and would be foolish and useless, as well as irreverent. You do not have to compel God to give you good things, any more than you have to use your willpower to make the sun rise. You do not have to use your willpower to conquer an unfriendly deity, or to make stubborn and rebellious forces do your bidding. Substance is friendly to you, and is more anxious to give you what you want than you are to get it. To get rich, you need only to use your willpower upon yourself. When you know what to think and do, then you must use your will to compel yourself to think and do the right things. That is the legitimate use of the will in getting what you want, to use it in holding yourself to the right course. Use your will to keep yourself thinking and acting in the certain way. Do not try to project your will or thoughts or your mind out into space to act on things or people. Keep your mind at home. It can accomplish more there than elsewhere. Use your mind to form a mental image of what you want and to hold that vision with faith and purpose, and use your will to keep your mind working in the right way. The more steady and continuous your faith and purpose, the more rapidly you will get rich, because you will make only positive impressions upon substance, and you will not neutralize or offset them by negative impressions. The picture of your desires, held with faith and purpose, is taken up by the formless and permeates it to great distances throughout the universe, for all I know. As this impression spreads, all things are set moving towards its realizations. Every living thing, every inanimate thing, and the things yet uncreated are stirred towards bringing into being that which you want. All forces begin to be exerted in that direction. All things begin to move towards you. The minds of people everywhere are influenced towards doing the things necessary to the fulfilling of your desires, and they work for you unconsciously. But you can check all this by starting a negative impression in the formless substance. Doubt or unbelief is as certain to start a movement away from you as faith and purpose are to start one toward you. It is by not understanding this that most people who try to make use of mental science in getting rich make their failure. Every hour and moment you spend in giving heeds to doubts and fears. Every hour you spend in worry, every hour in which your soul is possessed by unbelief, sets a current away from you in the whole domain of intelligent substance. All the promises are unto them that believe, and unto them only. Notice how insistent Jesus was upon this point of belief, and now you know the reason why. Since belief is all important, it behooves you to guard your thoughts, and as your beliefs will be shaped to a very great extent by the things you observe and think about, it is important that you should command your attention. And here the will comes into use, for it is by your will that you determine upon what things your attention shall be fixed. If you want to become rich, you must not make a study of poverty. Things are not brought into being by thinking about their opposites. Health is never to be attained by studying disease and thinking about disease. Righteousness is not to be promoted by studying sin and thinking about sin. And no one ever got rich by studying poverty and thinking about poverty. Medicine as a science of disease has increased disease. Religion as a science of sin has promoted sin. And economics as a study of poverty will fill the world with wretchedness and want. Do not talk about poverty. Do not investigate it or concern yourself with it. Never mind what its causes are. You have nothing to do with them. What concerns you is the cure. Do not spend your time in charitable work or charity movements. All charity only tends to perpetuate the wretchedness it aims to eradicate. I do not say that you should be hard-hearted or unkind and refuse to hear the cry of need, but you must not try to eradicate poverty in any of the conventional ways. Put poverty behind you and put all that pertains to it behind you and make good. Get rich. That is the best way you can help the poor. And you cannot hold the mental image which is to make you rich if you fill your mind with pictures of poverty. Do not read books or papers which give circumstantial accounts of the wretchedness of the tenement dwellers, of the horrors of child labor, and so on. Do not read anything which fills your mind with gloomy images of want and suffering. You cannot help the poor in the least by knowing about these things, and the widespread knowledge of them does not tend at all to do away with poverty. What tends to do away with poverty is not getting the pictures of poverty into your mind, but getting pictures of wealth into the minds of the poor. You are not deserting the poor in their misery when you refuse to allow your mind to be filled with pictures of that misery. Poverty can be done away with, not by increasing the number of well-to-do people who think about poverty, but by increasing the number of poor people who purpose with faith to get rich. The poor do not need charity, they need inspiration. Charity only sends them a loaf of bread to keep them alive in their wretchedness, or give them an entertainment to make them forget for an hour or two. But inspiration will cause them to rise out of their misery. If you want to help the poor, demonstrate to them that they can become rich. Prove it by getting rich yourself. The only way in which poverty will ever be banished from this world is by getting a large and constantly increasing number of people to practice the teachings of this book. People must be taught to become rich by creation, not by competition. Every man who becomes rich by competition throws down behind him the ladder by which he rises and keeps others down. But every man who gets rich by creation opens a way for thousands to follow him and inspires them to do so. You are not showing hardness of heart or an unfeeling disposition when you refuse to pity poverty, see poverty, read about poverty, or think or talk about it, or to listen to those who do talk about it. Use your willpower to keep your mind off the subject of poverty and to keep it fixed with faith and purpose on the vision of what you want. Chapter 10. Further use of the will. You cannot retain a true and clear vision of wealth if you are constantly turning your attention to opposing pictures, whether they be external or imaginary. Do not tell of your past troubles of a financial nature, if you've had them. Do not think of them at all. Do not tell of the poverty of your parents or the hardships of your early life. To do any of these things is to mentally class yourself with the poor for the time being, and it will certainly check the movement of things in your direction. Let the dead bury their dead, as Jesus said. Put poverty and all things that pertain to poverty completely behind you. You have accepted a certain theory of the universe as being correct, and are resting all your hopes of happiness on its being correct. And what can you gain by giving heed to conflicting theories? Do not read religious books which tell you that the world is soon coming to an end, and do not read the writing of muckrakers and pessimistic philosophers who tell you that it is going to the devil. The world is not going to the devil, it is going to God. It is wonderful becoming. True, there may be a good many things in existing conditions which are disagreeable, but what is the use of studying them when they are certainly passing away, and when the study of them only tends to check their passing and keep them with us? Why give time and attention to things which are being removed by evolutionary growth, when you can hasten their removal only by promoting the evolutionary growth as far as your part of it goes? No matter how horrible and seeming may be the conditions in certain countries, sections, or places, you waste your time and destroy your own chances by considering them. You should interest yourself in the world's becoming rich. Think of the riches in the world as coming to, instead of the poverty it is growing out of. And bear in mind that the only way in which you can assist the world in growing rich is by growing rich yourself through creative method, not the competitive one. Give your attention wholly to riches. Ignore poverty. Whenever you think or speak of those who are poor, think and speak of them as those who are becoming rich, as those who are to be congratulated rather than pitied. Then they and others will catch the inspiration and begin to search for the way out. Because I say that you are to give your whole time and mind and thought to riches, it does not follow that you are to be sordid or mean. To become really rich is the noblest aim you can have in life, for it includes everything else. On the competitive plane, the struggle to get rich is a godless scramble for power over other men. But when we come into the creative mind, all this is changed. All that is possible in the way of greatness and soul unfoldment, of service and lofty endeavor, comes by way of getting rich. All is made possible by the use of things. If you lack for physical health, you will find that the attainment of it is conditional on you getting rich. Only those who are emancipated from financial worry and who have the means to live a carefree existence and follow hygienic practices can have and retain health. Moral and spiritual greatness is possible only to those who are above the competitive battle for existence. And only those who are becoming rich on the plane of creative thought are free from the degrading influences of competition. If your heart is set on domestic happiness, remember that love flourishes best when there is refinement, a high level of thought, and freedom from corrupting influences. And these are to be found only where riches are attained by the exercise of creative thought, without strife or rivalry. You can aim at nothing so great or noble, I repeat, as to become rich, and you must fix your attention upon your mental picture of riches, to the exclusion of all that may tend to dim or obscure the vision. You must learn to see the underlying truth in all things. You must see beneath all seemingly wrong conditions the great one life, ever moving forward towards fuller expression and more complete happiness. It is the truth that there is no such thing as poverty, that there is only wealth. Some people remain in poverty because they are ignorant of the fact that there is wealth for them, and these can best be taught by showing them the way to affluence in your own person and practice. Others are poor because, while they feel that there is a way out, they are too intellectually indolent to put forth the mental effort necessary to find that way and by travel it. Others still are poor because, while they have some notion of science, they have become so swamped and lost in the maze of metaphysical and occult theories that they do not know which road to take. They try a mixture of many systems and fail in all. For these, again, the very best thing to do is to show the right way in your own person and practice. An ounce of doing things is worth a pound of theorizing. The very best thing you can do for the whole world is to make the most of yourself. You can serve God and man in no more effective way than by getting rich. That is, if you get rich by the creative method and not by the competitive one. Another thing, we assert that this book gives in detail the principles of the science of getting rich. And if that is true, you do not need to read any other book upon the subject. This may sound narrow and egotistical, but consider. There is no more scientific method of computation in mathematics than by addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. No other method is possible. There can be but one shortest distance between 2 points. There is only one way to think scientifically, and that is to think in the way that leads by the most direct and simple route to the goal. No man has yet formulated a briefer or less complex system than the one set forth herein. It has been stripped of all non-essentials. When you commence on this, lay all others aside. Put them out of your mind altogether. Read this book every day. Keep it with you. Commit it to memory, and do not think about other systems and theories. If you do, you will begin to have doubts and to be uncertain and wavering in your thought, and then you will begin to make failures. After you have made good and become rich, you may study other systems as much as you please. But until you are quite sure that you have gained what you want, do not read anything on this line but this book, unless it be the authors mentioned in the preface. And read only the most optimistic comments on the world's news, those in harmony with your picture. Also, postpone your investigations into the occult. Do not dabble in theosophy, spiritualism, or kindred studies. It is very likely that the dead still live and are near, but if they are, let them alone. Mind your own business. Wherever the spirits of the dead may be, they have their own work to do and their own problems to solve, and we have no right to interfere with them. We cannot help them, and it is very doubtful whether they can help us, or whether we have any right to trespass upon their time if they can. Let the dead and the hereafter alone, and solve your own problem. Get rich. If you begin to mix with the occult, you will start mental cross currents which will surely bring your hopes to shipwreck. Now, this and the preceding chapters have brought us to the following statement of basic facts. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought and, by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the things he wants and hold this picture in his thoughts with the fixed purpose to get what he wants and the unwavering faith that he does get what he wants, closing his mind against all that may tend to shake his purpose, dim his vision, or quench his faith. And in addition to all this, we shall now see that he must live and act in a certain way. Chapter 11. Acting in the certain way. Thought is the creative power, or the impelling force which causes the creative power to act. Thinking in a certain way will bring riches to you, but you must not rely upon thought alone, paying no attention to personal action. That is the rock upon which many otherwise scientific metaphysical thinkers meet shipwreck, the failure to connect thought with personal action. We have not yet reached the stage of development, even supposing such a stage to be possible, in which man can create directly from formless substance without nature's processes or the work of human hands. Man must not only think, but his personal action must supplement his thought. By thought, you can cause the gold in the hearts of the mountains to be impelled towards you, but it will not mine itself, refine itself, coin itself into double eagles, and come rolling along the roads seeking its way into your pocket. Under the impelling power of the Supreme Spirit, men's affairs will be so ordered that someone will be led to mine the gold for you. Other men's business transactions will be so directed that the gold will be brought toward you, and you must so arrange your own business affairs that you may be able to receive it when it comes to you. Your thought makes all things, animate and inanimate, work to bring you what you want, but your personal activity must be such that you can rightly receive what you want when it reaches you. You are not to take it as charity, nor to steal it. You must give every man more in use value than he gives you in cash value. The scientific use of thought consists in forming a clear and distinct mental image of what you want, in holding fast to the purpose to get what you want, and in realizing with grateful faith that you do get what you want. Do not try to project your thought in any mysterious or occult way with the idea of having it go out and do things for you. That is a wasted effort and will weaken your power to think with sanity. The action of thought in getting rich is fully explained in the preceding chapters. Your faith and purpose positively impress your vision upon formless substance, which has the same desire for more life that you have. And this vision, received from you, sets all the creative forces at work in and through their regular channels of action, but directed towards you. It is not your part to guide or supervise the creative process. All you have to do with that is to retain your vision, stick to your purpose, and maintain your faith and gratitude. But you must act in a certain way, so that you can appropriate what is yours when it comes to you, so that you can meet the things you have in your picture and put them in their proper places as they arrive. You can really see the truth of this. When things reach you, they will be in the hands of other men who will ask an equivalent for them. And you can only get what is yours by giving the other man what is his. Your pocketbook is not going to be transformed into a Fortunata's purse, which shall be always full of money without effort on your part. This is the crucial point in the science of getting rich, right here, where thought and personal action must be combined. There are very many people who, consciously or unconsciously, set the creative forces in action by the strength and persistence of their desires, but who remain poor because they do not provide for the reception of the thing they want when it comes. By thought, the thing you want is brought to you. By action, you receive it. Whatever your action is to be, it is evident that you must act now. You cannot act in the past, and it is essential to the clearness of your mental vision that you dismiss the past from your mind. You cannot act in the future, for the future is not here yet, and you cannot tell how you will want to act in any future contingency until that contingency has arrived. Because you are not in the right business or the right environment now, Do not think that you must postpone action until you get into the right business or environment. And do not spend time in the present taking thought as to the best course in possible future emergencies. Have faith in your ability to meet any emergency when it arrives. If you act in the present with your mind on the future, your present action will be with a divided mind and will not be effective. Put your whole mind into present action. Do not give your creative impulse to original substance and then sit down and wait for results. If you do, you will never get them. Act now. There is never any time but now, and there never will be any time but now. If you are ever to begin to make ready for the reception of what you want, you must begin now. And your action, whatever it is, must most likely be in your present business or employment, and must be upon the persons and things in your present environment. You cannot act where you are not, you cannot act where you have been, and you cannot act where you are going to be. You can act only where you are. Do not bother as to whether yesterday's work was well done or ill done. Do today's work well. Do not try to do tomorrow's work now. There will be plenty of time to do that when you get to it. Do not try by occult or mystical means to act on people or things that are out of your reach. Do not wait for a change of environment. Before you act, get a change of environment by action. You can so act upon the environment in which you are now as to cause yourself to be transferred to a better environment. Hold with faith and purpose the vision of yourself in the better environment, but act upon your present environment with all your heart and with all your strength and with all your mind. Do not spend any time in daydreaming or castle building. Hold to the one vision of what you want and act now. Do not cast about seeking some new thing to do, or some strange, unusual, or remarkable action to perform as a first step towards getting rich. It is probable that your actions, at least for some time to come, will be those you have been performing for some time past, but you are to begin now to perform these actions in a certain way, which will surely make you rich. If you are engaged in some business and feel that it is not the right one for you, do not wait until you get into the right business before you begin to act. Do not feel discouraged or sit down and lament because you are misplaced. No man was ever so misplaced that he could not find the right place, and no man ever became so involved in the wrong business but that he could get into the right business. Hold the vision of yourself in the right business with the purpose to get into it and the faith that you will get into it and are getting into it, but act in your present business. Use your present business as the means of getting a better one, and use your present environment as the means of getting into a better one. Your vision of the right business, if held with faith and purpose, will cause the Supreme to move the right business towards you, and your action, if performed in a certain way, will cause you to move towards the business. If you are an employee or wage earner and feel that you must change places in order to get what you want, do not project your thought into space and rely upon it to get you another job. It will probably fail to do so. Hold the vision of yourself in the job you want while you act with faith and purpose on the job you have, and you will certainly get the job you want. Your vision and faith will set the creative force in motion to bring it toward you, and your action will cause the forces in your own environment to move you toward the place you want. In closing this chapter, we will add another statement to our syllabus. There is the thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the thing he wants, and hold this picture in his thoughts with the fixed purpose to get what he wants, and the unwavering faith that he does get what he wants, closing his mind to all that may tend to shake his purpose, dim his vision, or quench his faith. That he may receive what he wants when it comes, man must act now upon the people and things in his present environment. Chapter 12, Efficient Action. You must use your thought as directed in previous chapters and begin to do what you can do where you are, and you must do all that you can do where you are. You can advance only by being larger than your present place, and no man is larger than his present place who leaves undone any of the work pertaining to that place. The world is advanced only by those who more than fill their present places. If no man quite filled his present place, you can see that there must be a going backward in everything. Those who do not quite fill their present places are dead weight upon society, government, commerce, and industry. They must be carried along by others at a great expense. The progress of the world is retarded only by those who do not fill the places they are holding. They belong to a former age and a lower stage or plane of life, and their tendency is towards degeneration. No society could advance if every man was smaller than his place. Social evolution is guided by the law of physical and mental evolution. In the animal world, evolution is caused by excess of life. When an organism has more life than can be expressed in the function of its own plane, it develops the organs of a higher plane, and a new species is originated. There never would have been new species had there not been organisms which more than filled their places. The law is exactly the same for you. Your getting rich depends upon your applying this principle to your own affairs. Every day is either a successful day or a day of failure, and it is the successful days which get you what you want. If every day is a failure, you can never get rich, while if every day is a success, you cannot fail to get rich. If there is something that may be done today, and you do not do it, you have failed in so far as that thing is concerned, and the consequences may be more disastrous than you imagine. You cannot foresee the results of even the most trivial act. You do not know the workings of all the forces that have been set moving in your behalf. Much may be depending on your doing some simple act. It may be the very thing which is to open the door of opportunity to very great possibilities. You can never know all the combinations which supreme intelligence is making for you in the world of things and of human affairs. Your neglect or failure to do some small thing may cause a long delay in getting what you want. Do every day all that can be done that day. There is, however, a limitation or qualification of the above that you must take into account. You are not to overwork, not to rush blindly into your business in the effort to do the greatest possible number of things in the shortest possible time. You are not to try to do tomorrow's work today, nor to do a week's work in a day. It is really not the number of things you do, but the efficiency of each separate action that counts. Every act is, in itself, either a success or a failure. Every act is, in itself, either effective or inefficient. Every inefficient act is a failure, and if you spend your life in doing inefficient acts, your whole life will be a failure. The more things you do, the worse for you if all your acts are inefficient ones. On the other hand, every efficient act is a success in itself, and if every act of your life is an efficient one, your whole life must be a success. The cause of failure is doing too many things in an inefficient manner, and not doing enough things in an efficient manner. You will see that it is a self-evident proposition that if you do not do any inefficient acts, and if you do a sufficient number of efficient acts, you will become rich. If, now, it is possible for you to make each act an efficient one, you see again that the getting of riches is reduced to an exact science, like mathematics. The matter turns, then, on the questions whether you can make each separate act a success in itself, and this you certainly can do. You can make each act a success because all power is working with you, and all power cannot fail. Power is at your service, and to make each act efficient, you have only to put power into it. Every action is either strong or weak, and when everyone is strong, you are acting in a certain way, which will make you rich. Every act can be made strong and efficient by holding your vision while you are doing it, and putting the whole power of your faith and purpose into it. It is at this point that the people fail who separate mental power from personal action. They use the power of the mind in one place and at one time, and they act in another place at another time. So their acts are not successful in themselves. Too many of them are inefficient. But if all power goes into every act, no matter how commonplace, every act will be a success in itself. And as in the nature of things, every success opens the way to other successes, your progress towards what you want and the progress of what you want toward you will become increasingly rapid. Remember that successful action is cumulative in its results. Since the desire for more life is inherent in all things, when a man begins to move towards larger life, more things attach themselves to him, and the influence of his desire is multiplied. Do, every day, all that you can do that day, and do each act in an efficient manner. In saying that you must hold your vision while you are doing each act, however trivial or commonplace, I do not mean to say that it is necessary at all times to see the vision distinctly to its smallest details. It should be the work of your leisure hours to use your imagination on the details of your vision, and to contemplate them until they are firmly fixed upon memory. If you wish speedy results, spend practically all your spare time in this practice. By continuous contemplation, you will get the picture of what you want, even to the smallest details, so firmly fixed upon your mind and so completely transferred to the mind of formless substance, that in your working hours you need only to mentally refer to the picture to stimulate your faith and purpose and cause your best effort to be put forth. Contemplate your picture in your leisure hours until your consciousness is so full of it that you can grasp it instantly. You will become so enthused with its bright promises that the mere thought of it will call forth the strongest energies of your whole being. Let us again repeat our syllabus, and by slightly changing the closing statements, bring it to the point we have now reached. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and, by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the thing he wants, and do, with faith and purpose, all that can be done each day, doing each separate thing in an efficient manner. Chapter 13, Getting into the Right Business. Success in any particular business depends, for one thing, upon your possessing in a well-developed state the faculties required in that business. Without good musical faculty, no one can succeed as a teacher of music. Without well-developed mechanical faculties, no one can achieve great success in any of the mechanical trades. Without tact and the commercial faculties, no one can succeed in the mercantile pursuits. But to possess in a well-developed state the faculties required in your particular vocation does not ensure getting rich. There are musicians who have remarkable talent and who yet remain poor. There are blacksmiths, carpenters, and so on who have excellent mechanical ability, but who do not get rich. And there are merchants with good faculties for dealing with men who nevertheless fail. The different faculties are tools. It is essential to have good tools, but it is also essential that the tools should be used in the right way. One man can take a sharp saw, a square, a good plane, and so on, and build a handsome article of furniture. Another man can take the same tools and set to work to duplicate the article, but his production will be a botch. He does not know how to use good tools in a successful way. The various faculties of your mind are the tools with which you must do the work which is to make you rich. It will be easier for you to succeed if you get into a business for which you are well equipped with mental tools. Generally speaking, you will do best in that business which will use your strongest faculties, the one for which you are naturally best fitted. But there are limitations to this statement also. No man should regard his vocation as being irrevocably fixed by the tendencies with which he was born. You can get rich in any business, for if you have not the right talent you can develop that talent. It merely means that you will have to make your tools as you go along, instead of confining yourself to the use of those with which you were born. It will be easier for you to succeed in a vocation for which you already have the talents in a well-developed state, but you can succeed in any vocation, for you can develop any rudimentary talent, and there is no talent of which you have not at least the rudiment. You will get rich most easily in point of effort if you do that for which you are best fitted, but you will get rich most satisfactorily if you do that which you want to do. Doing what you want to do is life, and there is no real satisfaction in living if we are compelled to be forever doing something which we do not like to do, and can never do what we want to do. And it is certain that you can do what you want to do. The desire to do it is proof that you have within you the power which can do it. Desire is a manifestation of power. The desire to play music is the power which can play music seeking expression and development. The desire to invent mechanical devices is the mechanical talent seeking expression and development. When there is no power, either developed or undeveloped, to do a thing, there is never any desire to do that thing. And where there is strong desire to do a thing, it is certain proof that the power to do it is strong and only requires to be developed and applied in the right way. All things else being equal, it is best to select a business for which you have the best developed talent. But if you have a strong desire to engage in any particular line of work, you should select that work as the ultimate end at which you aim. You can do what you want to do, and it is your right and privilege to follow the business or avocation which will be most congenial and pleasant. You are not obliged to do what you do not like to do, and should not do it except as a means to bring you to the doing of the thing you want to do. If there are past mistakes whose consequences have placed you in an undesirable business or environment, you may be obliged for some time to do what you do not like to do. If you feel that you are not in the right vocation, do not act too hastily in trying to get into another one. The best way, generally, to change business or environment is by growth. Do not be afraid to make a sudden and radical change if the opportunity is presented, and you feel after careful consideration that it is the right opportunity. But never take sudden or radical action when you are in doubt as to the wisdom of doing so. There is never any hurry on the creative plane, and there is no lack of opportunity. When you get out of the competitive mind, you will understand that you never need to act hastily. No one else is going to beat you to the thing you want to do. There is enough for all. If one space is taken, another and a better one will be opened for you a little further on. There is plenty of time. When you are in doubt, wait. Fall back on the contemplation of your vision and increase your faith and purpose. And by all means, in times of doubt and indecision, cultivate gratitude. A day or two spent in contemplating the vision of what you want and in earnest thanksgiving that you are getting it will bring your mind into such close relationship with the Supreme that you will make no mistake when you do act. There is a mind which knows all there is to know, and you can come into close unity with this mind by faith and the purpose to advance in life if you have deep gratitude. Mistakes come from acting hastily or from acting in fear or doubt or in forgetfulness of the right motive, which is more life to all and less to none. As you go on in the certain way, opportunities will come to you in increasing number, and you will need to be very steady in your faith and purpose and to keep in close touch with the all mind by reverent gratitude. Do all that you can do in a perfect manner every day, but do it without haste, worry, or fear. Go as fast as you can, but never hurry. Remember that in the moment you begin to hurry, you cease to be a creator and become a competitor. You drop back upon the old plane again. Whenever you find yourself hurrying, call a halt. Fix your attention on the mental image of the thing you want and begin to give thanks that you are getting it. The exercise of gratitude will never fail to strengthen your faith and renew your purpose. Chapter 14. The Impression of Increase. Whether you change your vocation or not, your actions for the present must be those pertaining to the business in which you are now engaged. You can get into the business you want by making constructive use of the business you are already established in, by doing your daily work in a certain way. And insofar as your business consists in dealing with other men, whether personally or by letter, the key thought of all your efforts must be to convey to their minds the impression of increase. Increase is what all men and women are seeking. It is the urge of the formless intelligence within them, seeking fuller expression. The desire for increase is inherent in all nature. It is the fundamental impulse of the universe. All human activities are based on the desire for increase. People are seeking more food, more clothes, better shelter, more luxury, more beauty, more knowledge, more pleasure. Increase in something, more life. Every living thing is under this necessity for continuous advancement. Where increase of life ceases, dissolution and death set in at once. Man instinctively knows this, and hence he is forever seeking more. This law of perpetual increase is set forth by Jesus in the parable of the talents. Only those who gain more retain any. From him who hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath. The normal desire for increased wealth is not an evil or a reprehensible thing. It is simply the desire for more abundant life. It is aspiration. And because it is the deepest instinct of their natures, all men and women are attracted to him who can give them more of the means of life. In following the certain way, you are getting continuous increase for yourself, and you are giving it to all with whom you deal. You are a creative center from which increase is given off to all. Be sure of this and convey assurance of the fact to every man, woman, and child with whom you come in contact. No matter how small the transaction, even if it be only the selling of a stick of candy to a little child, put into it the thought of increase and make sure that the customer is impressed with the thought. Convey the impression of advancement with everything you do, so that all people shall receive the impression that you are an advancing man and that you advance all who deal with you. Even to the people whom you meet in a social way, without any thought of business, and to whom you do not try to sell anything, give the thought of increase. You can convey this impression by holding the unshakable faith that you, yourself, are in the way of increase, and by letting this faith inspire, fill, and permeate every action. Do everything that you do in the firm conviction that you are an advancing personality, and that you are giving advancement to everybody. Feel that you are getting rich, and that in doing so you are making others rich and conferring benefits to all. Do not boast or brag of your success, or talk about it unnecessarily. True faith is never boastful. Wherever you find a boastful person, you find one who is secretly doubtful and afraid. Simply feel the faith, and let it work out in every transaction. Let every act and tone and look express the quiet assurance that you are getting rich, that you are already rich. Words will not be necessary to communicate this feeling to others. They will feel the sense of increase when in your presence and will be attracted to you again. You must so impress others that they will feel that in associating with you, they will get increase for themselves. See that you give them a use value greater than the cash value you are taking from them. Take an honest pride in doing this and let everybody know it, and you will have no lack of customers. People will go where they are given increase, and the Supreme, which desires increase in all, and which knows all, will move towards you men and women who have never heard of you. Your business will increase rapidly, and you will be surprised at the unexpected benefits which will come to you. You will be able from day to day to make larger combinations, secure greater advantages, and to go on into a more congenial vocation if you desire to do so. You must never lose sight of your vision of what you want, or your faith and purpose to get what you want. Let me here give you another word of caution in regards to motives. Beware of the insidious temptation to seek for power over other men. Nothing is so pleasant to the unformed or partially developed mind as the exercise of power or dominion over others. The desire to rule for selfish gratification has been the curse of the world. For countless ages, kings and lords have drenched the earth with blood in their battles to extend their dominions. This is not to seek more life for all, but to get more power for themselves. Today, the main motive in the business and industrial world is the same. Men marshal their armies of dollars and lay waste the lives and hearts of millions in the same mad scramble for power over others. Commercial kings, like political kings, are inspired by the lust for power. Jesus saw in this desire for mastery the moving impulse of that evil world he sought to overthrow. Read the 23rd chapter of Matthew and see how he pictures the lust of the Pharisees to be called master, to sit in the high places, to domineer over others, and to lay burdens on the backs of the less fortunate. And note how he compares this lust for dominion with the brotherly seeking for the common good to which he calls his disciples. Look out for the temptation to seek for authority, to become a master, to be considered as one who is above the common herd, to impress others by lavish display, and so on. The mind that seeks for mastery over others is the competitive mind, and the competitive mind is not the creative one. In order to master your environment and your destiny, it is not at all necessary that you should rule over your fellow men, and indeed, when you fall into the world's struggle for the high places, you begin to be conquered by fate and environment, and your getting rich becomes a matter of chance and speculation. Beware the competitive mind. No better statement of the principle of creative action can be formulated than the favorite declaration of the late Golden Rule Jones of Toledo. What I want for myself, I want for everybody. Chapter 15, The Advancing Man. What I have said in the last chapter applies as well to the professional man and the wage earner as to the man who is engaged in mercantile business. No matter whether you are a physician, a teacher, or a clergyman, if you can give increase of life to others and make them sensible of the fact, they will be attracted to you and you will get rich. The physician who holds the vision of himself as a great and successful healer, and who works towards the complete realization of that vision with faith and purpose, as described in former chapters, will come into such close touch with the source of life that he will be phenomenally successful. Patients will come to him in throngs. No one has a greater opportunity to carry into effect the teaching of this book than the practitioner of medicine. It does not matter to which of the various schools he may belong, for the principle of healing is common to all of them and may be reached by all alike. The advancing man in medicine, who holds to a clear mental image of himself as successful and who obeys the laws of faith, purpose, and gratitude, will cure every curable disease he undertakes, no matter what remedies he may use. In the field of religion, the world cries out for the clergyman who can teach his hearers the true science of abundant life. He who masters the details of the science of getting rich, together with the allied sciences of being well, of being great, and of winning love, and who teaches these details from the pulpit, will never lack for a congregation. This is the gospel that the world needs. It will give increase of life, and men will hear it gladly, and will give liberal support to the man who brings it to them. What is now needed is a demonstration of the science of life from the pulpit. We want preachers who can not only tell us how, but who in their own persons will show us how. We need the preacher who will himself be rich, healthy, great, and beloved, to teach us how to attain to these things, and when he comes, he will find a numerous and loyal following. The same is true of the teacher who can inspire the children with the faith and purpose of the advancing life. He will never be out of a job, and any teacher who has this faith and purpose can give it to his pupils. He cannot help giving it to them if it is part of his own life and practice. What is true of the teacher, preacher, and physician is true of the lawyer, dentist, real estate man, insurance agent, of everybody. The combined mental and personal action I have described is infallible. It cannot fail. Every man and woman who follows these instructions steadily, perseveringly, and to the letter will get rich. The law of the increase of life is as mathematically certain in its operation as the law of gravitation. Getting rich is an exact science. The wage earner will find this as true of his case as of any others mentioned. Do not feel that you have no chance to get rich because you are working where there is no visible opportunity for advancement, where wages are small and the cost of living high. Form your clear mental vision of what you want and begin to act with faith and purpose. Do the work that you can do every day and do each piece of work in a perfectly successful manner. Put the power of success and the purpose to get rich into everything that you do. But do not do this merely with the idea of currying favor with your employer in the hopes that he or those above you will see your good work and advance you. It is not likely that they will do so. The man who is merely a good workman, filling his place to the very best of his ability and satisfied with that, is valuable to his employer, and it is not to the employer's interest to promote him. He is worth more where he is. To secure advancement, something more is necessary than to be too large for your place. The man who is certain to advance is the one who is too big for his place, and who has a clear concept of what he wants to be, who knows that he can become what he wants to be, and who is determined to be what he wants to be. Do not try to more than fill your present place with a view to pleasing your employer. Do it with the idea of advancing yourself. Hold the faith and purpose of increase during work hours, after work hours, and before work hours. Hold it in such a way that every person who comes in contact with you, whether foreman, fellow workman, or social acquaintance, will feel the power of purpose radiating from you, so that everyone will get the sense of advancement and increase from you. Men will be attracted to you, and if there is no possibility for advancement in your present job, you will very soon see an opportunity to take another job. There is a power which never fails to present opportunity to the advancing man who is moving in obedience to law. God cannot help helping you if you act in a certain way. He must do so in order to help himself. There is nothing in your circumstances or in the industrial situation that can keep you down. If you cannot get rich working for the Steel Trust, you can get rich on a 10-acre farm. And if you begin to move in the certain way, you will certainly escape from the clutches of the Steel Trust and get on to the farm or wherever else you wish to be. If a few thousands of its employees would enter upon the certain way, the Steel Trust would soon be in a bad plight. It would have to give its working men more opportunity or go out of business. Nobody has to work for a trust. The trusts can keep men in so-called hopeless conditions only so long as there are men who are too ignorant to know of the science of getting rich, or too intellectually slothful to practice it. Begin this way of thinking and acting, and your faith and purpose will make you quick to see any opportunity to better your condition. Such opportunities will speedily come, for the Supreme, working in all and working for you, will bring them before you. Do not wait for an opportunity to be all that you want to be. When an opportunity to be more than you are now is presented, and you feel impelled toward it, take it. It will be the first step towards a greater opportunity. There is no such thing possible in this universe as a lack of opportunities for the man who is living the advancing life. It is inherent in the constitution of the cosmos that all things shall be for him and work together for his good, and he must certainly get rich if he acts and thinks in the certain way. So let wage-earning men and women study this book with great care and enter with confidence upon the course of action it prescribes. It will not fail. Chapter 16, Some Cautions and Concluding Observations. Many people will scoff at the idea that there is an exact science of getting rich. Holding the impression that the supply of wealth is limited, they will insist that social and governmental institutions must be changed before even any considerable number of people can acquire a competence. But this is not true. It is true that existing governments keep the masses in poverty, but this is because the masses do not think and act in the certain way. If the masses begin to move forward as suggested in this book, neither governments nor industrial systems can check them. All systems must be modified to accommodate the forward movement. If the people have the advancing mind, have the faith that they can become rich, and move forward with the fixed purpose to become rich, nothing can possibly keep them in poverty. Individuals may enter upon the certain way at any time and under any government, and may make themselves rich. And when any considerable number of individuals do so under any government, they will cause the system to be so modified as to open the way for others. The more men who get rich on the competitive plane, the worse for others. The more who get rich on the creative plane, the better for others. The economic salvation of the masses can only be accomplished by getting a large number of people to practice the scientific method set down in this book and become rich. These will show others the way and inspire them with a desire for real life, with the faith it can be attained, and with the purpose to attain it. For the present, however, it is enough to know that neither the government under which you live nor the capitalistic or competitive system of industry can keep you from getting rich. When you enter upon the creative plane of thought, you will rise above all these things and become a citizen of another kingdom. But remember that your thought must be held upon the creative plane. You are never for an instant to be betrayed into regarding the supply as limited, or into acting on the moral level of competition. Whenever you do fall into old ways of thought, correct yourself instantly. For when you are in the competitive mind, you have lost the cooperation of the mind of the whole. Do not spend any time in planning as to how you will meet possible emergencies in the future, except as the necessary policies may affect your actions today. You are concerned with doing today's work in a perfectly successful manner, and not with emergencies which may arise tomorrow. You can attend to them as they come. Do not concern yourself with questions as to how you shall surmount obstacles which may loom upon your business horizon, unless you can see plainly that your course must be altered today in order to avoid them. No matter how tremendous an obstruction may appear at a distance, you will find that if you go on in the certain way, it will disappear as you approach it, or that a way over, through, or around it will appear. No possible combination of circumstances can defeat a man or woman who is proceeding to get rich along strictly scientific lines. No man or woman who obeys the law can fail to get rich, any more than one can multiply 2 by 2 and fail to get 4. Give no anxious thought to possible disasters, obstacles, panics, or unfavorable combinations of circumstances. It is time enough to meet such things when they present themselves before you in the immediate present, and you will find that every difficulty carries with it the wherewithal for its overcoming. Guard your speech. Never speak of yourself, your affairs, or of anything else in a discouraged or discouraging way. Never admit the possibility of failure, or speak in a way that infers failure as a possibility. Never speak of times as being hard, or of business conditions as being doubtful. Times may be hard and business doubtful for those who are on the competitive plane, but they can never be so for you. You can create what you want, and you are above fear. When others are having hard times and poor business, you will find your greatest opportunities. Train yourself to think of and to look upon the world as a something which is becoming, which is growing, and to regard seeming evil as being only that which is undeveloped. Always speak in terms of advancement. To do otherwise is to deny your faith, and to deny your faith is to lose it. Never allow yourself to feel disappointed. You may expect to have a certain thing at a certain time and not get it at that time, and this will appear to you like failure. But if you hold to your faith, you will find that the failure is only apparent. Go on in the certain way, and if you do not receive that thing, you will receive something so much better that you will see that the seeming failure was really a great success. A student of this science had set his mind on making a certain business combination which seemed to him at the time to be very desirable, and he worked for some weeks to bring it about. When the crucial time came, the thing failed in a perfectly inexplicable way. It was as if some unseen influence had been working secretly against him. He was not disappointed. On the contrary, he thanked God that his desire had been overruled and went steadily on with a grateful mind. In a few weeks, an opportunity so much better came his way that he would not have made the first deal on any account, and he saw that a mind which knew more than he knew had prevented him from losing the greater good by entangling himself with the lesser. That is the way every seeming failure will work out for you if you keep your faith, hold to your purpose, have gratitude, and do every day all that can be done that day, doing each separate act in a successful manner. When you make a failure, it is because you have not asked for enough. Keep on, and a larger thing than you were seeking will certainly come to you. Remember this. You will not fail because you lack the necessary talent to do what you wish to do. If you go on as I have directed, you will develop all the talent that is necessary to the doing of your work. It is not within the scope of this book to deal with the science of cultivating talent, but it is as certain and simple as the process of getting rich. However, do not hesitate or waver for fear that when you come to any certain place, you will fail for lack of ability. Keep right on, and when you come to that place, the ability will be furnished to you. The same source of ability which enabled the untaught Lincoln to do the greatest work in government ever accomplished by a single man is open to you. You may draw upon all the mind there is for wisdom to use in meeting the responsibilities which are laid upon you. Go on in full faith. Study this book. Make it your constant companion until you have mastered all the ideas contained in it. While you are getting firmly established in this faith, you will do well to give up most recreations and pleasure, and to stay away from places where ideas conflicting with these are advanced in lectures or sermons. Do not read pessimistic or conflicting literature or get into arguments upon the matter. Do very little reading, outside of the writers mentioned in the preface. Spend most of your leisure time in contemplating your vision, and in cultivating gratitude and in reading this book. It contains all you need to know of the science of getting rich, and you will find all the essentials summed up in the following chapter. Chapter 17, Summary of the Science of Getting Rich. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind, otherwise he cannot be in harmony with the formless intelligence, which is always creative and never competitive in spirit. Man may come into full harmony with the formless substance by entertaining a lively and sincere gratitude for the blessings it bestows upon him. Gratitude unifies the mind of man with the intelligence of substance, so that man's thoughts are received by the formless. Man can remain upon the creative plane only by uniting himself with the formless intelligence through a deep and continuing feeling of gratitude. Man must form a clear and definite mental image of the things he wishes to have, to do, or to become, and he must hold this mental image in his thoughts, while being deeply grateful to the Supreme that all his desires are granted to him. The man who wishes to get rich must spend his leisure hours in contemplating his vision, and in earnest thanksgiving that the reality is being given to him. Too much stress cannot be laid on the importance of frequent contemplation of the mental image, coupled with unwavering faith and devout gratitude. This is the process by which the impression is given to the formless and the creative forces set in motion. The creative energy works through the established channels of natural growth and of the industry and social order. All that is included in his mental image will surely be brought to the man who follows the instructions given above, and whose faith does not waver. What he wants will come to him through the ways of established trade and commerce. In order to receive his own when it shall come to him, man must be active, and this activity can only consist in more than filling his present place. He must keep in mind the purpose to get rich through the realization of his mental image. And he must do, every day, all that can be done that day, taking care to do each act in a successful manner. He must give to every man a use value in excess of the cash value he receives, so that each transaction makes for more life, and he must so hold the advancing thought that the impression of increase will be communicated to all with whom he comes in contact. The men and women who practice the foregoing instructions will certainly get rich, and the riches they receive will be in exact proportion to the definiteness of their vision, the fixity of their purpose, the steadiness of their faith, and the depth of their gratitude.
Chapter 1 of How to Succeed, or Stepping Stones to Fame and Fortune. This
She my little dog, she my best friend, and I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking it, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in. Cause she my little dog, she my best friend, and I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking it, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in. Cause she my little dog, she my best friend, and I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking it, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in. Cause she my little dog, she my best friend, and I got big shoes, this ain't no size 10. The way I'm rocking it, the way I'm walking in, the way I'm walking in.
Through this dream projection method. 12. Learn how to perform the daily miracles of solving problems, living in harmony with others, and attracting to yourself the friends and loved ones that you desire. 13. Learn how you may enter the mystical land of Shangri-La, where you can achieve a state of spiritual exaltation, which makes you impervious to external pain and discomfort. What great power do the mystics of India possess that can cause them to lie on a bed of nails or walk on red-hot coals and feel no pain? 14. Learn John D. Rockefeller Sri's crammed, jammed pocket full of money theory, which has its entire basis in metaphysics. You need never be in want again the rest of your life if you once master this tremendous secret. 15. Discover the art of premonstration and demonstration, which can make you externalize conditions and things that you hold within the spiritual center of your being. Instantaneous miracles are possible for those who learn this great power. 16. Unlock your own higher psychic and prophetic gifts and learn the art of precognition or foretelling the future. How does the bee know how to build its six-sided honeycomb? What inner intelligence tells the caterpillar how to weave its cocoon and become a butterfly? This divine intuition is within your mind. Discover how to use this great power. 17. Find out how you may use the miracle healing power of divine mind through the spiritual forces of faith and prayer. The same technique that the master metaphysician Jesus used for his amazing miracles of healing is known today and may be used by those who know how to invoke the power of divine mind. 18. Learn how you may magnetize and attract to yourself money, jobs, material things, people and conditions that you wish to have in your life. The dynamic law of mental and spiritual magnetism works miracles in the lives of those who know how to use it. 19. Learn how to plant spiritual seed money and reap a harvest of abundance and plenty. The tithing principle that is revealed by the mystics of the Far East works wonders for those who are trying to demonstrate more money and greater success in their lives. 20. Discover and utilize the 10 dynamic mental and spiritual laws that can work modern miracles for you. These dynamic laws are based on ancient knowledge that goes back to the time of the great pharaohs in Egypt. The art of transmutation, the secret power of transfiguration, the miracle of utilization. All these dynamic forces can help you perform modern miracles. 21. The illimitable realm of the cosmos is explored in this book, which shows you how you may attune your mind and soul to the greatest geniuses of the ages. You may duplicate their astounding mental and physical feats and find yourself in possession of cosmic power that will astound you. Michelangelo, Marco Polo, Columbus, Edison, Plato, Socrates, and Burbank. All the great geniuses of history had cosmic consciousness. Learn how to tune in on illimitable mental and spiritual power. 22. You will be shown how to channelize the greatest power in the universe through the 6 basic emotions that you possess. Through these emotions, you will learn how to create inspiration, dynamic energy, and creative gifts and talents that will truly delight and amaze you. The greatest things in the world were created by man through the spiritual fire released by the great emotion of love. Learn how to harness this dynamic power. 23. Study and apply the mastermind principles that were used by all the great mystics, prophets, and teachers. When these mastermind principles are fully understood, one can become a master of life and perform miracles of healing, demonstrations, and achievements that are not possible for ordinary mortals. 24. Learn and perform the 15 ways that you can use the metaphysical miracle power of your higher mind to bring you wealth and success. One decision made a million for one man. You can duplicate these principles in your life. 25. Study the 10 golden keys that can help you unlock the doors to life's most profound mysteries. Learn how nature lavishes her abundance on those who are in tune with her dynamic mental and spiritual laws. There are billions of dollars of resources open to all human beings who are aware of this secret. 26. Create the miracle of vital good health and long life by tapping the dynamic solar and atomic energy of the universe. Some people in the Himalayas are said to be 200 years of age. What are the secrets of their long life and vitality? Tap the power of your higher mind, which can reveal these priceless secrets of long life, energy, and rejuvenation through dynamic, vitally breathing, right diet, and spiritual exercises. I dedicate this book to my thousands of lecture members and students throughout America, who have been a constant source of inspiration and encouragement in my 30 years of public work. Introduction. Throughout history, there have been great and illumined souls who have been able to use the power of their higher minds to perform seeming miracles. These men and women used a cosmic force which is in the universe and which anyone may use when he once learns how to focus this higher power within his own mind. There are stupendous miracles such as healing the sick, causing the blind to see, making the crippled walk, but these are not the only miracles with which we are concerned in this metaphysical study. There are the little everyday miracles which you may begin to perform immediately that relate to your health, to your work, to increasing your income, to finding happiness in love and marriage, and to healing your mind of confusion, discord, and unhappiness, so that you may find inner peace and security. You will learn in this study that you too may become a miracle worker, that you may wave the mental wand of faith and create out of the substance of your thoughts and inner dreams the concrete things that you desire in your life. You may tap the power of this higher cosmic mind and create magnificent works, even as did the geniuses of the past who used this miracle-working power. Beethoven used this higher mind within to create beautiful music, even though he was deaf. Edison tapped this power of the higher cosmic mind within and created over 300 inventions, from the motion picture camera to the electric light bulb, which bless our lives today. Edison used the power which we shall study together, and there is no reason why you may not achieve greatness through this self-same metaphysical power. Lincoln was a miracle worker, and although a martyr, like Gandhi and John F. Kennedy, he brought the miracle of unity and greatness to a strife-ridden nation. J.P. Morgan was a financier and industrialist, but he used the metaphysical miracle power which we shall study together to build one of the great financial empires of all time. This miracle power is not dead today. It is still being used by men like Paul G. Getty and Howard Hughes, Ford and Rockefeller, to create wealth that not only benefits the ones who created, but also blesses the world through the public libraries they endow, the research foundations they create, and the artistic gifts and treasures which they give to our great art galleries and museums. The miracles of Lourdes are well known, and I have stood in the sacred grotto, and I have seen the discarded crutches, wheelchairs, and braces that the sick have left there when their miracles of healing came, and they walked away healed by a miracle power that worked for them, but which does not seem to work for others. The spectacular miracles that the master metaphysician Jesus performed, and which we see at places like Lourdes, are not the only evidences that this metaphysical miracle power exists and may be tapped by ordinary mortals. There are other evidences in our own age that this power is alive today and may be used to heal millions of still unborn persons and to save the lives of hundreds of millions today. Salk used this higher miracle power to develop his vaccine for polio. Fleming developed penicillin through this higher intuitive mind. Madame M. Curie discovered radium by listening to the inner cosmic voice that guided them. And Pasteur certainly was a miracle worker unequaled in history for the perception that caused him to perfect the use of vaccines in the treatment and prevention of disease. The miracles that Buddha and Jesus performed through the use of metaphysics were indeed formidable. They seemed to set aside the natural laws of the universe and to bring into mental focus some higher dynamic spiritual law that worked miracles. However, this power did not end with them. This miracle-working power is still alive today and may be tapped by any person who will spend a few hours studying the principles and spiritual laws set forth in this book. The Age of Modern Miracles. Today, as never before, we live in an age of modern miracles. Jesus walked on the surface of the sea, but modern man not only skims over the surface of the sea, but is able to swim hundreds of feet below the water in his modern atomic submarines and sail around the world without resurfacing. Through the miracle of the ether waves, man is able to project his voice and sights and sounds thousands of miles through time and space. The miracles of radio, television, Cinerama, and Telestar prove that man lives in the midst of a vast cosmic sea of intelligence, which will respond to his own dynamic thought currents and bring him amazing miracles of sights and sounds which would have been impossible 100 years ago. The modern electronic telescope is a 20th century miracle which reveals the invisible world that exists in another dimension of time and space. Through the miracle of extrasensory perception, man may discover another dimension of mental and spiritual power in which he may unlock mystical doors to secrets of the past and future. The higher cosmic mind within you is more powerful than the electronic telescope. It was that higher mind which invented this electronic marvel. What of the miracles of modern automobiles, trains, jet planes, atomic power, superspeed highways, modern chemical and industrial inventions that gave us new products like plastics and nylon, and 1,000 other substances which give us luxuries and comforts in this miracle age that no other age in history has ever been blessed with? Truly, we live in an age of miracles. Now let us study together how you also may tap this miracle-working power of metaphysics and channel it in your own mind so you too may become a miracle worker and create for yourself and your loved ones the destiny that you desire. Chapter 1. The Metaphysical Miracle Power Within You. There is a miracle-working power in the universe which man may tap and use for every purpose in his life. This power flows throughout all creation. It creates and sustains all living things. It is a cosmic intelligence which works under certain dynamic mental and spiritual laws. When you once learn how to recognize this power and channel it through your own higher mind, you can literally become a miracle worker. Some people call this higher power God. Others name it cosmic mind or divine mind. By whatever name you choose to call this metaphysical power, the fact still remains that man can never really comprehend this stupendous creative intelligence, but he can use it to perform everyday miracles of health, abundance, love fulfillment, happiness, and peace of mind. The miracle within an egg. When I was 10 years of age, I went to church with my foster parents and heard the minister preach a sermon about miracles. I did not fully understand the things he talked about. When we got home, my foster father took me by the hand to an incubator in which some eggs were about to hatch. As we looked through the glass door of the incubator, I saw the first tiny beak begin to break through the shell of the egg. My father said, "That, my boy, is a miracle, what the preacher was talking about this morning." I looked up at him in puzzled wonderment and said, "The miracle to me is how that chicken got in there in the first place." Truly, the mystery of life itself is a miracle which no man may comprehend. A full-grown chick coming out of that imprisoning shell in 21 days is one of life's most profound miracles, and yet we know that this occurs as routinely in nature as the sun rises and sets, or the moon gravitates around the earth, and the earth around the sun, under its own magnetic and gravitational laws. By utilizing this known law of the universe, man is able to fly his jet planes and his spaceships, and soon may be exploring the moon and other planets in outer space. Yes, we live in an age of miracles, and the greatest miracle of all is your own mysterious birth, the creation of your own perfect body in 9 short months' time. Think of the miracle of your eyes, which can relay vibrations of color and form to your brain, and correctly interpret what you see in the outer world. Think of the miracle of your memory, which can store billions of impressions in your lifetime, and recall any of them instantly from the filing cabinet of your brain. Think of the miracle of your acoustically perfect ear, which can hear the thousands and millions of notes in a symphony and accurately separate the instruments from which they issue. Think of the miracle of your heart, which pumps the blood through your body every few moments perfectly, and which continues to beat even when you are asleep. You will readily see that some higher intelligence within you automatically performs all these vital functions without even your conscious volition or concern. This shows that metaphysical power is within you, subject to your control and direction. You are immersed in a vast sea of etheric intelligence, very much like a fish in water. Like the fish, you are not consciously aware of the substance in which you move and have your being. This life force is a pulsating, moving, dynamic power that gives life to all of Earth's creatures. When you once learn how to work with this miracle power, you may motivate and shape your life in any chosen direction and build a destiny that encompasses health, happiness, and success. The art of premonstration. There is a dynamic law in metaphysics which states, that which you wish to achieve you must first mentally conceive. I call this, in our study, the art of premonstration. You may want to achieve the building of $1 million fortune, and you may feel that you cannot be happy until and unless you do attain such a fortune. It is almost impossible for your mind to conceive such a large sum of money unless you use the art of premonstration first. There are 5 separate steps which you must take to invoke the art of premonstration. They are: 1. Picture clearly in your mind the thing you wish to demonstrate or achieve. 2. Make a blueprint of the thing or things you are trying to achieve. That is, review it in all its details in your mind first. Then sit down and write out the plan in detail. 3. Sit quietly in silence and ask the higher mind within the steps you should take to achieve the things you are asking for. 4. Now visualize yourself doing these things as if a mental motion picture were being projected on a giant screen in the outer world. This is premonstration, seeing the thing in your mind before it actually takes place in the outer world. 5. Demonstration follows premonstration. That is, the things you have been mentally projecting are acted out in your life, just as though they had actually occurred. Demonstration is the 5th and final step in premonstration. A true life case history. Let us examine a true life case of the art of premonstration, which occurred to a student of mine who attended my lectures and classes at Carnegie Hall. A lady past 40 years of age was tired of living in a small apartment in the city. Her husband worked in New York and made a good salary. They could not afford to move to a home of their own in the suburbs. They both wanted a home more than anything else in the world. After the lady had come to several of my classes, she learned of the art of premonstration, and she went home and proceeded with confidence to take the 5 steps I have given above for achieving the dream she and her husband had conceived. There did not seem to be any way open for this couple to achieve their dream of owning their own home. They had only a few $1,000s saved up. They had no children, and the lady did not work. How could they possibly achieve the fulfillment of their dream? First, they sat down and discussed the type of home they wanted. Then they cut pictures out of home magazines which pictured the house more clearly. These pictures they put into a large album titled, Our Scrapbook of Destiny. Then after they had pasted all the pictures in their scrapbook, they sat down and wrote out a full blueprint or plan of how many rooms the house would have, the type of yard, the location they would like, and they both read this description over every day and visualize the house in all its details. The next step, number 3, they both sat in the silence for half an hour each night, asking for guidance as to what they should do to demonstrate the house they desired. Step 4 was spent in discussions and daydreams, in which they visualized themselves entertaining their friends at small dinner parties in their own home, working in the garden, and involved in all the little intimate details that go into actual living in a home. The 5th step was a matter of acting out the life they planned in their own home. They began to feel that they had already found the house, that they had moved into it. They began to mentally furnish the house. They window shopped and picked little items for the various rooms, and acted as though the dream were already a reality. Then began the actual quest for the house. The higher mind within, which they asked for guidance, led them to search the real estate sections of the daily papers. They saw nothing matching their mental dream house. But one day a friend told them of a home in the country that belonged to a recent widow who wanted to sell and go to Europe to live. The couple rushed to New Jersey to see this home. It was the dream house they had pictured in every detail. But the lady wanted $25,000 cash. They had only $3,000 in the bank. In talking to the widow, however, they were so enthusiastic and their dream was projected so vividly that before the interview ended, she offered to let them move into the house without any payment whatsoever, if they would take over the first mortgage and pay her $250 a month. This was the exact amount they paid each month for rent, and so they accepted the deal. An extra little dividend was added to the purchase of the house. The widow let them have her furnishings for $2,000 cash. They were easily worth $10,000. Dreams precede actions. In using the art of premonstration, we are using an old law in metaphysics which states, dreams precede actions. God's dream of his creation must have preceded the building of the universe from the tiniest atom to the most intricate constellations. Your mental dream becomes the blueprint which assembles from the unconscious all the elements that go into the fulfillment of your dream. Reality is only an outward manifestation of the inner dream. Einstein proved in his theory of relativity that mental energy is convertible into its exact physical equivalent, and that all matter, in turn, is convertible once again into its invisible counterpart. A skyscraper or bridge that appears to be solid reality is only a mass of vibrating atoms, and they are held together by an invisible law called gravity. When these atoms disperse or disintegrate, they go back into the earth and disappear. To assemble any kind of matter, the human mind must have a form or dream upon which to build. This dream can take any form, like the primitive idea man had when he saw a stone rolling down a hillside and dreamed of a wheel attached to a cart. Scientists call the wheel the greatest invention of all time, for from it issued the modern automobile, airplane, jet propulsion, and even our space age. After the dream, it was relatively simple for man to perfect a functional wheel that could propel man from place to place and free him from being a beast of burden. Since time immemorial, man has dreamed of being able to fly like a bird. The dream crystallized into solid reality when the great artist Leonardo da Vinci wrote on his design of the world's first airplane, "Man shall grow wings." His airplane could only glide, since the motor had not yet been invented, but a self-propelled airplane was already on the way to being a reality, with that first sketch and building of a flying machine. The Wright brothers carried the dream a step further toward reality, after another man had dreamed a motor into existence. The entire universe is built on a dream. To create the world of your choice, learn how to daydream constructively. The steps which you have just studied on the art of premonstration show you how to carry that initial daydream from its first inception of the idea to the complete fulfillment or demonstration, which we call reality. How great men in history have used this power. Great men in history have used this metaphysical power. They looked about them, at the world in which they lived, and saw the many imperfections, the evils, the poverty, the wars and disasters that periodically plagued humanity. And they asked themselves the question, how can I make this a better world? From this initial premise or dream, these great men were guided by their higher minds to discoveries, inventions, and methods by which they changed the destinies of all men and created the reality of a better world for us to live in. As you look about you at the world of reality, you must recognize the fact that we still have a long way to go before we come into the utopia of which man dreams. See the reality, but do not let it blind you to the higher dream towards which all men are striving. The world today needs to learn how to use this metaphysical miracle power more than at any other time in history. Over 25 million people in our country are handicapped in some way, blind, crippled, and sick. In 5,000 years of so-called civilization, man has only known peace for something like 100 years. The rest of that time he has been at war somewhere on the face of the earth. We have social maladjustment, juvenile delinquency, dope addiction, and criminality on a large scale. There are over 8 million alcoholics. Many people still live in slum conditions in this, the richest nation in the world. Millions of people still live on a starvation diet in this world that could produce plenty for all. Never have we known an age in which humanity suffered greater agony of mind and spirit. Humanity needs to use a greater force than book knowledge alone to help man achieve the dream of peace, prosperity, and happiness for which he so desperately searches. See what miracles these great men of history produced when they once learned how to unlock the metaphysical power of their higher minds. Columbus used this power when he searched within for guidance to new lands. This power of the higher mind told him that the world was round, not flat, as everyone believed in that age, and his dreams of discovering a new world were fulfilled. Burbank perfected new products by using this higher mind within. He was able to change growing things and create new species because he tapped this metaphysical miracle power. Michelangelo, the great artist and sculptor, turned to this metaphysical miracle power for gigantic new concepts in art that caused him to create the most perfect statues in marble that man has ever produced. His energy and creative power blossomed even when he was in his 70s and was called back out of retirement by the Pope to do his murals in the Sistine Chapel, which have been called some of the greatest art ever created by man. Pasteur, Edison, Franklin, Einstein, Florence Nightingale, Joan of Arc, Newton, Plato, and Marco Polo, all these great men and women of history had divine guidance in the discoveries, inventions, and creative genius they manifested. Alone, they could never have produced such greatness had they not turned to this miracle power within which we are studying together. They became geniuses and developed almost superhuman power of mind and spirit. What hast thou in thine house? Start today to work your little everyday miracles. Do not wait for a better or more auspicious time. The moment you study this method, you can begin to perform the miracles in your life that you desire and which will give you and your loved ones a better life. The Bible says, "What hast thou in thine house?" One man changed the entire destiny of the South using this metaphysical principle. I visited Tuskegee Institute in Alabama when the great scientist and educator, George Washington Carver, was its leader. He showed me through his laboratory where I saw dozens of products he had created from the lowly peanut, which revolutionized the industry of the South. There were plastics, wallboard, insulating materials, asbestos, varnishes, paints, fodder for cattle, and all kinds of other products made from the peanut. Dr. Carver looked within his own mind for the miracle-working power that could lead him to perfecting and creating all these new products. He did not go to New York City or some other center and search for wealth and power. He busied himself using the materials at hand, and the divine mind within guided him unerringly in taking the right steps for achieving a great destiny and benefiting the world. Look around you today, in whatever environment you exist, and see what you can do to improve your life or change the conditions around you. The miracle power begins to work for you the moment you realize that it is a living, dynamic intelligence which exists within your own mind. The miracle-working Father within. The great master metaphysician Jesus spoke of a Father within who doeth the work, in referring to his amazing miracles. For centuries, people have been puzzled as to his exact meaning. Now, in our scientific age, we know that every person possesses this miracle-working Father within. It is the higher mind, the spiritual intelligence that works in all of nature. It is the power that gave you life, the divine mind that causes you to breathe, that keeps your blood flowing through your veins and arteries. It is the intelligence in your cells that builds and repairs the body, which heals the sick, which creates the child in its mother's womb in 9 months' time. Like all great forces in the universe, this Father within is invisible, but it is as real and more powerful than the physical and material universe which it controls. This divine mind, which some call God, is in the fourth dimensional world where the miracle-working power resides. You can tap this divine mind which works miracles through a simple daily regime, which we shall now study together. It can be invoked this very moment through the power of faith to do your bidding. Like the Aladdin's lamp of the fairy tale, there is also a magic genie within your consciousness, which you can summon to assist you in carrying out the daily miracles of living. Let us see below how you invoke this magic genie of your higher mind for performing daily miracles. The miracle-working regime. 1. First, believe in this miracle-working power. Have faith that this miracle power of your higher mind can do for you what it has done for the great ones of the past. Daily invoke this higher power by opening your day with a short prayer, something like this. Father within, I now humbly ask that you take over my affairs for this day. Guide me to say and do the right things all day. I have faith in the Father within, and now place myself in the divine center of all good and constructive action, knowing that only that which is good can come to me. I am now the center of divine action, and everything I do will be prompted by the higher divine mind within me. 2. Look about you each day and be aware of the miracles that this Father within has created, and which are already at work for you without any conscious effort on your part. The life force flows within you, giving you health and energy to carry out your day's activities. The miracle power in the soil has grown the food you are to eat this day. Coffee will come from Brazil. Sugar from beets or sugar cane is already in existence. Eggs are being created on some farm from chickens that already exist. Beef is being nourished somewhere for your table tonight. Rubber is being grown or manufactured artificially for the tires of your car. Steel, iron, and coal have been built into the earth for your use in machinery, radio, TV, motion pictures. All exist because this miracle power put the elements into creation long before you were born. The oil which runs your car, which gives you heat in winter and cold air in summer, was starting to be created 1 billion years ago. The wool for making your clothing exists somewhere already on a distant flock of sheep. The cotton for shirts, dresses, and other items is now growing on some far-off plantation. Be aware of this miracle-working power of divine mind that is at work in the universe and is even now working for your own good. 3. Sit down for at least half an hour daily and concentrate on the power of this higher divine mind within you. Ask this power to give you perfect health. If you are sick and wish it to heal, you have faith in this power. Know that the miracles of healing are daily taking place in millions of human bodies, and the same power can work for you. When you cut your hand, what force within your body heals it? This force weaves new skin, sends the phagocytes to the wound to kill the invading bacteria, and creates new cells to take place of old ones. When a bone is broken, this same miracle-working power within rushes supplies of calcium and other elements to the fracture, rebuilding the bone and even making it stronger at the juncture where it was broken. 4. When you go to bed at night, the last thing you should do is spend a few moments instructing this divine mind within what miracles you wish it to perform for you during the time you are asleep, or the next day when you are awake. You may make up your own suggestions to the divine metaphysical mind, or you might use a statement for general well-being, such as this. Father within, I now go to sleep, confident that you will heal and repair my body perfectly while I sleep. I ask for divine guidance in all my activities tomorrow and in the days to come. I especially desire peace of mind and harmony in my home and work. I ask for new ideas to improve my finances and to bring me security for the future. I ask for the miracle of divine love to flower in my life and to bless all those within the center of my activities. I now go to sleep confident that I shall awaken on the morrow refreshed, healed, revitalized, and rejuvenated mentally and physically. 5. To concentrate the power of this higher divine mind within, sit down each day and make out a list of the positive and constructive things you want to happen to you. This list should include your working conditions, your home, your social life, your gifts and talents, your finances, and your state of health. Do not be afraid to ask the indwelling Father for anything you desire, for remember, He created the universe and all therein for you to use and enjoy. Your list might look like this. A. I desire a change in my work. Guide me to the finding of a new job doing. State the type of work you wish. B. I wish to make an extra $1,000 so I may buy the things I wish: a new TV set, a car, an air conditioner. Specify the things you desire and visualize them clearly. C. I wish to have romantic fulfillment and to find a mate who embodies these qualities. List the kind of mate you would like to marry, giving the traits, appearance, etc. D. I would like to travel. Guide me to the means for taking trips to. List the countries you wish to visit. One lady in our lecture group listed travel on her miracle guidance chart, and she soon found work on an ocean liner as a manicurist. She met a wealthy widower on this cruise, fell in love with him, and married him when the cruise ended. She achieved another objective which she had on her guidance chart: the finding of a suitable mate and financial independence. You never know from what channel your good will come to you. When you once release the tremendous power of your higher divine mind, you will begin to see miracles occurring on all sides of you. Things will happen that you never consciously realized were possible before. Have faith in this power and never doubt its spiritual reality, for the very fact that you exist is living proof of a miracle-working power in the universe that is greater than any other force in existence. Chapter 2. How to work miracles through metaphysical commands. We have learned that the miracle power is within you, and that it can work for you when you use a certain regime, which we studied in Chapter 1. Now let us learn how to work miracles through creative metaphysical commands that we shall give to the indwelling Father who performs the miracles we desire. The cells of your brain and body are like tiny batteries. They possess atomic and electrical charges that are diffused throughout your entire body. Science now has discovered that when we are sick, the brain and body cells have in some way become short-circuited, and their charges of electricity, magnetism, and life force are depleted. The miracle-working power of the divine mind within is what normally keeps the brain and body healthy. It is prejudiced in favor of health, not sickness. Life, not death. Success, not poverty. Happiness, not misery. Peace, not conflict. Love, not hate. When you wish to work miracles of health or success or love happiness, you must learn to go to the very foundation of your life and work with the divine intelligence that has been implanted within your mind and body. To focus this creative miracle power, you must stir the positive, healing emotions into vibrant action with creative metaphysical commands. Let there be light. The first dynamic creative command in the Bible is, "Let there be light." Under the impetus of this forceful statement, the invisible atoms and molecules of unlimited space were set into motion, and all creation began. Light is synonymous with spirit or intelligence. Darkness represents ignorance and the forces of evil. So too, there are two opposite polarities in all of life. One represents the force of good or God, the other the force of evil, or as religionists call it, the devil. Just as God used this dynamic command, "Let there be light," to start all creation, so too, you can summon up all the creative powers of your brain and body by using a similar creative command to invoke the miracle-working power that can change your life from a negative, fear-filled, and unhappy one to one of health, happiness, and fulfillment. Just as we have light and darkness, so too we have opposing states of consciousness, which constantly struggle for supremacy. These two states of consciousness can be created through the words you think and speak. These words set up little electrical and magnetic charges within the brain, and then communicate themselves to the nerves and muscles of the body, setting into motion the conditions embodied in the words. The master metaphysician Jesus said, "If ye abide in me and my words abide in you, ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you." John 15:7. What does this mean? It means that the creative intelligence of the divine mind within is unlocked through the use of words or creative commands. Positive words, thoughts, and emotions will release positive creative power within your body, whereas negative thoughts, words, and emotions will release destructive power within your body. Many modern doctors will not allow certain words to be used in the presence of their patients because they know that negative words can be harmful to the patient and decrease the healing power within the body. Focalize your creative miracle power. Everyone has a vague idea that he wants to be happy, that he would like a healthy body, that he would like to have a fortune, but most people occasionally release enough creative power through their positive thoughts and emotions to just barely get along in life. Some unconsciously use the right creative commands, and then they see amazing results in their lives. However, most people are so steeped in the consciousness of negative thoughts, words, and emotions that they are never able to achieve the big dramatic results that bring them complete fulfillment and happiness. To achieve the complete release of this inner miracle power, you must learn how to focalize the creative energies of your mind and your emotions. Just as the sun's rays can be focused through a magnifying glass and set fire to a piece of wood or paper, so your creative mental energies can be focalized through a process of concentration and dynamic mental action that can literally kindle the creative flame of genius within yourself. Secret of spiritual communication. Just as there is communication between fellow men through the use of words, there is a spiritual communication which can be invoked between man's conscious mind and the divine mind within. The conscious mind is the seat of reason, logic, and rationality. The soul is the seat of the higher divine mind within man, where spiritual communication takes place. When we pray, we reach out with spiritual language to this hidden, secret center within the soul and invoke God's help and guidance. The language of the soul is as real as the language which mankind uses to communicate with his fellow men. When you wish to invoke the divine mind within to carry out your wishes and aspirations, you must use this method of spiritual communication. To release the dynamic energy of this higher mind, you must see to it that the words you use in this spiritual communication are the right ones. Let us examine two states of consciousness that are represented by opposing words in the following listing. Life, death. Peace, war. Riches, poverty. Good, evil. Health, sickness. youth age, joy misery, beauty ugliness, love hate, confidence fear. When you wish to work miracles through creative metaphysical commands, you must be sure that you approach the divine center of your consciousness with words of spiritual communication that represent the positive, life-giving, healing qualities of divine mind. When you invoke the images of negative words given in the right-hand column, you will release mental and chemical forces that deplete your energy, lower your vitality, and create negative and destructive circumstances within your body and in the outer circumstances of your life. Science confirms miracle power. At last, in this scientific age, science confirms the miracle power that man possesses within his brain and body and soul. A series of laboratory experiments taken with school children showed that the sugar content of the blood could be raised or lowered by the experimenter at will. Two groups of children of the same age were taken from the same grade in school. These two groups were given the same problems to solve. The group were told that they could easily solve the problems, that the solutions were easy, and during the time they worked, they were given encouragement and praise for their efforts. The B group were told that the problems would be difficult to solve. They were told they could not easily solve them, and they were discouraged and depressed by the teacher. The A group finished their tasks quicker, with fewer mistakes than the B group, but the most startling part of the entire experiment was the fact that when the blood of the A group was analyzed, it was found to be higher in sugar content than the blood of the B group. This extra flow of sugar from the liver gave the A group more energy and helped them perform their tasks more quickly and accurately than the B group. It was also found upon analyzing the blood of the B group that it showed less sugar and more fatigue acids than that found in the A group. This was scientific proof that the creative energy of the mind and body, the glandular flow, and all the other activities of the brain and body are radically affected by the words, thoughts, and emotions that are imprinted upon our consciousness. How to give positive creative commands. The divine mind within carries out your instructions and commands. It had tremendous power, for it is the creative mind that originally created you and the entire universe. Within you is a spark of the divinity which brought you into existence, just as within the chick is the creative power which makes possible the miracle of future new life through the egg. Your creative commands reach this divine center of your being and release the miracle working power that can cause you to do anything you wish. This power can heal your body if you are sick. It can keep you healthy and strong and youthful as you grow older. It can guide you to your right work. It can give you songs, inventions, poems, stories, any kind of creative ideas you desire that might make you a fortune. All these things and more can this divine mind within do for you if you once learn how to invoke its dynamic, creative power through your creative commands. The regime for giving your higher mind creative commands. Each day, when you arise in the morning, give your higher mind a series of creative commands made up of the life-giving, positive words you will find in the left-hand column just presented. You can make up your own powerful commands or use those given here. Say these statements aloud if possible. If not, then say them quietly to yourself. Repeat them several times to give them greater effectiveness. Then, during the day, as often as you can, whenever you feel the need for more energy, more power, more intuitive guidance, say the particular creative commands that fit the situation. 1. Life. I am life. The life force now flows through my brain and body, filling me with energy and vitality. I now breathe deeply, and the life force is strengthened and fortified. I am young. I am strong. I am powerful. I now meet all challenges with new courage and optimism. The divine center of my being expands and grows more powerful under the impetus of divine mind. 2. Peace. I am now at the center of peace and poise and power. All disharmony and conflict fade away. I know the joy of perfect serenity, and like a peaceful lake, reflect the blue of the heavens. My serene soul now reflects the joy and radiance of the divine countenance, and I am at peace with the world. 3. Riches. I now command the forces of life to bring me abundance and prosperity and riches. I ask for divine guidance to my right place in life. The treasures of the universe were created for me, and I now accept abundance. 4. Good. I am good, and therefore I attract only that which is good into the orbit of my experiences. As God is good, I am now a channel for the perfect expression of God's goodness through my daily activities. I give out good, and good comes back to me. I operate under the law of good, and evil has no power to touch my life. 5. Health. I summon the miracle working power of my higher mind to heal my body of any and all negative conditions known as sickness. I command the life-giving forces within my brain and body to so regulate my glands and operate within my organs that I shall know health, vitality, energy, and strength. 6. Youth. I now energize my brain and body with the consciousness of youth. I recognize that the life force or divine energy is never old, sick, or tired. Therefore, my body can know only the enthusiasm and energy of youth. I am now in the consciousness of immortality and divinity, and the soul is ever young, and in the eternal image and likeness of God. 7. Joy. I vibrate on the plane of joy and happiness. I am filled with the vibrancy and thrill of life. I rise on wings of hope and optimism to new planes of consciousness, where all my dreams come true. I am happy, and I radiate that happiness to everyone I meet. 8. Beauty. I am filled with the ideal of spiritual beauty, which overcomes the limitations of the physical self. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, and I now see the beauty of sunrise and sunset, of oceans and mountains, of bright blooming spring flowers, of blue skies, and all the hidden beauty of my daily life. I am surrounded by beauty, and its creative miracle now changes my world from one of drabness to a wonderland of magic and enchantment. 9. Love. I now live in the radiant consciousness of love. I send out love to everyone I meet. This radiant stream of divine love negates all hate and resentment. I am like a loving, trusting child, having faith in all people, and knowing that the divine image of love is within the soul of every living human being. 10. Confidence. I now surround myself with an aura of confidence and poise. I no longer fear anything in life. I know that the Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. I radiate confidence in my business and social life. I am at ease in the presence of others, and operate with confidence and poise in every situation. Speak the metaphysical creative word. Have the miracle. When you once practice this form of spiritual communication with the divine mind that is at the center of your being, you can speak the creative word and have the miracle almost at once. As you grow stronger and stronger in the use of these creative commands for working miracles, you will be amazed at how quickly and easily all the forces of nature will bend to your will. Case history. She asked for and got $100,000. A lady who had a 17-year-old daughter came to my lectures and classes in Carnegie Hall for about a year. Her husband was dead, and she had worked hard to bring up and educate her daughter, but they had never been able to make more money than just enough to get along. After this lady had learned the metaphysical method for performing miracles, she asked the divine mind within for the sum of $100,000. She did not know how such a vast sum could ever come to her, but she did have faith that the power within could bring her that sum of money. One day in meditation, she suddenly had a vision that she would win the money through buying a sweepstakes ticket. She had never gambled in her life, and she was astounded when this vision came to her so strongly. She bought a ticket in the Irish sweepstakes, and when the drawing occurred, her ticket was chosen for one of the biggest prizes, $144,000. She won that amount when the race was run, since her horse came in first. She came into the fortune she had dreamed about, and was able to do all the things she had wanted to do all her life. I have never bought a sweepstakes ticket in my life, and I certainly do not urge any other person to go about his demonstration of a fortune through this unreliable medium of gambling, but in this instance perhaps there was no other way by which this lady could have had the materialization of her fortune, and divine mind might have given her the intuitive guidance to buy that ticket. The power works in various ways for various people, It may take longer in some cases, but if one persists and has faith in this miracle power, it will ultimately bring one the things of which he dreams. The regime for releasing miracle power through creative words. 1. Concentrate your creative power of mind by organizing your thoughts into positive patterns, rather than negative ones. Remember, thoughts are things. You create the outer circumstances of your life by your inner thoughts. Each day, practice thinking positive thoughts of health, happiness, peace, prosperity, and joy. 2. Make it a practice to eliminate all negative words from your vocabulary and supplant them with only positive words. When you talk to other people, use only creative commands. Learn to practice saying things that express positive convictions, such as, "I'm happy. I am healthy. I can succeed. I can do that. I will be a success. I will have money. I will overcome my problems." Henry J. Kaiser, who is worth hundreds of millions, showed a friend who once visited his home in Hawaii a dictionary in which he had carefully cut out the word impossible. This was one of the secrets of his success. He refused to express any words that were negative and lived on in the positive conviction that he could accomplish anything he desired. 3. Daily, practice raising your energy levels by using energy-producing words which you repeat over and over, such words as love, success, happiness, good, achievement, God, harmony, peace, charity, brotherhood, forgiveness, faith. Great men in history have always used this theory for producing the positive chemistry of mind and body by using magnetically charged words that help them raise the creative energy levels of their consciousness. When Napoleon was preparing to become crowned as emperor, he strode back and forth before a full-length mirror, repeating over and over these words. "I'm Emperor Napoleon I." It is said of Caruso, the great Italian tenor, that when he was waiting in his dressing room to go on stage, he would stand before his mirror and sing, "I am Caruso." He would sing this over and over, up and down the scales, fixing the image of his greatness indelibly upon his inner consciousness. 4. While you are working to build your higher consciousness, you must practice, very much like an actor does for a stage role. Stand in front of your mirror in the morning before going to your office and practice your dynamic word commands in a firm, confident voice. You can make up your own statements or use these. "I command the forces of life to do my bidding. I demand the best that life has to offer. I expect respect from everyone I meet. I request from invisible sources my supply and abundance to meet all my needs in life. I have important work to do this day, and I shall achieve greatness. I take on qualities of superiority in my personality and conduct, and therefore I become superior." It was a wise man who said, "If you wish to become like Voltaire, you must think, act, and talk like Voltaire." 5. Form the mental habit of having faith in yourself and in the power of the divine mind within you. Express this faith in daily words and actions. Take on the expressions of a successful person if you wish to be more successful. If you wish to materialize riches and abundance, begin today to act like a person of substance. Dress like a person who is important, and if you have only one suit, be sure it is neat and clean at all times. Chapter 3. New Dimensions of Miracle Power Through Metaphysical Mental Imagery. In a study of miracles performed by the great men of history, I have discovered that most of them used new dimensions of miracle power through mental imagery. They were able to expand their states of consciousness to include new combinations, new ideas, and new concepts, which no one else had previously formed. What is the imagination? It is defined in the dictionary as the act or power of forming mental images of what is not present. The act or power of creating new ideas as by combining previous experiences. An image is a visual impression of something. In metaphysics, we employ mental imagery more than anything else to achieve fulfillment of that which we desire. The first place where the Bible speaks of mental imagery is in the story of creation in Genesis, where it says, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. The imagination is a God-given function with which man may perform the same miracles as God himself. It is within man's imagination that this divine function exists, and which man may use to create in the image and likeness of his innermost thoughts. Mental imagery as a spiritual function. Joubert said, "Imagination is the eye of the soul." All great things have been created through the art of mental imagery. This applies not only to our material world of skyscrapers, bridges, industry, and our jet and space achievements, but also to the world of the intellect. Einstein's theory of relativity was a mental concept. Rockefeller's great financial empire was formed in his mind through mental imagery before it became a reality. The miracle of mental and material creativeness which formed the Hilton chain of world-encircling hotels was born in Conrad Hilton's imagination years before it became an outer reality. When the Master Jesus performed his miracles of healing the sick, making the blind see, and feeding the multitudes with the loaves and fishes, it was a stupendous act of mental imagery focused through the higher spiritual dimensions of mind. The building of the first car was an extension of the mental imagery that first produced a horse-drawn wagon. Henry Ford carried the mental pattern further in his imagination and visualized the assembly line method, which produced the modern miracle of cheaper transportation that put America on wheels. How to form big mental concepts. To image a thing is to form a mental concept first. Then the projection of this mental concept to the outer world is an almost automatic function, which involves the mechanism of the higher mind, the sympathetic nervous system, and the reflex actions of the muscles and nerves. You may ask what you will of life, but you will only achieve it by first forming the correct mental images of what you desire. Ask yourself, what do I want of life? Image it clearly in all its details. This should include the things you want to do, the person you want to be, the things you want to have. You possess within your mind a metaphysical brain projector, which is capable of projecting to the outer world the mental images that you have built within. Just as a motion picture projector sends out a beam of light which focuses on a screen the picture on the film, so your brain projector can only project a picture if it is clearly imprinted upon the cells of your brain. If there are no images on that film, there can be no outer projection. Let us see how this works. There can be no successful projection unless you have first fixed the mental image of success upon your consciousness. What is the picture you hold of your success? Is it mediocre or big? Is it an image of your own business or working for someone else? Do you visualize a different job from the one you are doing, which you do not like? To have a great destiny, you must have big mental concepts. Here is the regime for building these big mental concepts, which can cause your higher mind to project the creative pattern you hold to the outer world of reality. 1. Sit down for at least a half hour a day and concentrate your mind on building big concepts. If you are making $100 a week, expand your image to $200 a week. Visualize yourself earning that money first. Do not make the mistake of raising your mental sights too rapidly, for you must really believe you can earn $200 a week before you can project that success image to the outer world. After you have built this mental concept for a week or two, you may be prompted to enroll in a special course in evening high school, a course that will actually project you into a future job paying the bigger salary. Example: a woman of 50 attended my classes in New York for several weeks. Her husband had died, leaving her some insurance money, but not enough for future security. She told me in a personal interview that she had tried to get a job, but no one wanted an old woman, as she put it. I told her to change that mental concept of herself at once. She had let her hair become dingy and gray-streaked. I advised her to search within her own mind to see what she really liked and wanted to do. She knew a man who was a judge, and one day she visited his court and became fascinated at seeing the stenographer taking notes on a stenotype machine. She told no one of her plan at the time, but she enrolled in a course in stenotyping, and when she had finished her course, she began to project the mental concept that she would one day be a court stenographer. A few months later, her judge friend told her that his secretary was leaving to be married, and he needed a good stenotype operator. It was only then that she revealed her secret to her friend, that she was a trained stenotype operator. He hired her at a good weekly salary, and this woman, who had felt that she was old and finished in life, began at 50 a new career that paid her well and gave her new dignity and self-respect. Miracles can truly occur through the use of mental imagery. 2. Look around you in your everyday life and see what conditions you would like to change or improve. Almost all great things have been accomplished because someone looked about him and was discontented with the way things were and wanted to change and improve them. This exercise should apply not only to your physical environment, but also to your mental gifts and talents. Perhaps you want to play the piano, or sing, or do public speaking. This desire to change the circumstances of your life can be extended to all departments of living. Visualize yourself playing the piano, writing the book, taking the trip, making a bigger sum of money. And soon you will be guided by the divine mind within to doing the things that you have created through mental imagery. 3. Constantly strive to increase your knowledge of the world in which you live. The power of imagery increases when you possess a mind that has many highly developed facets. Your imagination can only compile new and more effective forms of imagery when your brain has absorbed many new ideas. It is true, he who has imagination without learning has wings but no feet. The imagination must be developed through knowledge and solid facts. Make it a point to study all branches of knowledge so you will be well read and will have an appreciation of the better things in life. The Chinese say, "Man with good education seems to have much luck." 4. Mentally practice actions that you would like to have take place in your life so that your imagination will be more fully exercised. For example, practice aloud and before a mirror, asking your boss for a raise in salary. Then practice selling some product to a prospective buyer. Make a speech before the Congress in which you plead some universal cause, such as peace or brotherhood. Visualize yourself buying a Cadillac or other fine car, driving it, showing it off to your friends. Do the same thing with buying your own home, investing money in the stock market, or taking a trip to some place you want to go. The ability to create mental images depends on exercise, just like physical development of a muscle. If you can pass a series of such mental images through your mind daily, you will soon find yourself reflecting these mental images in your daily life and doing the things you have held as mental concepts. 5. Mentally set some high goal for yourself and let this goal constantly inspire you to make bigger efforts to achieve your goal. You might, in your mental imagery, plan what you would do if you suddenly inherited $1 million. You might laugh at the thought that you would ever come into so much money, but remember, you are using a metaphysical miracle power that can work its miracles for you, as it has for thousands of others in the past. Examples. Here are 4 examples of students in my classes who used this power of mental projection through the imagination and who came into unexpected sums of money. One young lady received money through a large insurance policy that a relative had made out in her name years before. A man had a sum of money come to him from reparations paid by Austria to those whom the Nazis had robbed when they occupied Austria during the war. A third member of our lecture group came into a large sum of money through the settlement of a court case involving a patent infringement. Another lady in our group sold her first novel, which she wrote after learning how to exercise her imagination. She was given a substantial advance payment for the book, and later received thousands of dollars from a movie company that bought the book. 6. Do not accept the limitations that might exist at the present moment in your life. In your mental imagery, see these circumstances changed by time into the new conditions that you hold in consciousness. If you were a shoeshine boy in Texas and someone told you that you would one day become President of the United States, it might almost appear laughable. And yet, a boy named Lyndon Baines Johnson made that type of amazing transition in a period of a few short years. He used these principles of mental imagery to amass his vast fortune, and even if he had not become president through chance, his life still would be counted a successful one. 7. Talk to your higher mind, just as you would talk to a person, telling it your secret aspirations and desires, and then sit quietly in the silence and let it guide you to taking the right steps, which will fulfill your destiny. Sammy Davis Jr. had every known limitation in his early life, but he kept telling himself, "I can do it," and visualizing and imagining his future success, until he finally won through and became a great star. Another instance of a man of the same race, who has amazed everyone in the boxing world, who has used this principle of imagination and mental projection, is Cassius Clay. Some people might consider his confident statements about victory in the ring as mere braggadocio, but the fact remains, he has up to this point fulfilled every promise he made to himself. 8. Perhaps you are not living the life in this moment that you would like to live in the future. You may be in the wrong work, and you may not be able to make a change at present. You may not have enough money to do the things you desire, and you may feel that you can never change these negative circumstances of your life. Should you let your situation depress and discourage you? Indeed not. By using the metaphysical miracle power that your higher mind can release in your everyday life, you can soon alter these negative conditions and create a positive, happy, successful future for yourself. In the meantime, make it a point to see your present environment through rose-colored glasses, and in your imagination, see the perfection you dream of in your inner world. How a child saw spiritual reality. I remember I once visited a place on the Pacific called Balboa. There were charming white stucco houses on the side streets facing the ocean, with purple and red bougainvillea spilling over their trim roofs. Suddenly I found myself at the end of the street, and there was a shabby little house that had been built of packing cases and odds and ends of lumber. It was obviously inferior to the other cottages that lined the streets. Playing in the yard of this shabby house was a little boy of 8 or 10, with blue eyes and a shock of golden hair. I pointed to the shabby shack and added, "Does anybody live in that house?" The boy looked up at me with a big smile on his bright face and said, "Yes, I live there. Ain't I lucky?" This child was seeing the true spiritual reality behind his life, not the ugly, limited shack, which had caught my attention. He had the blue Pacific at his doorstep. The golden California sun bathed his world with beauty. He had the unlimited vision, beauty and spirit of youth to buoy him up, and to him, this little shack in which he lived was a palace, and he felt himself fortunate to be living in it. This is the mental attitude that you must bring to your own life. You may not live in the most perfect home at present. Your job may not be to your liking, and you may not have all the money you would like to have, but don't let your discontent with your present situation blind you to the metaphysical miracle power within your mind, which can change these negative conditions, if you will, but hold the right mental images and concepts in your consciousness. Chapter 4. The Master Key that opens doors to metaphysical miracles. There is a master key which you may use to open miraculous doors to the secrets of the entire universe. This key is desire. In metaphysics, we call desire the divine emotion, for it is the master key which the Creator used to evolve the entire universe. When everything was created, God placed this divine emotion into all living creatures, and it serves as the motivating power that stirs all things into creative action. It is the desire to get out of that egg which causes the chick to begin to peck his way out of his prison. If this desire were not inborn, he would never know the breath of life. It is your desire for life that keeps the life force pumping through your body, propelled by your heart and glands. It is your desire for success that drives you on and gives you the motivation to seek out the means for making a fortune. It is the desire for happiness that causes people to overcome all kinds of discouraging obstacles and strive to achieve this desirable goal. This one master key alone can help you unlock doors to the mysteries of the universe. The Master Jesus knew of this master key principle. He said, "Ask and ye shall receive, seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you." There is a metaphysical miracle in this great spiritual formula which can help you unlock the doors to the invisible treasures of the universe. Do you recall the story of Ali Baba in the fairy tale? Before the door to the hidden treasures would open for him, he had to first learn the magic word. When he said the magic word, the door swung open, and he found unlimited wealth. The magic word, ask. Now let us analyze the metaphysical principle involved in the words ask, seek, knock. The first letters of these three words spell ask. You can only ask for something that you desire first. This is the beginning of creating any kind of a miracle. You must use the master key of desire before you can motivate the invisible forces of cosmic power, which work through your divine mind. Your mortal mind asks, and the higher divine mind within you answers. It knows all the secrets of the universe. It is the divine power which formed your body in 9 short months' time. If you are sick, isn't it natural to go to the master physician within who knows all the chemicals and elements from which your body was created? The miracle of healing through desire. If you want a miracle of healing, isn't it logical that the mastermind that rules the entire universe should know how to bring about the miracle of health? Think of the mystery of your heart alone, that little organ about as big as your fist, which pumps night and day, sending your bloodstream throughout your entire body, carrying the impurities to the kidneys, then pumping fresh, clean blood with its load of life-giving oxygen once again to your cells. Think of the miracle of your digestion. Solid food is broken up into liquids that are easily assimilated by a process known as osmosis through the walls of your intestines. The bloodstream is then able to carry necessary nourishment to all parts of your body. As if this weren't enough of a miracle, think of the even greater miracle when your body sends out a cell to the bloodstream for a particle of iron, or magnesium, or sodium, and the blood brings that element or mineral to the exact place where it is needed, be it in a brain cell or in a toenail. It is the master key of desire at work in your body and brain cells which makes possible this great miracle of life and of healing. Desire as a dominant and divine emotion. Desire is a powerful emotion within your brain. It is able to set up magnetic wavelengths, which reach out into time and space and attract the very things that are desired for fulfillment and growth. The cactus plant isolated in the desert must have moisture to live. In its desire for moisture, the plant sends its roots deep into the desert sand and causes it to attract any moisture that exists below the surface of the soil. Many a desert traveler, dying of thirst, has been saved because he knew that the cactus plant had a reservoir of life-giving moisture within its leaves, and by cutting leaves open and drinking it, he lived. Your emotions, working through the master key desire, can set up wavelengths of magnetism to attract to you all the elements you require for a healthy, happy, successful life. Let us learn more about this master key, which all the great teachers and prophets have used since time immemorial to produce their great miracles. The reason why such great teachers as Moses, Buddha, Confucius, and Christ were called masters is because they had completely mastered life by knowing of and controlling this master key emotion of desire. Ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you. Also, what things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. This is why, in my teachings of metaphysics, I have named desire the divine emotion. It is the master key that helps us work the miracles which the Master promised we could also do. And greater works than these shall ye do. If you believe this statement literally, then you are on the way to performing miracles in your own life, which will astound you. What things do you desire? Before you can ask the miracle-working power that dwells within your divine mind for some specific thing, you must be able to formulate your desires into language that is definite and clear-cut. Someone has said, metaphysics is the language of the soul. In any form of communication, there must be words that set up patterns of action and reaction. To reach the higher mind within your divine mind for some specific thing, you must be able to formulate your desires into language that is definite, and be shown how to make out a blueprint of destiny, which can help you consolidate and concentrate these desires through your emotions. 1. Desire for a better life. 2. Desire for good health, youth, and vitality. 3. Desire for success, fulfillment, and riches. 4. Desire for happiness. 5. Desire for friends and social recognition. 6. Desire for love, marriage, children, a home. 7. Desire for cultural achievement. 8. Desire for the right work and creative expression. 9. Desire for spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. 10. Desire for high moral and idealistic aspirations. A truly balanced and perfect life should contain all of the above 10 desires, fully expressed in all departments of your life. It is when one or more of these elements is missing that one feels a sense of incompletion and unhappiness in his life. Emotions, the building blocks of desire. Before we begin to use the master key of desire to shape your future destiny, let us study the basic emotions, the building blocks which desire uses for creating your future. There are positive emotions and negative ones. The positive emotions can be used to charge your mind and body with dynamic energy and to help you overcome the negative forces in life that are constantly opposing the positive ones. Positive emotions. Negative emotions. Faith. Hate. Love. Fear. Hope. Worry. Expectation. Jealousy. Enthusiasm. Envy. Anticipation. Revenge. Self-confidence. Resentment. Charity. Despair. Goodness. Avariciousness. Unselfishness. Discouragement. How to use positive emotions to charge your mind constructively. You can use the 10 positive emotions to charge your mind with dynamic energy and to instill within your body cells the life force which will keep you healthy, vital, and youthful into an advanced old age. In fact, through this metaphysical method of implementing the master key of desire with the positive and constructive emotions, you can learn how to live to a useful, creative, and energetic old age of 100 years or more. Some of the masters of the Himalayas who have learned this great secret have been known to live to be as much as 200 years of age. With our modern scientific study of geriatrics, which has to do with the processes of aging, it has been found that if we could entirely remove the poisons and fatigue acids caused by the negative emotions and insulate the mind and body only with positive emotions, man could live to an incredible old age. The body has the ability to repair itself perfectly, but it must use chemicals and elements which flow from the glands or which we take into the body through the foods we eat. Our thoughts and emotions help set the stage, chemically speaking, for the glands to release valuable chemicals for the body's perfect functioning. If the emotions are negative, they poison the body cells and make possible disease and the aging process. How to achieve a better life. First, let us take each of the magic keys of desire and use them to open channels for the fulfillment of that which you desire. Everyone has a right to the best that life has to offer. However, there is no guarantee that you will receive this until and unless you first will yourself to believe that a better life is possible. This will require the use of several positive emotions. Let us check our list of positive emotions now and choose those which will help stimulate the brain and body and release the energy and magnetism necessary to lead you to a better life. The better life includes security, peace of mind, and fulfillment of your innermost dreams and desires. The first emotion you should tap is that of faith, number 1 on our list of positive emotions. Faith is literally a miracle worker. The Master Jesus said, "He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall ye do also. And greater works than these shall ye do." John 14:12. This is a powerful statement of faith. If you literally believe in the miracle-working power of your higher divine mind, nothing shall be impossible for you to achieve. You might think that this is limited, but actually it is not. You might say, But if I wanted to become president of the United States or have $10 million, it would be impossible. Actually, you do not really believe it is possible. Therefore, you do not have faith. The dynamic law of expectation. This brings us to another important emotion for achieving the better life that you desire. This is our fourth emotion on our list: expectation. Do you really expect a better life in the future? Or do you constantly spend time and energy on bewailing the past and regretting the mistakes you made in the past? One man I knew in California lost his chance to become wealthy in the early days by practically giving away his property on Wilshire Boulevard. After the Second World War, this property sold for millions. He kept regretting this mistake and talking about it constantly. One day I told him to begin concentrating on the future and to expect his good fortune. He began to change his mental attitude, and soon he found some undeveloped land in San Fernando Valley, where he began a housing development that made him a vast fortune. The same mental energy he was dissipating with negative emotions, when converted into positive emotions, made him rich. What other positive emotions on this list might be tapped to bring one a better life? Enthusiasm is a needed ingredient in any success. Self-confidence must exist within the mind of any person who wishes to succeed in any venture. There must be the emotion of goodness, the desire to do good for others and to be good. This is a chemical force within the brain and body that is positive and dynamic. There should be unselfishness, a desire to share your good with others. It can be seen now that all these emotions help implement the master key of desire and direct the mental and physical energies in the direction of bettering your life. A desire for good health, youth, and vitality. There is no greater treasure in the world than good health. The body is prejudiced in favor of life and health. When we become sick, it is because the emotional and chemical balance of the body has been upset and thrown out of balance. When God created the human body, He meant for it to function perfectly and to repair itself through the chemicals released by the glands or taken into the body through the diet. The glands are triggered by your emotions, and if you should become sick, you can help the divine mind within in the healing process by learning how to maintain the correct mental and emotional balance that is conducive to healing. This does not mean that you should try to heal yourself, for in our age we must realize that doctors and drugs are still playing a very important part in the healing arts. However, even doctors know that very often the right mental and emotional attitude of the patient can bring about a healing when other things fail. The emotions that create sickness. It is now known in the science of psychosomatic medicine that diseases can be created by negative emotions. A woman who was a chronic worrier and had difficulties in her marriage developed violent attacks of hay fever and asthma. Nothing seemed to help her until it was brought out in an interview with the doctor that she worried constantly. This affected her marriage and led to further complications. When she was given the positive emotions of hope, self-confidence, unselfish love, and enthusiasm by which to live her life, she became a changed person. She soon overcame her tendency to worry. She became more spiritual in her approach to her marital problems, and in 6 months' time, her condition had improved so much that she was almost entirely free of symptoms and discomfort. Another instance that proves the destructive power of the emotions was that of a man who developed ulcers. They became so aggravated that he was advised to have an operation. Then a psychosomatic medical expert was called in, and he questioned the man while he was under a fluoroscope, an instrument like an X-ray machine which permits the doctor to watch the patient's internal organs. As the doctor repeated a list of words, such as house, sky, water, dog, etc., he finally came to the word mother-in-law, and the patient's stomach was observed to jump as if it had been shot. Then the doctor knew that this man was sick because of trouble with his mother-in-law. Questioning proved that this was indeed the trouble. The wife's mother lived in the house with the couple and interfered constantly in their marriage. When she was moved out, the patient had a miraculous healing. Fear, the great destroyer. One of the most destructive of all emotions is that of fear. Any prolonged state of fear that persists for months or years can set the stage for almost every type of disease known in the human catalog. from heart trouble and high blood pressure to arthritis and sugar diabetes. A woman walked under a tree one hot summer evening, and a tree frog dropped into the bosom of her dress. The shock of fear was so great that a few weeks later she developed sugar diabetes. The negative emotion of hate is another one that destroys the body's glandular and chemical balance and causes sickness. Hatred, worry, jealousy, greed, and selfishness are all high on the list of those destructive negative emotions which destroy the body's health and produce every known type of ailment. To keep your body in good health and to have vitality and youthful energy until a ripe old age, use the following emotions on our positive list. Faith. Believe that your higher mind which created you knows how to sustain you and keep you in good health. Faith coupled with prayer is an unbeatable formula for achieving miraculous results in healing or in keeping the body normally healthy. Most of the authenticated cases of true spiritual healing, called by many miracles, were found to be due to this spiritual combination of faith and prayer. The Master Jesus knew this profound metaphysical secret, and in his revelations he constantly referred to the need of faith combined with prayer. What things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. Mark 11:24. And the prayer of faith shall save the sick, and the Lord shall raise him up. And if he have committed sins, they shall be forgiven him. James 5:15. The positive emotion of hope is also a valuable aid for keeping the body healthy. This, coupled with expectation, anticipation, and love, furnishes an emotional background for healing in the body which is truly miraculous. New life through positive emotions. A man was in a deep coma, and the doctors had given him up for dead. He had a combination of disorders, including a diseased heart, high blood pressure, and ulcers. Finally, one of the doctors who attended him decided to try an experiment. In a rational moment, when the man rallied briefly from his coma, this doctor said to the patient, "Your 10-year-old son needs you desperately. If you die, how will he ever be able to go through college and get an education? You want him to have a better life than you did. You must live for your son's sake, at least until you have sent him through college." The doctor who reported this case says that the man went back into the coma, but it turned into a deep sleep, from which he awakened in a few hours' time. The man became healed and lived for some years after. When his son graduated from college, the man became ill again and in a few months' time died. Many people who retire at 60 or 65 years of age, who feel that their usefulness is ended, often die in from 3 to 5 years from their retirement. The emotional anticipation and eagerness to see what tomorrow will bring is a powerful glandular stimulus and keeps people alive for many years. Old people especially should be made to feel that they are wanted and needed. It gives them that reason for living, which every person requires to keep him going. The miracle power of love. One of the greatest positive emotions for maintaining good health or even for healing the body is that of love. This is the emotion that makes the world go round, and it helps release magnetism, electricity, and healing power in every cell of the brain and body. In cases where people are unhappy and frustrated in love, it has been observed that they develop every known type of ailment. Just as the negative emotion of hatred seems to create all kinds of ailments, so too, an absence of the positive emotion of love can cause the body to literally shrivel up and die. Love as an emotion can be made to work its miracle for you in many other forms than romantic love or marriage. Daily express your love of friends and neighbors by doing little acts that show how much you care. There is love of family, love of country, love of humanity, and love of God. All these are miracle-working forces that can radically affect your life and change it for the better. This one emotion of love alone can keep you alive and healthy to a very advanced age. Desire for success, fulfillment, and riches. What emotional reservoirs shall one tap within the brain and body for achieving the third desire on our list? Now that you have seen how we can couple our desires with our emotions to release the miracle-working power of the higher mind, you can work to couple these emotions with any of the desires that you may have and begin to see the results that you can achieve immediately. This should be an exercise that you perform every day. In fact, you can start your day's activities by choosing some outstanding emotion that will be your golden key for that day. On Monday, you might choose the positive emotion number 1, faith, and all day continue to hold that emotion in your consciousness. On Tuesday, you might choose emotion number 2, love, and let that be the golden key to dynamic action for your day. You can do this with each day of the week, and even couple 2 emotions for some days, until you become so expert at releasing the flow of miracle-working power that every situation in life will be motivated by compelling and dynamic energy motivators. Your desire for success, fulfillment, and riches can be motivated by the following positive emotions: enthusiasm, self-confidence, anticipation, hope, and faith. However, many people have achieved fame, fortune, and greatness through the emotion of love. This is one of the most dynamic motivators of all, and we shall study further the miracle-working power of this divine emotion in other sections of our study. Desire for happiness. Happiness is a state of mind more than anything else. It depends to a great extent on the emotions that are indulged habitually. Some people are happy in almost any environment or under very trying circumstances, whereas others may have a fortune, beauty, popularity, and everything to live for, and still be miserable. One remembers such movie stars as Marilyn Monroe and Carol Landis, and several millionaires who committed suicide in the past. Their problems were based on personal failures, not on lack of money, popularity, or success. In a study of the emotions which charge the mind with complete happiness, we find that all 10 given on our list of positive emotions are important. If you will study these carefully, you will see that each emotion tends to give something of its quality to the mind which harbors it, and soon, when you have practiced these positive emotions, your mental attitude will be colored by them, just as if you wore a pair of mental rose-colored glasses. Desire for friends and social recognition. No person can live his life isolated from other people. You must be able to indulge the social reciprocity that brings other people into your life, and this can be done by bringing into play the following emotions: love, enthusiasm, anticipation, charity, good, and unselfishness. We shall have much more to learn about this desire for friends in another section of our study, but you can begin immediately in this important department of your life to do something about ending loneliness and personal unhappiness, and building the magnetic aura in your personality that will attract friends into your orbit of activities and give you the feeling that you are loved and desired by others. Desire for love, marriage, children, a home. This basic desire for love, marriage, and children is one of nature's most compelling emotions. Without love, life is a tomb, Browning said, and this is a great truth. It was the magical healing power of love that awakened in Elizabeth Barrett Browning, which made her fall in love with the great poet and marry him, when she had been ill and bedridden for many years. Through love, she suddenly became healed and bore him a child in her early 40s. The emotions which engender love, and which you should indulge if you are searching for fulfillment in this department of your life, are faith, hope, enthusiasm, anticipation, charity, goodness, and a great deal of unselfishness. True love is one of the most unselfish of all emotions and will not thrive in an atmosphere of selfishness. Desire for cultural achievement. Man shall not live by bread alone, we are told in the Bible. You will need balance in your life to counteract work and the pursuit of fame or fortune. What shall a rich man do when he has achieved a vast fortune? The great men of history have always used their wealth to advance the causes of culture and learning. Carnegie endowed libraries, Mellon founded an art gallery. Rockefeller bestowed his millions on the Rockefeller Foundation. Nobel left his fortune in trust to be given out in the famous Nobel Peace Prizes, and for the recognition of great authors. Henry Ford left his heritage in the Ford Foundation, and Guggenheim endows many worthy causes through the Guggenheim Foundation. The positive emotions which should be indulged for cultural achievement are love of humanity, charity, faith, enthusiasm, goodness, and unselfishness. Desire for the right work and creative expression. As work is a most important ingredient of any person's life, it is vital that each of us be in the right work and possess the right motivation, which will make work less a burden than a pleasure. As we should never literally retire, but always have some activity which engages our time and attention throughout life, it is important that the correct emotions motivate this vital department of life. The emotions of love, hope, expectation, anticipation, self-confidence, charity, goodness, and unselfishness should all be indulged daily in relation to our right work and creative expression. Desire for spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. To balance work and play, one needs spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. The emotions of love, faith, hope, charity, good, and unselfishness should be indulged daily. To this should be added the spiritual communication, what we call prayer in religion, which should be a part of our daily lives. Talking to the God power within can be done, not only in the morning and at night, but many times during the day when one feels a need of communication with a higher power. Little short prayers such as, "Thank you, God," when you have an unusually happy experience, or when you see a bright blue sky and sunshine, or flowers blooming in your garden. These little prayers keep one in touch with the spiritual source of all life and power and propel us in the direction of peace, health, and happiness. Desire for high moral and idealistic aspirations. This desire is the civilizing emotion which causes people to rise from the plane of animalism to that of divinity. Man's war-making propensity is a leftover of the barbarism and savagery of primitive times. Only when man is infused with high moral and idealistic aspirations does he rise in the scale of evolution from animalism to the realm of dignity and divinity. The 10 Commandments are moral laws upon which civilization has been built. The Golden Rule is another great spiritual revelation for man's higher moral conduct. The emotions which trigger this desire are faith, love, hope, charity, good, and unselfishness. Daily regime for emotional control. It must be remembered that the emotions have been given to mankind for a definite purpose, for our enjoyment, and also to trigger the chemistry within the body that can motivate us in any chosen direction. The negative emotions should be avoided as much as possible, and the positive emotions should be implemented and exercised every day. Following are some pointers which you should follow for daily emotional control. 1. When you awaken in the morning, 2 emotions should instantly be activated. The emotions of enthusiasm and expectation. You should look forward to your day's activities with joy and eagerness. If you awaken with a negative emotion such as fear or despair, instantly begin to work to awaken the emotions of enthusiasm and expectation by looking forward with eagerness to some special activity which you plan for that particular day. If that does not work, then think of something which you plan to do in the future, which will make today's work worthwhile, such as a trip to Hawaii or Europe, the buying of a new car or a home of your own, a visit to a friend's or relative's home for a special event. This future projection of your desires will tend to animate you and cause you to face your day's activities with renewed zest. 2. When you meet some person in your day's work who represents one of the negative emotions, such as anger, fear, or hatred, try transmuting the emotion to its opposite positive one. See what you can find good in the person. Try to send out loving thoughts instead of hateful ones. See if you can't win him over as a friend instead of thinking of him as being an enemy. This art of transmutation will soon begin to color your life experiences with pleasant, positive emotions that will soon reflect in better health and a happier state of mind. 3. Use your emotions to raise the energy level of your body. Remember, the positive emotions trigger a flow of sugar from the liver, where it is stored, to your bloodstream. When you are preparing to do some strenuous work that will require a great deal of energy, think of the rewards you will receive from this work, or how it will help educate your son or daughter, or the ways in which it will benefit you in the future. And instantly this emotional charge will release amazing new power in your body which will make the task easier and more pleasant. Example. A frail, 98-pound woman was driving herself and her brother in one of the early Fords that weighed about 1,400 pounds. The car went out of control on a corner and ran into a ditch where it overturned, pinning the brother underneath. There was no one to help them, and the frail 98-pound sister single-handedly lifted that car with her bare hands so her brother was able to get out from under its crushing weight. This miracle of a superabundance of energy can be attributed to the automatic functions of the higher mind which somehow gave this woman the strength she needed for her task. She might never, under normal circumstances, be able to duplicate this feat, but in the emergency of the moment, some powerful chemical force was released within her body that gave her superhuman strength. 4. Carry cards in your pocketbook which you can use for emotional charges each day when you especially need them. During a period of depression over your finances and work, you might read on your card, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," and all the rest of the 23rd Psalm. The 91st Psalm is also good for this purpose. It can be also a statement of faith or love that you make up or which you have read in some inspirational book. Throughout the day, you can use these little metaphysical energy boosters to help keep your level of energy high and your spirits bright. 5. Each day, check on your negative emotions and see if perhaps they are killing your energy and producing headaches, colds, asthma, arthritis, or other disabling diseases. Are you actively hating someone or something? Hate is a crippling emotion. Do you resent or envy some person with whom you work? Resentment and envy are mild forms of hate. They release chemicals in the bloodstream which can poison the blood. Science now knows these chemical reactions to emotion can produce all kinds of ailments. Do you indulge fear and worry all day long? This is another emotional state that releases excess adrenaline and causes the heart and brain to become overstimulated, producing many ailments. 6. The body lives on food, air, and chemicals. You can change the body's chemistry by changing your thoughts from negative to positive. You can learn how to eat the right foods which will give you good chemical balance. There are many wonderful books written by experts in this field. But what about your breathing? The breath helps purify your bloodstream and remove the toxins and wastes that accumulate all day long. With the positive emotions that you indulge, be sure that you stop several times a day. Go to an open window and take deep, long breaths of fresh air. The lungs of most people are only partially developed because they are shallow breathers. Later in our study, we shall talk more about this important subject. God has placed in the air about you the most necessary ingredients for maintaining health and vitality. Chapter 5. How to get miracle power through dynamic concentration. The life force which motivates the entire universe is a concentrated dynamic force, which you may tap and use as a miracle working power in your own life. This life force is in every atom and molecule of the created universe, from the microcosm, man, to the macrocosm, the universe. When this atomic power is concentrated into a little 2-inch cube, it can set into motion a chain reaction in the atmosphere, which can level an entire city. When this same atomic power is concentrated in an electric dynamo, it can furnish electric power, heat, and energy for the entire human race and change the course of civilization. Concentrated atomic power is the secret force that all the great mystics and masters throughout the ages have taught for working miracles of every kind. Concentration focuses attention. The main reason why most people fail in life is because they are not able to focus the power of their higher minds on the achievement of their life goals. The miracle working power is within them, as we have already learned, but they do not know how to concentrate it in a steady, radiant, and dynamic stream of energy that can dissolve all obstacles and bring them the complete fulfillment of their line dream. An example of how concentration of the sun's rays can dissolve the hardest known substance is this. An emerald is one of the hardest of all known minerals. It cannot be melted in a furnace heated 7 times 7. If that emerald is put into a glass cube where the sun's rays are focused on it, it will completely disintegrate into liquid form in a few hours' time. So too with your mind. Concentration focuses attention. And when the rays of your mind are focused and concentrated on achieving a goal, solving a problem, performing a miracle of healing, or any other objective, all the atomic energy of your mind, body, and soul is released in a dynamic stream of power that can literally perform miracles. Concentration built an empire. The true life story of David Sarnoff, head of the vast financial empire built by him, is proof of how concentrated mental power can create miracles. When Sarnoff was a boy, he became fascinated by the inventions of Marconi, the comparatively new wireless and telegraphy. The ability to send electrical vibrations through the air and receive them at great distances seemed to him a miracle. He concentrated all the powers of his mind on this new medium of communication and worked as a telegraph operator at a few dollars a week. Every new invention he followed with avid interest, and when radio came into existence, he associated himself with that new development. Finally, with the discovery of television, the ultimate miracle which focuses pictures in action, sound and color on a screen in the home, Sarnoff found his ultimate goal fulfilled and became head of Radio Corporation of America. If Sarnoff had vacillated and broken up his concentration during those years of study and research, it is doubtful if he would ever have achieved his present position as head of a vast industrial and financial empire. The mind that is scattered and which lacks concentration and dynamic power seldom ever achieves rich rewards in life. The miracle-working power of the higher mind within you works best when you focus that power on some specific goal or objective. Concentrated power brought him millions. Conrad Hilton was once at a party at my home in Bel Air, California, and in talking to him I learned how completely he built his vast worldwide chain of hotels through this power of dynamic concentration. He told me that when he was a young man in Texas, he thought constantly about going into the hotel business. Finally, his opportunity came to manage a small hotel, and he did this so successfully that soon he was running a much larger hotel. He concentrated the power of his mind on absorbing as much knowledge as he could on the operation of hotels, and he read and studied everything he could get his hands on about his absorbing subject. He was 40 years of age before he had his first opportunity to operate a big hotel, the Waldorf Astoria in New York. His enthusiasm and his great ability attracted financial backers, and he was on his way to becoming one of the world's greatest hotel operators. Even now, in his 70s, Hilton has the vibrant energy and youthful enthusiasm of a man of 30. Concentrated mind power has not only kept his mind alert and young, but the vibrations have extended to his body cells and given him the energy of a young man. No one can dance better or longer at a party than Conrad Hilton. Let us define what concentration is, so we will better understand why the higher mind can release miracle power through dynamic concentration. Concentration is the ability to focus the attention on some specific object, or on some state of mind, or an emotion at will. Most of us are able at times to so focus the power of the mind, and we occasionally feel a spurt of energy and power, but we lack the ability to focus this power through concentration at will. This is the difference between those who perform seeming miracles and those who live in a world of failure, frustration, and fear. Everyone has this power to focalize the higher mind on the achieving of a great goal in life, but most people lack the ability to do so at will. Atomic power within your mind. The atomic energy which is dispersed throughout the universe is also within your own human brain. When you think, you use atomic power. When you send your thoughts out into the universe in a radiant stream of concentrated energy, you can stir the atoms and molecules of space and in the minds and bodies of other people, and actually motivate them into action. Sometime try the simple experiment of looking at another person whose back is turned to you with the concentrated thought that in a few moments he will turn and look at you. The atomic energy emanating from your mind is so powerful when it is concentrated that it can lodge in another human brain and motivate it into some form of action. Dr. Rhine, in his experiments at Duke University, proved that mankind is on threshold of great new powers through control of the higher centers of his brain. He proved that some people can actually transmit thought patterns and images to another mind. Some of his experimenters were able to motivate cards and dice to such an extent that it was beyond the laws of chance. When this miracle-working power is better understood by scientists, they will realize that the great mystics like Jesus, Buddha, Zoroaster, Moses, and Confucius knew the secrets of atomic mind power and were able to use them to perform miracles of transmutation, healing, and materialization. In this, the atomic age, man will soon perform greater miracles than any he has known up to the present time. In an article in the New York Times, one scientist predicted that in a few short years' time, man will be able to harness the magnetic rays of space and create space vehicles that will travel at the speed of 200,000 miles per hour. It sounds incredible, I know. But what of our present space vehicles which rotate around the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour on the invisible rays exerted on them by gravity? This is one of the miracles of our age. And when man begins to explore the dimensions of mind and spirit further, we shall discover whole new worlds of wonder and excitement. Projecting thought forms. In the dimension of the mind, there are vast forces latent. When once stirred into dynamic action through intense concentration, the mind is capable of projecting thought forms which can lodge in space and which other people are able to pick up and discern. This power of projecting thought forms is very much the same as the principle which causes sounds and pictures to be transmitted by electrical pulsations and projected into the atmosphere, and then to be received by the television tube. Electrical pulsations, which are invisible but potent, radiate throughout time and space. We may tap these radio waves with our electrical machines and use them for telephone, radio, and television. They operate our machines in stock exchanges and cause messages to be sent out for thousands of miles in our telegraph and communication. Media. Think how much more powerful your brain is than these machines. Your brain created these machines, therefore it has more power than the things it creates. Your brain also works on electrical vibrations or pulsations. It can receive the mental thought forms which other minds send out. It can also project these thought forms to other people. How many times two people have both written a story, or invented some machine, or discovered some scientific secret at the same time, without being aware that any other person had done so? These are cases of mental projection of thought form, cases in which other minds were able to focus on the screens of their minds and then project in a creative pattern. A simple illustration of how this mental projection works is found in the experience of a student in one of my classes in Carnegie Hall. This young lady was a secretary for a big business executive. She had been with the firm 3 years and thought she deserved a raise in salary, but her boss was extremely taciturn and reluctant to give her a raise. After studying our lesson on how to project thought forms of the things she wanted, she began her practice of this art on her boss. Each day at lunchtime, she sat for a full 5 minutes and did nothing but concentrate her mind on her boss. She talked to him mentally, just as if she were talking to him in person. Her mental thought forms went something like this: I deserve a raise in salary. Mr. X, you will give me my raise. You will give me $10 more a week. I now project this thought form to you. You will receive it, and you will act upon it. She then visualized herself standing before her boss, being told of the raise. She saw herself thanking him, and then she mentally pictured what she could do with that extra $500 or more a year that she would receive. Every day while at work, and for 5 minutes every night before going to sleep, this girl concentrated the power of her mind on projecting these mental thought forms. 2 weeks went by and nothing happened. She was beginning to get a little discouraged, but she continued her mental projection. One afternoon, her boss called her into his office. She went in with her dictation pad, thinking he wanted to dictate some letters. But when she stood before him, there was a strange expression on his face, and he said, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel you deserve a $10 raise in salary. From now on, you will receive $10 more each week. The girl was so startled, she could hardly blurt out her thank you before leaving the office. It was a small miracle, but it worked, and it gave her confidence in the power of her mind to project thought forms of the things she wanted to happen to her, and she was soon on the way to achieving every goal that she desired. Concentrated power brought him millions. The only man who was able to convince George Bernard Shaw that his plays should be brought to the screen was Gabriel Pascal. One evening, when I was a guest at his home with Greer Garson and many other Hollywood celebrities, Pascal told me how he performed this seemingly impossible feat. Pascal had concentrated on Shaw's plays for months. He mentally projected them into motion picture form. He visualized himself becoming a famous producer and bringing the beauty and drama of Shaw's plays to an audience of millions throughout the world. To all other offers to make movies of his plays, Shaw had said no. Pascal hitchhiked his way to the country home of the famous playwright. He didn't have money enough to take a bus or taxi. He gained admission to Shaw's home, and when confronted by the angry and unfriendly playwright, He told him of his intense desire to bring his plays to the screen. So powerful was Pascal's mental concentration and projection that he was able to convince the playwright that he would do full justice to his plays in the new medium. Before Pascal left that day, Shaw had signed a paper giving him the sole rights to all his stage plays. Pascal was a student of mental and metaphysical sciences for years. He knew how to project his mental powers and convince Shaw that he should trust all his great works to the care of this man of vision. It turned out that Pascal was able to make millions of dollars for himself through this act, and also to further enrich and beautify the world with Shaw's great art. Regime for concentrating mental power. The late Thomas Watson Sr., who headed one of the world's biggest organizations, the International Business Machines, known as IBM, had one motto, which was printed on a large card that all his employees could see every day. That word was think. The concentrated power of many minds, infused with this idea, built a great organization. The miracle power PF, your higher mind begins to be released to their outer world when you begin to think. But how shall you think? There are many different ways, but the great men of history all used the same mental principle and technique. They concentrated all the power of the mind on one single thought or objective at a time. This ability to concentrate your mental power in a dynamic pattern of thought can be deliberately cultivated. Most people think in a vague and confused pattern of thought. This scatters the mental and physical energies of the mind and body and achieves nothing except restless action. Columbus would never have discovered the New World if he had not concentrated all the powers of his mind on selling this new idea to Queen Isabella. He never gave up this one obsessing thought, no matter how discouraged he was. Even when his men rebelled and mutinied, he continued holding the mental image in mind that there were new worlds beyond the known horizons of his time. Joan of Arc was a peasant girl, with no previous military experience, but her visions of conquest and her intense concentration on achieving victory for the armies of France won for her the opportunity to prove the truth of her visions. Marie Curie and her husband concentrated for 20 years on discovering radium, and they never faltered once in their search for the precious element which they finally discovered. Marian Anderson, the great singer, once told me after a concert in Carnegie Hall that when she sings, she concentrates her voice in a great golden magic circle of love, which she projects to her audience. In the vibrancy and beauty of that voice, there is love for the entire human race. This is what has made her one of the great singers of our time. Jascha Heifetz, the violinist, whom I once visited backstage at that same Carnegie Hall, told me he had concentrated for 20 years for 8 hours to 10 hours a day on creating beautiful music with his violin before he gave his first big concert. You can easily see that these great men and women have used the miracle power of their higher minds to perform the miracles they have achieved in their life work. You have the same power, the same ability, if you will use the higher divine mind within your mind and concentrate all its dynamic force upon the objectives you are trying to attain. These 10 concentrated steps can make you a genius. 1. Sit down for half an hour each day and be conscious of your mind. Ask yourself questions such as, who am I? What is my purpose in life? What is the goal I am trying to achieve? What steps should I take to achieve that goal? Are my thoughts concentrated, or are they vacillating and diffused? 2. Sit down at least once a week and write down your life goal or goals. You can have more than one, but you should take each goal up in turn and concentrate on it exclusively for several moments in your periods of concentration. Don't just write down, I would like $1 million. If you use the power of your higher mind, you will undoubtedly attract all the money you will need for everything you wish to do in life. The written desires might be something like this. A. I desire a better job where I can make more money. B. I desire a higher education and would like to be able to finish college. C. I desire a romance with someone I can love and marry. D. I want a home of my own and enough money to live comfortably in security and peace. E. I would like to own a car. F. I would like to travel to foreign countries. G. I desire friends and an interesting social life. H. I want greater wisdom and knowledge. I desire gifts and talents. I want to play the piano or guitar or violin, etc. I would like to sing, or act or paint pictures or write stories. The above is a sample only of the type of concentrated desires many people have. You can make up your own list. When you once write it down, look at it every morning when you arise, and every night just before you go to bed, and read it carefully. You will carry these thought forms with you while you sleep, and your higher mind will project them to the outer world, where they will begin to take on a life of their own and clothe themselves in the form of reality. 3. Practice for 15 minutes before your mirror with this exercise in concentration. Visualize yourself before the Congress in Washington, D.C. making a speech on some special subject. You can choose any subject and you can say anything you wish, for no one will have the power to stop you from talking. You can talk out loud or talk to yourself, whichever you wish. Or you can go into the office of the President of the United States and talk to him on some subject you wish him to act upon. The purpose of this exercise in concentration is to give you greater power in thinking new and original thoughts, so you can project thought forms that are vivid, dynamic, and interesting. Later, when you wish to use this same concentrated power to project your thought images for some specific thing, you will be able to do so with greater ease. 4. On another day, concentrate for 15 or 20 minutes on memory recall. Go back to the earliest days you can remember as a child and recall the sights, sounds, and impressions you received. Try to remember conversations, the faces of those you knew, your childhood playmates, teachers, relatives, and friends. Recall the Christmas or birthday parties you had, the places you lived, the books you read, the movies you saw. This exercise can be indulged at night just before going to sleep. It will cause you to drift off into sleep easily and will help you develop your memory for future benefits. 5. Listen to a musical selection on radio or Victoria and concentrate on the various instruments to see how many you can identify. 6. Look out of your window and see how many separate things you can see. Then close your eyes and reproduce them. 7. Concentrate your mind on one word such as home, and then see how many different words will come into your mind in association with that word. You will find this exercise helpful in building your power to use words in writing or in speech. Then take words from a dictionary and concentrate on using them in sentences. This exercise can be done in writing or in speech, or you can merely think the words and their associations. 8. Fix your eyes on one subject in your room and concentrate on it as long as possible without blinking. When you feel discomfort, close your eyes a moment. Soon you will have the power to use the magnetic eye, which can hold and control other people. Then practice looking at a flower and close your eyes and try to see it in color and form. 9. Sit for a half hour or more and concentrate the power of your mind on some person or persons you wish to influence for some good purpose. Do not project mental thought forms that are evil or selfish, for there is a metaphysical law which decrees that we receive back in life that which we project in our thoughts. The law is stated in the Bible as ye sow, so shall ye reap. Be sure then that you sow only mental seeds that are good and constructive. 10. Read a page from a book and then close the book and concentrate on the meaning of the words you have read. Do not try to reproduce the words exactly as written, but try to find the hidden meaning of the words. This exercise in concentration will help create originality of thinking within your mind. Einstein, one of the most brilliant men of our age, once said that the greatest genius who ever lived used only 1/10 of the potential power of his mind. Just think what a genius you can become if you use even half of the power of your brain potential. There is nothing you cannot achieve if you will only concentrate the miracle power of your higher mind through your conscious volitional mind. Control your thoughts. Think at will what you wish to think, and you will literally become a genius. It is said of Napoleon that he had tremendous powers of concentration. He arranged matters in his mind as if the facts were in drawers. When he wanted some special fact or information, He merely opened a mental drawer and took it out. All thoughts are filed in the brain in sequence and order. One fact will draw out others related to it. This is what makes some men such great thinkers and leaders. They are able to draw on these stored sense and memory impressions through the power of concentration. And when they need them, they merely turn to this mental cabinet where they are stored and draw them out. Chapter 6. The Metaphysical Fourth Dimensional Power Source. In metaphysics, we learn that there is a fourth dimensional power plane that can give one supernormal powers of the mind and body. It is in this fourth dimension of mind and spirit that man is able to perform astounding miracles. All the great mystics and teachers of the past have known of this fourth dimension, and by tapping the vast storehouse of power that resides therein, they have been able to rise above the limitations of time and space and matter and achieve miraculous results. The term metaphysics was coined by Andronicus of Rhodes, who edited Aristotle's philosophical works. That section of philosophy that dealt with matters above and beyond the physical and material planes of existence he called metaphysics, from two Greek words, meta and physica, which means literally that which is above and beyond the realm of the physical. Miracle response centers of the brain. Within your human brain, there are miracle response centers which operate on a higher frequency or wavelength than the ordinary, everyday centers which regulate your body's functions, such as digestion, breathing, circulation of the blood, repairing of the body, and the other automatic functions. The all-knowing intelligence which man calls God has put into his universe everything that man needs for his existence. Let us see how this power works in nature. A beaver knows instinctively how to cut down trees, chop them into small sections, and then build a dam across a stream. This knowledge is inborn in the beaver. Scientists took two beavers into their home for observation. They left them alone while they went out for the evening. When the scientists returned, the beavers had carefully cut the legs off the tables and chairs, and dragged the pieces of wood to a corner where they constructed a dam for an imaginary stream. A beaver knows no other way of life than to build dams, and he will construct them wherever he is. A spider will spin a geometric web that is perfect in design, and he knows how to sit in the center of that web and wait for his victim to fall into its tenuous strands. A hummingbird constructs an involved, elongated form of nest that hangs suspended from a tree branch, where its young will be safe from predatory creatures. The bee knows how to take an essence from a flower and turn it into easily digestible honey for its young. And while it is busy taking essences from flower to flower, nature has made it earn its living by pollinating fruits and flowers for mankind's benefit. Truly a miracle of creative productivity. The maple seed is a two-winged pod which this intelligence of the cosmic mind has created for a specific purpose. If the seed were to drop in the shade of the mother tree, it would never germinate and grow. This higher mind in nature has given the maple seed wings so that a vagrant breeze can carry it aloft and away from the tree to some fertile patch of soil where it can reproduce its own kind. The three planes of consciousness. There are three planes of consciousness which we shall now study. To fully develop your metaphysical power potentials, you must know how to reach the miracle response centers which you possess within your own consciousness. All the great men and women of history who achieved great things had this ability to release the power of the higher mind in creative activity. This is what distinguished them from ordinary mortals. There are three types of mind which are explained below. 1. The conscious mind. 2. The subconscious mind. 3. The cosmic mind. The conscious mind is the storehouse of human memory. The subconscious mind is the storehouse of preconscious memory. The cosmic mind, which William James named the superconscious mind, is the storehouse of cosmic memory. Most people operate entirely on one plane of consciousness, the conscious mind. They read something and do not retain it in their memory. They see physical and material objects, but they do not fully comprehend what they see. They live a one-dimensional life that is purely physical and material. They lack sensitivity to the higher pulsations of the universe and their lives are marked by poverty, unhappiness, and limitation. Such people settle for a job and a small income for the rest of their lives. They seldom broaden the horizons of consciousness by exploring the wonders of the universe. They complain about the lack of opportunities in the world. They grumble because their lives are drab and lack excitement and fulfillment. They do not realize that they create their own prisons in which they are confined for a lifetime. A prison or a palace? The story is told of a man who was sentenced to prison, and when he was put into his cell, he found another man sitting there writing by the light of a candle. The newcomer looked about him at the incredible squalor and misery of the rat-infested cell, and cried, "What a miserable place! Surely I will die here." The man who was sitting at a low table writing stopped and looked up. He asked, "How long is your sentence?" The other prisoner replied, 6 months. "Surely I cannot survive in this wretched cell." The other man smiled gently and said, "I have been here 12 years. He returned to his writing of Pilgrim's Progress. The man was Bunyan, and he was busy creating his immortal book, which has given inspiration and courage to millions. One man, the new prisoner, was living in the consciousness of limitation and saw only the wretched prison cell where he was to remain for 6 months. Bunyan was living on the fourth dimensional plane of the higher cosmic mind, where he created his own world and rose above the limitations of his environment. You can create a prison or a palace in the unlimited dimension of your higher consciousness. When you once discover this secret for rising above the limitations of time and space, which all the great ones of history have known, you will be able to perform seeming miracles and transcend your environment and rise above your limitations. Helen Keller is a perfect example of someone who has been able to rise above the limitations of the third-dimensional world and soar into the illimitable, lofty realms of the cosmic plane of consciousness. Deaf, dumb, and blind, this great woman has been able to achieve immortality and to benefit millions of handicapped persons with her example of courage, faith, hope, and vision. Poverty, a state of consciousness. Most people do not realize that they literally imprison themselves because they live in a consciousness of limitation and barrenness. When they once learn how to release the power of the cosmic mind with its unlimited power, they can change their environment, become successful, and fulfill their every dream and desire. When the kulaks or peasants of Russia were freed in the revolution, they inhabited the palaces of the czars and former rulers. They fed their horses in the rosewood pianos, chopped up the priceless antique furniture, and built fires on the white marble floors, and tore down the valuable hand-woven tapestries from the walls and used them for blankets for their horses. They now had the same environment that royalty had created and used, but their limited consciousness caused them to make hovels of the magnificent palaces. Perhaps you have been limiting yourself in life by accepting the seeming limitations of material and physical conditions in which you exist. It is true that there are obstacles, problems, interferences in all human destiny. If life did not have these obstructions, man would not grow strong and learn how to rise above the limitations of life. Sometimes through misfortune or handicaps, we are literally pushed into the mainstream of life's turbulence, and we must either sink or swim. It is in such times that man must soar into the realm of the cosmic dimension and grow wings of the soul so he may rise above his limitations. Greatness through the fourth dimension. Many of our greatest geniuses of history achieved imperishable fame through the fourth dimensional plane of metaphysics. Lincoln was uneducated and born in a log cabin, and through stimulating the miracle response centers of his higher mind, he achieved greatness. When Lincoln's brother wrote him from Illinois asking for a loan of several $100s, Lincoln wrote back telling him that if he could not see opportunities all about him where he was, he would never achieve success and fulfillment. The state of Illinois became one of the richest in our Union, proving what Lincoln told his brother, that opportunities were all about him, if he could but have the vision to see them. President Franklin D. Roosevelt rose to greatness, despite a crippling attack of polio, which kept him in a wheelchair for many years. Lord Byron, the great English poet, was born with a club foot, and yet, through his cosmic illumination, he achieved immortality. He was able to go to Greece when that country struggled desperately for its freedom from Turkish rule, and he gave his life in battle with the Greeks. Today, throughout Greece, Byron is honored with statues and memorials to his unconquerable spirit. Florence Nightingale ignored the limitations of her time, which decreed that women should remain in the kitchen, and went out into the battlefields to nurse the wounded and dying. Through this sacrifice, she freed women for all time and raised the profession of nursing to new and greater dignity. George Washington Carver was born to slave parents, and yet rose above the limitations of race and color to found Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. He once showed me little packets of flower seed that he put into every letter he wrote, and which went all over the world to people who wrote him. He said, "I send these seeds out with thoughts of love. Whoever sees them bloom must reflect the love and beauty of the flowers. One cannot hate his fellow men when he loves nature." Edison and Beethoven both became deaf, and yet they were able to rise above this limitation and achieve greatness in their fields. Milton was blind, but his Paradise Lost and Regained have won for him a high place with the immortals of all time. The unlimited fourth dimension of spirit. The list is endless of those great men and women who rose on wings of the soul, through cosmic consciousness, to achieve immortality. They rose into the unlimited fourth dimension of spirit and tapped the metaphysical power plans which gave them supernormal ability. You possess this same ability that these great ones have had for tapping the higher dimensions of mind and spirit. Now let us learn how to utilize the three planes of consciousness we have learned about. The conscious mind, storehouse of human memory. The conscious mind is the dimension of ordinary, everyday activity. It is here that all awareness begins. Most people live 24 hours a day on this plane of consciousness. This plane is important, for it concerns such things as food, clothing, shelter, jobs and money, friends, physical love, and creature comforts. There is nothing wrong with living on this plane of consciousness, for without it, there could be no physical or material existence. The only mistake some people make is that they live entirely on this plane and their lives become warped and unbalanced. I once knew a woman who was worth $25 million. Her husband had died and left her this vast fortune. She was living entirely on the physical plane of consciousness. She started going to nightclubs and drinking excessively. She frequented gambling houses and horse races and lost thousands of dollars. She began taking sleeping pills and pep pills, and soon her brain centers became confused and disoriented. Finally, this unfortunate woman committed suicide. She had everything to live for, but life became unbearable because she had never unlocked the other planes of consciousness, which might have saved her. Regime for living on the conscious mind plane. A. Develop awareness of what your conscious mind is. It is your volitional mind which makes your decisions and carries them out. Be aware of your body, its sensations, its appetites. Sit for 5 minutes a day when you get up in the morning and be aware of your physical self, your emotions, your inner and outer sensations. Be aware of your hands and the power they possess for creativity. If you paint or type or play a musical instrument, stop and analyze the amazing dexterity of your hands as they perform some task, and be aware of the power you possess to do a variety of astounding things. The ability to use your hands raises you above the level of the animals. Be aware of this power and every day give time and attention to your body's needs. The right food, good fresh air, exercise, rest and sleep to restore the body. B. Fix your mind on your objective in life. Let this also be a daily 5-minute exercise, preferably when you awaken and your mind is fresh. Consciously ask yourself, what is my life goal? What am I doing to achieve it? What can I do today to further this life goal? What am I doing that might be harmful and injurious to myself and my interests? You can also do this exercise at odd moments, while waiting for a bus, or when you are having your lunch at work. This keeps the conscious mind constantly focused on your true life goal and keeps you from getting confused as to your life objective. C. Cultivate affirmative power consciously. The conscious mind and its memory patterns are motivated by conscious volition. You can color the fiber of your mind with either negative or positive suggestions. People constantly tear down the positive habit patterns of their brains with such negative statements as, "I can't. I'm afraid I'll fail. I know I won't be able to do it. I'm unlucky. I was born to lose." I once met a man who had tattooed on his right arm the words, "Born to lose." He began to tell me a story of defeats, disappointments, failures, and frustrations that was truly awesome. Early in life, his father had deserted the family, and he had never known security as a child. His mother took to drink. He ran away from home at an early age, and soon he was also drinking excessively. He went from job to job, and finally, as a seaman, when he was drunk one night, he had the words, "Born to lose," tattooed on his arm. From that time on, his bad luck increased, and he wound up by telling me that he was doomed by fate from the moment he was born to an existence of misery and poverty. Unfortunately, my acquaintanceship with him did not extend beyond the moment, so I could not show him that his own conscious volitional mind was the cause of all his misery and bad luck. Affirmative power is cultivated by giving yourself conscious suggestions, which lodge in the miracle response centers of your mind and produce the equivalence of that which you affirm. Change your statements of "I can't" to "I can." Change "I won't" to "I will." Begin to think affirmatively. I can be healthy, strong, youthful, and radiant. I will succeed in my work. I shall attract money enough to meet all my needs. People will like me and be friendly with me. I attract only that which is good. Soon you will begin to form mental habit patterns by using these affirmative statements that are positive, and that will shape your life in the image of what you most frequently think. D. Develop conscious control of your brain centers. Concentrate for a few moments each day on your 5 centers of touch, feeling, taste, sound, and sight. Be aware of the physical world around you through these 5 senses. Soon you will store vibrant, live, emotional experience in the memory patterns of your brain, which will help shape your entire future destiny. E. Learn 3 new words every day to exercise your memory centers. You can vary this by learning poems, biblical quotations, or some other positive statements that will help you fix images within your brain. F. Practice memory recall of past scenes and events. Be sure to recall only those memories which are pleasant and positive. Most people recall operations, sicknesses, disasters, and failures, and each time they recall such negative memories, they are imprinting them more indelibly upon the sensitive convolutions of the mind. G. At least once a week, for a full half hour or more, be conscious of your memory. Write down a list of words and see what associations come to you from the past. Such words as home, mother, love, baby, country, flag, office, people, ocean, glory, happiness, beauty, good, and friends might form such a list. You can make up your own. Then write down all the words or thoughts that your mind recalls. You may unlock some valuable vein of memory, which will lead you to some great accomplishment in your present life. The subconscious mind, storehouse of racial human memory. The subconscious mind has often been confused with the superconscious or cosmic mind by students of metaphysics. It is true that tremendous power resides within your subconscious mind, and that you can use it to great advantage by knowing how to release its stored-up power. The subconscious is where all the racial memories are stored. When nature wants to create another human being, she releases the pattern which is held in the racial memory of all human beings. This is stored in the subconscious mind. The subconscious knows how to form that child in the mother's womb perfectly in 9 short months' time. The chemical formula is within the mother's genes and cells of her brain and body. The cosmic mind, which we shall study shortly, holds the secret pattern for all creation, but it is the subconscious mind which is the tool within man that nature uses for evolving that pattern. The subconscious might be called the second dimension of life experience. It is the automatic mind which motivates all living creatures, causing them to perform their life functions through instinct. When you want to achieve something great, you consciously choose your objective then, By stimulating the subconscious mind, you set into motion the higher forces which create that image you hold in your consciousness. The Master Jesus, who knew how to unlock this tremendous power of the subconscious mind for healing, spoke of this power as the Father within, who doeth the work. Again, he said, the Father and I are one. In our modern study of metaphysics, we know that the subconscious mind within man can make him sick or keep him healthy. Let us learn how to tap this dimension of the subconscious mind. Emile Coué first discovered the tremendous power that existed in the subconscious mind for healing the sick. Use the system he taught for giving your subconscious mind the right, positive autosuggestions it needs when you go to bed at night. Repeat over and over the suggestions you want to incorporate in your subconscious mind. You may use the following or make up your own. I desire better memory so I can recall anything from the past that I choose. I wish to change my personality so I will be more magnetic, compelling, and attractive. I would like to attract a better job where I can use my creative gifts and talents to best advantage. I need $1,000 to accomplish my present objective. I want to attract this money from unexpected sources. I wish to find a home that I can afford. It is to be located in the country and will have a small garden and 5 rooms. I would like to play the piano, or sing, or type, or write stories or songs. Whatever creative gift you desire, ask for it. I want better health, more energy and vitality, and a healing of the condition that I now have. It is important that you be specific when you command the forces of your subconscious mind. You can say your autosuggestions aloud or to yourself as you lie in bed preparing to go to sleep. Say each autosuggestion over at least 10 times, and repeat this process every night and every morning for the rest of your life. The habit patterns of your subconscious mind will be built in about 3 months' time if you conscientiously do this exercise. And soon you will be able to command this power at will, and it will sometimes work instantaneous miracles for you. Write some of your autosuggestions down on small cards that you can carry in your purse or pocket, and several times a day, look at them and repeat them. These can be suggestions for specific things you desire, or they may be pep statements such as, I feel wonderful. Everything I do today will be successful. I radiate love to everyone I meet. I am life. I am youth. I am love. I charge my mind with power. I have faith that only good will seek me out. I am a dynamic center of cosmic light, peace, and beauty, and become a magnet for all good. C. Read, memorize, and absorb positive knowledge from self-help books to keep you constantly charged mentally in a positive way. Avoid reading destructive and negative books and magazines that deal in horror, sadism, and degeneracy. D. Choose programs on television and movies that are inspiring, uplifting, and constructive. Avoid those programs that dwell too much on bloodshed, violence, and disaster. E. Charge the batteries of your brain by giving yourself tasks to perform that are creative and positive. Example, when a magnet loses its power to attract to itself iron filings, it is given work to do by placing a piece of iron on it until it is once again charged. You can use this same process to charge your brain. By associating your mind with some uplifting and inspiring thought, you automatically charge its electrical and magnetic power. The emotions and thoughts which help charge the subconscious quickest are a desire to unselfishly help others, a love of people, and a desire to do something good for them. The emotion of love manifested on any of its various planes: love of family, love of humanity, love of friends, love of country, love of God, forgiveness to those who have harmed you in any way. Example, a woman who suffered from crippling arthritis for 20 years finally confessed that she had hated her sister all those years for taking her boyfriend away from her and marrying him. She had remained a spinster all those years, hating her sister. When she was told to forgive the sister and send her loving thoughts, she changed the mental charge of her subconscious mind from hate to love, and within 6 months, her arthritis disappeared. F. At night, when you retire, give your subconscious mind a list of the things you want it to do for you. The subconscious may send through the thought for making $1 million while you sleep, as it did to Edison when he invented his electric light bulb. He had been trying for weeks to invent a filament that wouldn't burn out immediately. Everything he tried failed. Finally, he gave his subconscious mind instructions that he wanted a filament that would last for many hours. One night he awakened as if someone had nudged him, and he hastily wrote down the idea that came through. The next day, he hastened to work out the details of the idea, and the electric light was born. The cosmic mind, storehouse of cosmic memory. The third dimension of mind is that mind which seems to be above the physical and material universe, and which in metaphysics we call the cosmic mind. It is within the cosmic mind that all universal consciousness exists. When you once learn how to tap this vast repository of universal memory, you may consort with the immortals of all ages and share their thoughts, emotions, and creative genius. Let us now study the method by which you may tap this cosmic mind and enjoy unlimited freedom of movement in the vast universal realms of great art, music, literature, poetry, and philosophy. A. Study the lives of the great geniuses of history, and mentally take on the luster of their minds and the greatness of their profound thoughts. For example, choose Burbank and from him take the essence of his creative genius. This was made up of curiosity about the workings of nature, patience in his many experiments with growing plants, faith in the inherent miracle of all life that infuses all living things, vision, the ability to see new forms and create them through imagination, courage, to be able to continue in the face of numerous failures and obstructions. You can see how you can borrow cosmic greatness from a genius like Burbank by knowing his life and his work, and then emulating the pattern of greatness as established by him. From Carnegie, you can emulate the qualities of imagination, persistence, desire for a better life, unselfishness, which caused him to give to America 1,200 public libraries, and that great cultural institution, Carnegie Hall. From Edison, you can emulate the cosmic qualities of a desire to do good for others, faith in the miracle power that worked through him, joy in creativity, a love of humanity, a desire to change the world for the better, patience, perseverance, hope, and optimism. From Beethoven and Mozart, you may emulate the cosmic qualities of beauty, harmony, joy, and rhythm. Also their creative patterns of hard work, diligence, patience, and love of humanity. This process of studying the lives of the great can be extended to every realm of human endeavor, from philosophy and science to art, music, literature, and invention. B. Mentally hold a conference with great men whose thoughts and works have enriched the world. Example: you might have a business problem which you do not know how to work out. Call upon the cosmic knowledge used by Vanderbilt, Morgan, Carnegie, Schwab, and other business geniuses. The same thoughts which motivated them when they lived are still in existence today on the cosmic plane of consciousness, and you may tap this plane as easily and readily as these men did. You may wish the inspiration of great music. Turn to the recordings of such geniuses as Beethoven, Mozart, Handel, Bach, and Strauss, and when listening to their living music, you can recreate the inspiration and emotional beauty that caused them to create their vibrant masterpieces. You may require the transcendental wisdom and beauty of words, which were created by such great men as Shelley, Keats, Milton, Dante, Shakespeare, and Hugo. Turn to the works of these or other great authors and rekindle once again the cosmic flame which burned brightly for them, and which through them inspired the entire human race. You may require the cosmic knowledge of a man of science for some specific task in your life. Turn to the lives and works of such men as Newton, Galileo, Leonardo da Vinci, Pasteur, Einstein, Salk, and Fleming. The same cosmic inspiration that motivated them can, through their works, enkindle your brain and imagination with the same creative fire they used, and cause you to create works of greatness. C. Have a high, noble purpose for living, and you will reach out to the cosmic mind and draw inspiration and help for every action in your life. Hetty Green made over $100 million in her lifetime, but her greed and selfishness were such that she became a miser and never knew the joy and excitement that comes from sharing your money with other people. You can tap cosmic mind power by having an unselfish desire to help the world become a better place in which to live. Nobel made his fortune through munitions and gunpowder, But he left his fortune in trust for the Nobel Peace Prize to be given every year to the man who does the most for peace, as well as for literary greatness. Carnegie once said that in the future it will be considered sinful for a man to die rich. He left most of his fortune to foundations for the good of humanity. Rockefeller Sr. has been criticized by many for the methods he used to accumulate the early fortune he made. However, after his death, he left his money to the Rockefeller Foundation, which has discovered some of the great advances made in science and medicine, which can help all of humanity. Andrew Mellon endowed a vast art gallery so he could share his love of beauty with the world. The fourth dimensional plane of spirit. When you have explored all three planes of consciousness, the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the cosmic mind, you have at your control all of the vast forces which man may tap and use for his physical, material, mental, emotional, and psychic needs. There is still one other plane to be explored. This is the fourth dimensional plane of pure spirit or essence, which flows in, through, and around the physical and material, giving it its form and substance, but never being imprisoned by matter. Einstein was working on a theory before he died, which explained all matter, all creation, in terms of this divine essence or spirit. In religion, this essence is called the Holy Ghost, but in metaphysics we know that the power which Jesus, the healer, used, and which all the great mystics have used to perform miracles of healing and other great creative actions, was on the fourth dimensional metaphysical plane. In other words, the plane that is above and beyond the physical and material universe. Great forces alive in the invisible. There are great forces alive in the invisible fourth dimensional plane. It is there that electricity ebbs and flows in a vast tidal wave of power. When Franklin tried his experiment with a kite and key, he proved that this stupendous cosmic power existed. Later Galvani, Marconi, Edison, and other creative geniuses harnessed these tidal waves of power that exist in the invisible dimensions of time and space. Magnetism is another of these vast cosmic forces, which man is only now beginning to learn how to use. Newton and Galileo both showed mankind that this mysterious fluidic substance ebbed and flowed throughout the created universe, and could be used by mankind when he once understood it. Now our spaceships are probing interstellar space because we have learned how magnetism works through the gravitational force, or third law of motion, which Newton discovered. Capillary attraction, in all growing living things, is another one of these mysterious invisible forces, which is motivated by the divine essence behind all creation. When you once learn how to tap this enormous reservoir of invisible power, you can truly become a Superman, and perform deeds that would be called miracles by all who witness them. Jesus knew how to transmute substances, how to heal the sick, now to feed the multitudes with a few loaves and fishes, how to walk on water, raise the dead, turn water into wine, and perform other incredible miracles through the use of the law of transmutation and transfiguration. All of this has been documented in history. How to tap the fourth dimensional plane of spirit. A. Use the two miracle keys of faith and prayer to unlock the vast reservoirs of latent power within your human psyche. Have faith that this power is alive today and is working for you, as it did for Jesus and other great teachers of the past. Use prayer as the spiritual language with which you can communicate to the divine mind within your own consciousness. The spark of divinity is alive within all human beings. You can talk to God as easily as you talk to your friends. Prayer is the language of the soul, and when you hold Holy Communion with your divine self, you will be admitted into many mysteries of the universe, and you will be given powers that will astound you. B. Intensify your spiritual magnetism by holding in your consciousness the spiritual qualities that all great mystics have told us about. These qualities are truth, love, peace, charity, goodness, forgiveness, faith, and worship of the divine force, which created all life. These qualities of the divine should be indulged and exercised as much as you exercise your physical body. The mind, the emotions, and the soul of man require certain stimuli, and on the fourth dimensional plane, man must live in the awareness of his divinity and act accordingly. Base and ignoble actions destroy this divine image, and man sinks back to the primitive plane of an animal. C. Master the negative emotions which destroy the divine image. These emotions we have learned elsewhere in our study. They are fear, hatred, anger, revenge, envy, jealousy, greed, selfishness, and malice. The only way that you can really master these emotions is through substitution of a positive emotion in place of the negative one. D. When you wish to stir the miracle response centers of your consciousness, use the secret that the Tibetan mystics have used for centuries. Visualize a golden cord tied to the forehead. See this golden cord reaching out into infinity, where it contacts the cosmic mind of the Creator. When you practice projecting your spiritual essence to the divine, breathe deeply 10 or 15 times, and then close your eyes and visualize the divine essence flowing from the cosmic mind to your mind. Slowly say the mystic words, Om Mani Padme Om, 10 or 15 times. Breathe deeply before saying the words, and then hold the Om a little longer than the other words. You will feel a sense of exhilaration when you perform this mystic ritual, and it will give you great power and endurance when you need it. E. You can tap this high plane of the fourth dimension of spirit when you perform charitable acts. This is one of the reasons why all the great mystics and prophets stress charity in their teachings. The spirit of outpouring is a divine act, as the sun pours forth its rays to nourish the earth and to give life to all mankind. The cosmic mind is a generous and loving force that bestows its treasures lavishly on mankind. Duplicate this generosity of the divine mind in your own life, and you will see immediate changes in your own life affairs. Being charitable does not mean that you must give money to others. Giving takes many different forms. You can give kindness, love, beauty. You can share your life experiences with those less fortunate. You can give smiles and kind words to those with whom you work. The spirit of kindness and generosity can become a mental habit which infuses your entire personality. It will win friends for you and cause you to be loved by everyone you meet. Chapter 7. All riches possible using miracle power consciousness of metaphysics. You can use the miracle power consciousness for many different purposes in life. You may want to become an outstanding success in the business or professional world and build a vast fortune. You can use this power for this purpose. There is nothing wrong with utilizing the riches that are in the universe. They were given to man by the Creator and should be used intelligently. The Bible speaks of the love of money being the root of all evil. It does not say money itself is evil. It is the greedy, selfish person who accumulates a fortune for his own self-aggrandizement who is sinful. If you use the miracle power consciousness to attract a fortune and use your money intelligently, you can be as rich as you wish to be. How to build the rich consciousness. There is a law in metaphysics which is called the law of cause and effect. It is also referred to as action and reaction. There can be no effect without a predisposing cause. If you want to become rich and successful, you must set the causes into motion, which will lead to the effect of producing riches. This is a law in everything in the mental and physical worlds. What is consciousness? It is the state of being conscious, of having awareness. It is the totality of one's thoughts, feelings, and experiences. A rich consciousness must first be created before you can truly enjoy the blessings of life. This consciousness can be built even if you are poor and do not have any material resources. Example: a man who has never been exposed to any artistic or cultural experience might go to the Metropolitan Museum in New York City, where there are magnificent art treasures from all over the world. He might enjoy the experience a great deal, but it is unlikely that he will really understand what he sees or fully appreciate the works of art. Why? Because his consciousness has never been fully developed in relation to art. A person who has studied art, who has read books on the lives of the artists, and who knows something about symmetry, composition, form, and color, will appreciate the beautiful paintings more than one unversed in this knowledge of great art. The rich consciousness must first be built before you can truly enjoy the free riches of life, or attract the material abundance which riches represent. If you were rich, what would you do? Let us ask a hypothetical question. If you were really rich, what are some of the things that you would do? You would buy magnificent paintings for your home. You would probably have expensive, leather-bound volumes for your library. You would own a luxurious car with a chauffeur to drive you anywhere you wanted to go. You would travel to foreign places and seek out the pleasures and amusements of nightclubs, horse racing, and yachting. You would frequent the best hotels, eat the finest food, and go to the opera and theater to see fine shows. You can actually live the rich life and enjoy the same things that millionaires enjoy without being rich. When you once build the rich consciousness, you will enrich your life. And then, if you want a fortune, the miracle power within you can show you how to attain it. Here is how the rich consciousness is built. 1. Be aware of the priceless treasures of life that are all about you and which you can enjoy with very little money. For instance, you cannot own a Rembrandt painting, which would be worth $1 million or more, and which few millionaires can afford to own, but you can buy magnificent reproductions of the greatest art treasures in the world, such as the Mona Lisa, the Blue Boy, the Last Supper, and other great paintings, which can adorn the walls of your home. If you are not near a great art gallery, like the Metropolitan in New York, you can purchase books which reproduce the world's great art treasures and enrich your consciousness by studying the lives and the works of the great artists of the past. 2. You may not have a fine library of leather-bound first editions in your home, but you have access to a public library, which is a repository for the world's greatest literature. Here you may borrow books which you can read and fill your consciousness with the noblest thoughts and inspirations of the greatest literary geniuses of the past and present. Also, most of the finest books are now being reproduced in paper-bound volumes, which almost anyone can afford. 3. Study the lives on great and successful men of history through reading biographies and autobiographies. Then emulate their lives and thoughts. Learn from the mistakes of these men and try to enrich your consciousness by absorbing as much knowledge as you can from their examples and life works. 4. You may not have your own limousine and chauffeur, but what about your local forms of transportation? You can have, for a small sum, a vast streetcar or subway or bus with a liveried chauffeur who does the driving for you. Isn't this as much yours as if you owned it? Then, too, think of how little bother it is. You need not take care of it or put gas in it or worry about repairs. It is all done for you by a vast network of employees that you need never contact. Instead of lamenting the fact you do not have a car, build first the consciousness of riches, which can eventually lead you to owning your own car. 5. You may long for a mansion and landscaped gardens, but did you ever stop to think that you already possess illimitable riches in public parks, zoos, botanical gardens, that no millionaire could ever afford to keep up? I remember in my walks about Bel Air, where I had a home in California for many years, I came to a vast 10-acre estate with a huge wire fence around it, and the words, "Electric Gate, Keep Out," on the front. In the center of this estate was a huge mausoleum of a house. I never saw any people on its rolling lawns. No one was ever out in the yard enjoying the flowers and imported expensive trees and shrubs. It was a lonely and deserted wilderness, and the multimillionaire who lived there was never at home to enjoy his mansion. Surely you can find more happiness in your own comfortable small apartment or home than is represented by this outlay of wealth. You can build a rich consciousness and enjoy the public parks and the beauty of gardens all around you, without ever having to worry about watering the plants or paying the gardeners to keep them up. 6. You may complain that you cannot afford to go to the theater and opera or concerts. Your hometown may not have these special entertainments which only the rich can afford. You need not be rich to have entertainment fit for a king. You have radio and television, which can bring into your home in one evening alone entertainment worth many millions of dollars. With the flip of a dial, you can be personally entertained by such great stars as Jack Benny, Milton Berle, Lucille Ball, Jackie Gleason, Bob Hope, Red Skelton, and Danny Thomas. You can turn to the telephone hour for culture and fine music. You can even have Johnny Carson, Ed Sullivan, and occasionally the Beatles and Elvis Presley, if you want modern entertainment and vaudeville. Then think of the multi-million-dollar movies that you can tune into of an evening. You can be entertained by not only our present stars, but by a youthful John Barrymore, Errol Flynn, Clark Gable, Gary Cooper, and Tyrone Power, who have long since departed this earth. Garbo, Dietrich, Rita Hayworth, Lana Turner come to you in the magic of eternal youth and beauty on your home TV, and it costs you only the initial price of your set. A potentate of the Far East, with all his millions, could never afford the wonder and luxury of a radio or television set. You are already as rich as Midas, but you may not have the consciousness of the abundance you truly possess. The rich universe in which you live. To help you build the miracle power consciousness that can bring you illimitable riches, let us examine the rich universe in which you live. Most people remain in poor circumstances in life because they are not aware of the riches that God has placed here for us to enjoy. Ponder on the following facts the next time you begin to bemoan the fact: there are not enough riches for all people. In Russia, there is a forest 3,000 miles square. In that one forest alone, there is enough lumber and building material to build a mansion the size and beauty of the White House in Washington, D.C. for every family in the world. In Brazil, there is a vast area of untapped treasures, where there is more than enough wealth to furnish the world with gold, diamonds, silver, iron, coal, zinc, tin, copper and mahogany, rubber and fruits, to supply the entire world for generations to come. Poverty is in the mind of man, not in God's universe. Then, add to this the wealth that exists in the sea. Now they are finding diamonds, gold, and oil in the seas of the world that promise to furnish mankind with an abundance of treasures for generations to come. Remind yourself constantly that you live in a rich universe, and that everything God created was for you and your loved ones. There is no poverty in nature. Poverty is man-made. The cost of the ships that were sunk at Pearl Harbor alone would have furnished water to nourish the entire desert wastes of the West. Enough produce could have been furnished there alone to feed the starving millions of Asia. $4 billion, the cost of creating one single atom bomb, could have wiped out poverty in America and fed the rest of the world for years. In America alone, we store millions of pounds of butter, dump millions of gallons of milk, oranges, potatoes, and burned produce that could easily feed the entire world. The next time you hear someone speak of the lack and limitation that is in the world, remind them of these facts. Enrich your consciousness by being aware of the true riches that exist in this universe. Soon you will be able to attract all the money you need to furnish you with every luxury and comfort you desire. Do these things to release the miracle power for building a fortune. 1. Absorb as much knowledge as you can about the world in which you live. Study the great examples furnished by men and women of the past. Learn all you can about art, music, literature, science, and invention. Make it a point to learn how rich men have made their fortunes. Go to your public library and get books on the lives of such men as Carnegie, Rockefeller, Mellon, Vanderbilt, Morgan, and Astor. Then try to apply the knowledge you have gathered to your own life. 2. Have a sincere desire to elevate yourself in life. Raise your standards, have high ideals, do things that will carry you a step higher in intellectual and cultural fields. You might enroll in a course in public speaking, study art or music or writing. Go to art galleries and then study books that tell you of the lives of the great artists. You will be better able to attract the finer things of life if you build a consciousness that comprehends worthwhile achievements. 3. Build your sense of awareness of the treasures that you already possess by taking a daily inventory of the riches you now enjoy. On Monday, you might study something about a great artist like Rembrandt or Da Vinci. On Tuesday, you might listen to some fine music by Beethoven or Mozart, and then learn something about the composers' lives by reading books in your library. On Wednesday, you might be aware of the good things on television, instead of lamenting the bad things. Study the life of Edison, Marconi, Sarnoff, the men who made this modern miracle possible. On Thursday, you might enjoy the luxury of the fruits you see in the marketplace or have on your table. Become curious about the man who perfected so many fruits and flowers and vegetables. Study the life of Burbank and see how he used the miracle power of his higher mind to create new forms of fruits and vegetables which enrich your life today. This study regime should continue throughout your entire life and should extend to art, music, literature, history, science, philosophy, psychology, industry, and religion. Soon you will find your consciousness is tremendously enriched, and you will stimulate the response centers of your higher mind, giving you greater power to attract into the orbit of your daily experiences the riches and abundance which you desire. 4. Visualize and imagine the type of world in which you wish to live. Mentally select the home environment in which you believe you would be happiest. Then strive to create as much beauty, charm, and cleanliness in your present environment. Soon you will attract to yourself the right home that you have lived in your imagination. 5. Have an objective in life, a reason for wanting to make a fortune. You may want a beautiful home, a car of your own, a college education for your son or daughter, a fur coat, a small boat. Whatever it is, have the objective clearly in mind. Write it down on a sheet of paper and read it over every day until you have built the consciousness of abundance. Then have the patience to wait for fulfillment of your dream. 6. Clear your mind each night when you retire of all negative thoughts that you have accumulated during the day. Your consciousness is built by an accumulation of ideas and thoughts. If you think you can succeed and attract riches, you will have a better chance than if you tell yourself 100 times a day that you will fail, that there aren't enough riches to go around, or other negative thoughts. 7. Strive to be worthy of the best that life has to offer. Build your consciousness of quality and riches by wearing the best clothes you can afford. Eat in the restaurants that represent quality. Choose your entertainment on television or movies with the intention of improving the quality of your mind. Read good books. Be conversant with the classics of the past in art, music, and literature, as well as the modern trends in these fields. 8. Use the riches you now possess and appreciate and enjoy the free gifts of life. Sunshine, fresh air, beautiful flowers, smiling faces of children, music, good food, friends, and loved ones. These emotional values are also riches of the spirit, and they should not be neglected while you search for material treasures and possessions. A test to determine your state of consciousness. Your answers to the following questions will determine to what degree you have achieved the enrichment of your consciousness. If your scoring is low at present, do not be discouraged, but strive to achieve a higher rating through restudying this chapter. To determine your grade, give yourself credit for 10 points on each question that you answer yes. If your score is 90%, it is excellent. 80% to 90% is very good. 70% to 80% is fair. 1. Do you spend at least 1 hour a day in improving your mind by studying things that pertain to your personality? This includes your voice, your manners, and the social graces. 2. Do you appreciate and enjoy good music? 3. Do you read books considered classics? Books by writers such as Dickens, Shakespeare, Victor Hugo, Dumas, Milton, Dante. 4. Do you seek out friends who are cultured and refined? 5. Do you try to keep your present home neat, clean, and orderly? 6. Are you utilizing the riches that you already possess fully? 7. Do you visit your local museums, art galleries, and cultural institutions often? 8. Do you try to raise your standards and avoid doing things that are common, cheapening and coarsening to your personality? 9. Do you select your clothing with taste and an eye to quality and style? 10. Do you spend at least half an hour a day in meditation and contemplation of the mystery of life, searching for beauty, goodness, truth, happiness, and love? Chapter 8. 10 Keys that Unlock the Metaphysical Forces of Your Mind. Your mind possesses vast reserves of power and knowledge within its domain. When we speak of mind in this study, we mean the totality of consciousness, which scientists call the conscious, the subconscious, and superconscious minds. In metaphysics, we add another dimension to mind. This is the divine mind, which is often called cosmic mind or universal intelligence. It has been found that in psychological experiments where people were hypnotized, They possessed amazing knowledge that they did not have in their conscious states. Some people could speak foreign languages fluently, although they had never been abroad or studied such languages. Others knew how to play the piano or some other instrument. Still others knew about countries and strange places where they had never been. Where were these reserves of knowledge stored? If they were not in the conscious mind, then they must have resided in some other part of consciousness where the person was not even aware of them. One man who had a very poor mind for mathematics could add, subtract, and multiply long lists of figures while in a state of hypnosis. Miracle superforces of geniuses. Certain men and women throughout history have known how to release these miracle superforces of the divine mind and perform feats that astounded people. Joan of Arc was such an example. She was a poor peasant maid who had never been away from her village. When she began to hear voices and have visions, people thought she was obsessed with evil spirits. She saw in her visions that she would ride at the head of France's victorious armies, and the voices told her she would one day save France. When she finally convinced the French generals of the veracity of her visions, they put her at the head of their soldiers, and she led them to victory after victory. Were her visions delusions? Or rather, were they induced by some superforce within her consciousness that knew of her divine destiny? We are inclined to believe the latter, for too many times in history men and women have had this kind of divine vision and have achieved miracles that were impossible for ordinary men and women to perform. In his experiments in extrasensory perception, a noted authority tells of an instance where a young woman's father died, leaving her impoverished. After the funeral expenses were paid, there was no money left for food in the house. One night this woman had a realistic dream in which her father came to her as she had known him in life and told her of a secret compartment in an antique piece of furniture in the living room where she would find a large sum of money hidden in big bills. Upon awakening, the woman could still hear the sound of her father's voice in her ears. She arose and went to the antique dresser her father had told her about. She reached into a recessed area behind one of the drawers, and there found the money in the secret compartment she had been told about. How Napoleon unlocked this superforce. Napoleon called upon the miracle superforce of his higher mind, and won for himself a position as Emperor of France, and nearly conquered the entire continent in his 20-year rule. He believed in astrology, and was told early in his life that he was destined to become a king. He believed that he was destined to liberate the people of France from tyranny and poverty, and to unite all of Europe in a great confederacy over which he would rule as emperor. When he consulted mystics and seers, they confirmed his own inner conviction that he was born to rule. This idea became an overpowering, magnificent obsession in Napoleon's mind. He began to study the art of warfare, of political and diplomatic strategy, and finally, when he felt the stars were auspicious, he set out on his rendezvous with destiny. There is no doubt that Napoleon tapped some higher power, another dimension of mind than his own conscious mind, to rise to the heights he ultimately attained. What were the miracle keys that he used to unlock the superforce of his mind? The 10 miracle keys to all greatness. In a study of metaphysics, we find that there are 10 keys that unlock the miracle superforce of the mind. We shall study each of these keys in turn and see how to apply them to your own life. With these keys, you can unlock doors of consciousness where the miracle superforce resides. The key of imagination. Your destiny is forged in the workshop of your imagination. It is in his imagination that man can truly grow wings of the soul and soar above the limitations of mortal mind and become godlike in his dreams and aspirations. That which you can conceive, you can achieve. The very act of picturing a condition you desire sets into motion certain superforces within your higher mind that begin to create the conditions imaged. Einstein gave the world a mathematical formula which perfectly states the metaphysical law for using creative imagination to materialize the destiny we desire. Einstein's formula is expressed mathematically as E = mc². What this formula says is that energy and matter are convertible. Mental energy possesses its equivalent in matter and is as real as so-called material energy. All physical and material things are actually manifestations of energy. The energy in a thought produces its own materialization. An idea is as real and solid as a bridge or a skyscraper. The concept of love is as real and permanent as the sun or the earth. The fact that mental energy cannot be seen or felt does not argue that it has no existence. Let us examine this metaphysical concept further below. I have reduced it to a practical formula which utilizes the imagination as the energy-producing miracle force. It is dream, dare, and do. What is your big dream in life? It is through your imagination that you must picture what I call your big dream of life. There can be no actual achievement of your dream, the daring and the doing of our metaphysical formula, until you first have the picture in your imagination of the things you want to attract in life. The dream stirs into action the miracle super forces of your higher mind, and the mental and spiritual energy that it sets into motion externalizes in creative patterns. Do you dream of achieving some high goal in life? If you do, it must be specific and clear-cut. Otherwise, the super forces of your higher mind are not activated sufficiently to bring it into being. I remember in my first year in high school in biology class when we were studying the sprouting of plants, we were given home study work where we were told to plant bin seed and then watch them mature. I was so anxious to see the miracle of growth and evolvement that I kept digging up the poor bin seed until it gave up in discouragement and died. The picture of the mature bin, the sprouts, the roots, the final edible vegetable inherent in the seed, were all there in the invisible dimensions of time and space, waiting for the final creative pulsation in the soil. But the law of growth could never work when it was constantly disturbed. This same law applies to your life. In your imagination, you plant the seed of the crop you wish to reap. The super forces of your higher mind are ready and waiting to mature the destiny you want. But you must hold the picture firmly in mind. Then let the higher power mature your dream and externalize it into its physical and material equivalent. One man's imagination changed the world. One of the most imaginative men in history was Jules Verne, who lived between 1828 and 1905. He wrote more than 100 books, and in his imagination created the first submarine, helicopter, radio, television, and dirigible. Simon Lake invented his submarine from inspiration he received when he read Verne's story 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Verne's imaginative pictures were fanciful, but they were converted into rational and productive products by men who read his literary works and were, in turn, inspired by them. Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin when he saw his pet cat trying to reach through the bars of a cage to get at his canary. In his imagination, Whitney visualized steel bars holding back the cotton seed, while iron claws drew out the fluffy white cotton between the bars. This one invention revolutionized the industry of the South. The miracle super forces of man's higher mind were stimulated by the power of the imagination to produce such modern great things as the printing press, wireless, radio, television, automobile, typewriter, harnessing of electricity, the splitting of the atom, and the creation of such miracles as the electronic microscope, the 200-inch telescope at Palomar, and now, man's ultimate triumph of mind over matter, the creation of spaceships that are on their way to the moon and distant stars. How to stimulate your imagination. 1. Read a scene in a book or magazine, and then in your imagination try to project that scene in all its details. Add to it what you wish and make the scene come to life vividly, trying to see the characters, the environment, the action, and any other details that are described in the story. 2. Think back to your childhood and recall some scene that you enjoyed, such as a Christmas, Thanksgiving, or birthday. In your mind's eye, try to recall the people who were there, the things they said and did, the food you ate, and any other details that you can remember. 3. Picture your perfect dream home. Cut pictures out of home decorating magazines and let them serve as a stimulus to your imagination. Visualize a party in the dream home. See the friends you have invited, work in the garden, and do any other activities in your mind which you might perform in such a home in reality. 4. Stand before a mirror and imagine that you are speaking before a vast audience in an auditorium. You can speak aloud or to yourself. Make up a talk on some subject with which you are conversant. This speech can be a short one of 2 minutes, or it can be longer. The brain centers are stimulated by such an exercise and make it possible for you to speak more fluently when you need to express yourself. 5. Imagine yourself having $1 million. This mental exercise will help you stimulate the miracle response centers of your brain for building a fortune. If you cannot imagine yourself being rich, it will be difficult to ever attract a fortune. 6. Imagine yourself standing on the prow of a boat headed for some exotic land like Hawaii. You can use pictures from travel magazines to help stimulate your imagination in relation to this exercise. Some people have used travel pictures and literature to stimulate the miracle response centers of their brains, and soon they found themselves actually visiting the places they had imaged in their minds. The second key, curiosity. It was curiosity that caused Columbus to sail the seas in search of new lands. If he had been satisfied with the popular belief that the earth was flat, he never would have embarked on his voyages of discovery. It was curiosity that caused the scientist Fleming to wonder why green mold on bread in a test tube killed germs. His curiosity led him to the discovery of the life-saving penicillin, which is called a miracle drug, and which has saved the lives of millions of people. It was curiosity that led Galvani to experiment with his galvanic battery, from which so many inventions have come. Curiosity has been implanted in the consciousness of man for a specific purpose. This divine emotion makes him discontented with the world as it is and causes him to search for new ways to change things, to improve them, and to give man greater comfort and luxury. How to develop curiosity. 1. Look about you in your work and see how you might improve conditions. Many an invention has been born because man's natural curiosity caused him to wonder if he couldn't improve on the methods being used in his business. A man sitting at a lecture was disturbed by a woman's big hat. He became curious as to how to convert this obstruction to something positive, and before he left the auditorium, he had an idea for a new hat pin, which made him a fortune. 2. Look at some invention such as radio or television, and try to figure out the principle involved in its mechanism. 3. Look around you in your garden and see the fruit, vegetables, and flowers, and try to reason out the method by which they draw the nourishment from the soil to create their products. It was this type of curiosity that led Burbank to develop so many new types of fruits, vegetables, and flowers. It was curiosity that led George Washington Carver to convert the lowly peanut into plastics, insulating materials, fodder for cattle, varnishes, oils, paints, and many other products, which helped revolutionize the industry of the South. 4. When it thunders or lightnings, try to understand the reason why. Look up the facts in an encyclopedia. 5. Stimulate the curiosity response centers of your brain by wondering how other people live in other parts of the world. Study books in your library showing the customs and habitats of people in Asia, Africa, South America, and Australia. 6. When you listen to beautiful music or read interesting stories, try to analyze the emotions that prompted the composers and authors to create their works. The third key, knowledge. It is through the intellect that man rules the universe. The pen is mightier than the sword. Your miracle super forces of the mind are more easily motivated and released when you fortify yourself with knowledge. This does not mean that you must be a college graduate to succeed in life. Many great men have risen to high positions who did not have a formal education. Wisdom is very often an innate trait, and some of the great philosophers like Socrates and Plato founded their own schools. Henry Ford was not a college graduate, but he had innate wisdom. He absorbed knowledge sufficient for his purposes and succeeded in his chosen field. Bacon said, "For knowledge too is itself power." All knowledge begins with this precept by Socrates: know thyself. The regime for building knowledge. 1. Observe the universe about you and stimulate all 5 senses by absorbing the sights, sounds, and experiences that surround you every day. 2. Reason out why things happen in the physical and material universe under the law of cause and effect. 3. Study specialized knowledge that fits your business or profession, and keep up to date on latest developments in your field by subscribing to magazines dealing in such matters. 4. Expand the horizons of your mind by absorbing as much knowledge as you can about as many things as possible. Take an interest in civic events in your community. Join clubs and organizations that have a wide diversity of interests. 5. Learn by example through emulating the lives and thoughts of great men of history. Read their biographies and autobiographies. Find out what they thought, how they worked, what books they read. Learn everything you can about their lives, and then use them as models by which you shape your own life. 6. Study books on psychology and find out how the human mind works. You will not only be better able to cope with your own life problems by knowing psychology, but such a study will help you understand other people better and improve your relationship with them in your social life and business world. 7. Every day learn some new word or fact that will add to the sum total of your knowledge as you grow older. Most people make the mistake of closing their minds to new ideas when they close their high school or college books. The human brain is illimitable in its ability to absorb more and more knowledge as we grow older. Scientists now find that an older person who has kept his brain agile and active can learn and retain new facts as readily as a young person. 8. Keep your brain agile and exercise by studying a foreign language course, or working out mathematical problems, or studying public speaking, singing, dancing, music, writing. Any activity that is new to you and which will keep your brain and body cells active and youthful will not only add to your sum total of knowledge, but will actually give you better health and more vitality. Scientists now find that the brain centers are tied in some mysterious fashion to various organs and centers of the body. When any of these brain centers are left undeveloped, they atrophy, and the parts of the body which are tied in with these brain centers begin to deteriorate and weaken. This is why scientists now urge old people to take an active interest in all kinds of hobbies and avocations when they retire. A man once asked J.P. Morgan why he didn't retire. He said to the great financier, "You're worth over $100 million. You surely don't need more money. Why don't you retire?" Morgan asked the man, "When did your father retire?" The man answered, "In 1908. "Why?" "When did your father die?" Morgan asked. "In 1911, the man answered. "That's the reason I don't retire," Morgan replied. 9. Have a planned reading regime for your future. Try to read a book a week, not just fiction, but books that will help you improve your mind and add to the sum total of your knowledge. It is good to vary the subject matter of these books so that you expand your horizons of thinking to encompass many fields. You might get a simple book on astronomy and discover the fascinating cosmic world of outer space. You might study a book on science and invention to learn of the miracles being produced by men's minds in our atomic age. Biology is another fascinating subject, which will teach you secrets about the vibrant and expanding world in which you live. You might also study the various philosophies of the ages, beginning with the Greek philosophers and then going into the teachings of the Far East and the comparative religions of the world. History is another all-engrossing subject for you to study, for through learning about the past, you can know what mistakes to avoid in the future. The fourth key, affirmative will. The miracle super forces of your mind are unlocked by this fourth key, affirmative will. Most people are buffeted by the forces of life. They vacillate back and forth between two possible courses of action, not knowing which to do until it is too late. They are very much like the mule which hesitated between two piles of hay, not knowing which to go to, and starved as a consequence of his vacillation. Affirmative will summons all the super forces of your conscious and subconscious minds into a positive, dynamic focal point which drives you towards your objective without hesitation or hindrance. There are two opposing forces in life, and man is constantly forced to make a choice between these two. There is the will to succeed and the will to fail. The will to be healthy and the will to be sick. The will to live and the will to die. The will to be rich and the will to remain poor. The will to happiness and the will to misery. The will to love and the will to hate. The will to good and the will to evil. The will to peace and the will to war. Man must choose his destiny. Man can choose his destiny. He is different from all other living creatures in that he has this power of choice. By exercising your affirmative will, you can select the events that make up your destiny, just as the artist chooses the scenes he will paint and the colors with which to paint those scenes. If he does not like what he painted, he cannot blame it on the scene he is copying, but on himself for his own inability to accurately reproduce the scene from nature. There are two types of will in life also. They are 1. Passive will. 2. Affirmative will. The passive will can create mental images of success and riches, but lacks the capacity to execute these images into reality. Many would-be millionaires daydream about having $1 million, but they lack the affirmative will to put their daydreams into motion. How to use affirmative will. 1. The will is fashioned from the mental habit patterns that you build. From the time you were born, you began to build habit patterns for almost every act of your life. You rise in the morning and bathe, brush your teeth, shave or make up, put on your clothes, lace your shoes, and prepare to go to your day's work. You do not give much conscious attention to these daily actions, for you have built habit patterns that take care of most of them. If your daily habit patterns have been negative ones, and your mind is filled with thoughts of fear, failure, and disaster, then your auto-conditioning will all be in favor of these negative emotions, and your actions will be correspondingly negative. Change the habit patterns of your mind from negative ones to positive ones. This is easier said than done, but it can be accomplished if you use the power of your affirmative will. Smokers who wish to stop know how difficult it is to change their habit patterns. They must make a superhuman effort to give up the habit of smoking. How do you change your habit patterns? In the same way they're created. By performing the mental or physical act over and over again, until it is so deeply ingrained in your consciousness that it becomes automatic. Then we call the action a habit. 2. Use creative commands to your higher consciousness, which we studied in Chapter 2. The higher centers of your brain are stirred into action by creative commands. Let these be given each morning as you start your day's activity. Then all during the day use little energy boosters to keep your spirits high and your energies at their maximum peak. You can say a dozen times a day, I feel wonderful. I am able to overcome this problem. I am now dissolving these obstacles through the power of my will. I like people and they like me. 3. Try not to let negative experiences in life prove too discouraging. Everyone has these negative conditions to cope with. Even the millionaire has his problems. When some condition arises that tends to get you down, say to yourself, this too shall pass away. Another good statement to dissolve these unwanted negative experiences is this: the solution to the problem is already on the way. 4. The affirmative will must be exercised every day of your life. Otherwise, you are apt to slip into negative and passive habit patterns that affect your entire future destiny. Every day, exercise the will to live. How? Have an intense desire to live for some specific cause or person. You may want to educate your children. You may want to own your home. You may desire a fortune to help other people. The more altruistic and unselfish your purpose for living, the greater will be the life energy that flows from your higher mind. Many people who have lost the will to live die early in life because they have no one to live for and nothing they want to accomplish. When people are motivated by a desire to live for some purpose, they often have a release of the life force that keeps them going until they're 100 or more. Grandma Moses was an example of how this super force of the mind can enormously extend the normal lifespan and give one many years of creative, useful activity. At 76 years of age, she began to paint, and soon was selling her paintings at enormous sums. She lived to be over 100, and there is no doubt that her renewed interest in creating helped stimulate the miracle super forces of her brain, infusing her body cells with life-giving energy and purposefulness. 5. Every day exercise the affirmative will to succeed. Do this by planning each day's activity with one thought in mind, to make it as successful as possible. It is good to write down a day-by-day plan so as to focalize your mind's energies on the things you want to accomplish. Just as a housewife makes out a shopping list for the market, so you should make out a list each day of what you wish to accomplish on that day. List your appointments, your day's work, the sales you wish to make, the money you are going to spend, the purchases you plan, the social engagements you will have. A neat and orderly mind ensures a neat and orderly life and destiny. 6. Exercise daily the affirmative will to attract more money. Money is an idea more than it is an actual material thing. In ancient times, such strange things as tea, fur, stones, pieces of iron, tobacco, and other objects served as money. You can only attract more money when it becomes a habit pattern in your thinking every day. The reason 60% of all college graduates achieve their goal in life is because they were trained in college to think in terms of being successful in their chosen professions. They formed the mental habit patterns of success. Every time you spend $1, think of its value. It is said that John D. Rockefeller Sr. never tipped more than a dime. One day someone asked him why a man as rich as he was didn't tip more. Rockefeller replied, "Why, a dime is 10% interest on $1 for a full year." Money works under the law of the harvest. When you plant a seed in the ground, it usually produces 10 to 20 times the yield of the original seed. When you give money out, make it a point to bless it and know that it will yield you abundance. The 5th key, divine ego. Most people who fail in life do so because they are using the wrong type of ego power. They are so obsessed with excessive self-interest that they lose their perspective and ignore the rights and interests of others. Such people are called egotists. This type of egotism is destructive and causes people to dislike one. Do not misunderstand me. We need some ego, a great deal of self-interest for purposes of self-preservation. But in our metaphysical studies, we convert this power of the psyche which consciously controls the impulses of the id, as it is called in psychology, into the divine ego. The changes in your personality and ego drive will be miraculous when you once institute this method of unlocking the miracle super forces of your mind. How to build the divine ego. 1. Realize that you were created in the image and likeness of God, as the Bible tells us. This is a spiritual idea, not a physical one. When you once accept the premise that you are divine and immortal, then you will begin to be godlike in your thoughts and actions. Voltaire said, "To be a hero, think heroic thoughts." To be divine, you should pattern your thoughts and actions after the divine image. What are the godlike thoughts and actions which you should emulate? God is described in the Bible in 2 ways. God is good and God is love. If you pattern your thinking after goodness and love, with all their ramifications, you cannot help but reflect goodness and love in all your relationships with others. 2. Cultivate the habit of unselfish actions in relation to others. Share your good with other people. Share your happiness. Instead of talking about yourself and your problems when you meet other people, make it a point to show interest in them and their activities. 3. Work in community projects such as the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts. Enter into charity drives for such worthwhile organizations as the Heart Fund, the Polio Fund, the Lighthouse for the Blind, American Legion, and veteran organizations. Volunteer to work a few hours a week in foundling homes for orphans, in veteran hospitals for soldiers, in prisons and other public welfare groups. Such expanded interests do more than merely help the unfortunate. They help you in building the divine ego, which can enrich your life and give you blessings of health, happiness, and prosperity by releasing the miracle superforces of your higher mind. 4. Have a high master motive in life. Desire success and money not only for yourself and your family, but also so you can help better the world through your creative efforts. There are many master motives which propel man towards his destiny. Desire for power, desire for money, fame, glory, a desire for wisdom, a desire for material things, a desire to bring peace to the world, to work for brotherhood and tolerance, a desire to spiritualize your mind and find new dimensions of the soul. The higher your master motive, the greater the drive for success and fulfillment. 5. Overcome the animalistic emotions of greed, hatred, selfishness, and envy. The divine image within your consciousness cannot flourish in such an atmosphere of negativity. 6. Implant in your consciousness the positive forces of charity, beauty, truth, justice, faith, and love. And soon you will see the divine inspiration that flows through your consciousness from the divine mind within you. 7. Spend a few moments each day in spiritual contemplation and meditation. In such mystical periods, search within for life's true meaning. Try to find the divine prototype within your own immortal soul. Pray to God for guidance and inspiration every morning when you arise and every night when you go to bed. 8. When you feel the gravity pull of Earth's problems, fears, and worries, stop whatever you are doing and retire for a few moments into the stillness of the cathedral of the soul, and say to yourself, "Peace, be still, and know that I am God." This powerful affirmative spiritual statement from the Bible reaffirms your sense of divinity and will help you once more restore peace and tranquility within your consciousness. Write down on a small card these words. Carry them with you in your pocket or purse and look at them several times. Let each man think himself an act of God, his mind a thought, his life a breath of God. The 6th key, perseverance. Perseverance means the ability to continue doing something in spite of difficulties or opposition. Many times a person who wishes to succeed will stop making the effort because of the many obstacles that he has to face. If he persisted just a short time longer in many cases, he would undoubtedly have won his goal. A miner in the Nevada desert had struck a vein of gold in his claim, which brought him a few $1,000s, and then petered out. The miner became discouraged and sold his equipment to a junk man for a few $100s. The new owner kept digging, and after a few hours, he broke through a wall of stone where he hit a vein of gold that produced $40,000 worth of pure ore. That gold mine brought the new owner $5 million in the next few years. You may be on the verge of achieving your greatest success if you but persevere a little longer and do not give up. About 20 years ago, I visited Lucille Ball on a set at RKO Studios in Hollywood. After lunch, we had a photograph taken together, and the young and radiantly beautiful star told me rather sadly, "This is my last day at RKO. My contract ends today, and they are not renewing it." I expressed my surprise and regrets, but the irrepressible Lucille said, "Oh, don't worry about me. Someday I'll come back and buy the joint." A few years ago, Lucille Ball returned to the studio that had fired her and paid about $15 million for the entire studio. Talk about miracles. This red-haired, talented young lady who went on to fame and fortune on television was able to stir the miracle superforces of her mind by her amazing perseverance in never giving up and by fulfilling the promise she made to herself in jest, to eventually buy the studio that had fired her. There is a powerful and stimulating force within your psyche, which works miracles when you respond to the challenges of life with perseverance and courage. How to utilize perseverance. 1. Work with the law of cycles in nature. There is a time in every life when fate presents a set of circumstances which can bring one success and fortune. Learn how to study and be aware of these cycles, and then take advantage of the opportunities that arise with confidence. Shakespeare spoke of these cycles in men's lives in these words: "There is a tide in the affairs of men. which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Amid it, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. 2. When you come to those periods of stagnation in your life when nothing seems to happen, learn how to utilize that time study and prepare your mind for the time when your good fortune will come. Persevere in what you are doing and do not give up, for like the miner in the desert, your greatest good fortune may lie just within your grasp. 3. In nature, all things mature slowly and in their right season. Spring is for planting the seed, summer is for growth and evolvement, fall is for the harvest, and winter is for rest and relaxation. This same cycle exists in human destiny. If your fortune does not come in your youth, the springtime of life, remember this is not always the time of the harvest. It is the time of planting. Evolve, develop your mind, prepare for the future when you are young, but do not always expect the fortune of which you dream, for it must also follow this law of nature. If you are in the summertime of your life, that is, your mature years, and you still have not achieved your success, then you must re-examine your life and see what you have done that is wrong, and after correcting your mistakes, persevere and wait for your success. 4. No matter how discouraged you may become, try not to give up. Remember that throughout history, most great men and women who ever achieved anything worthwhile were told by others that they would fail. The mob consciousness is always one of discouragement, defeat, and disaster. When Fulton invented his steamboat, thousands of people gathered along the Hudson to watch its attempt to go upstream against the current. As the steam began to rise from its funnel, the mob shouted, as with one voice, "It won't start! It won't start!" Then, as the boat began to move against the current, the mob continued their chanting. Only this time they changed it to, "It won't stop! It won't stop!" 5. When you persevere in your efforts, you build electrical and magnetic current in your brain and body cells, which charges your muscles and nerves with a superabundance of dynamic energy. It is much easier to succeed when you have conditioned the miracle superforces of your mind with the idea that failure is impossible. Your continued efforts to achieve your goal is also proof to the indwelling miracle worker that you have faith in your ability to achieve your objective. The 7th key, magnetic attraction. Magnetic attraction exists between all of the particles that make up the visible and invisible universe. It is this etheric flow of invisible substance which keeps our planets rotating in their orbits, the Earth and Moon around the Sun, and all the billions of other planets in outer space rotating around each other, without ever colliding or deviating from their orbital paths. In fact, this law of magnetic attraction, which Newton named gravity, is so accurate in its workings that we set our Earth clocks by the stars. We can predict to the minute where any given star in our solar system will be even 10 centuries from now. It was this tremendous power of magnetism which Jesus used to perform most of his miracles. By summoning up the reserves of life magnetism within the person's body and brain, the master metaphysician could heal the sick and even infuse new life into the dead. How to release magnetism. 1. Magnetism is in every cell of your brain and body, but it is scattered throughout the body. When you wish to summon it for any specific purpose, you must concentrate your mind on the act which you wish to perform. If you are trying to magnetize another person, you should concentrate on that person. Project your thoughts to him. Say his name over and over and direct your thoughts to him, just as if you were talking to him in person. The person need not be near you, but can be at a great distance. It has been proved that when people are apart, even as far as 3,000 miles, they can transmit their thoughts to each other. An instance of how the ether waves act as magnetic currents, which the human brain may tap, is that of a young lady who went to visit relatives in San Francisco in the days before planes were making the transcontinental trip. While she was on the lengthy train trip, her father had been taken seriously ill and was near death. The girl's mother frantically concentrated her thoughts on her daughter, sending her this message: "When you get off the train, call home. It is urgent." As the train approached San Francisco, the girl became more and more restless, with a vague sense of unrest and worry. As soon as she got off the train, she telephoned her home and learned of her father's serious illness. She boarded the next train for home. 2. You can use magnetism for many different purposes. To magnetize others, as we have learned above. To attract people to yourself that you like, or to attract money and material things. To show how this magnetic attraction works in one's life, let me tell you of an instance where magnetism attracted a famous movie star to me when I was an unknown, struggling for recognition in Hollywood. It was the year of the Great Depression, and I had gone to Hollywood, but could not find work. Finally, I took a job in a photographic studio with Edwin Bauer-Hesser, a famous photographer of movie stars. I had concentrated my mind on meeting Mary Pickford for at least a year before going to Hollywood. At that time, Miss Pickford was known as America's sweetheart, and every boy and man in the country considered her the ideal woman. Before going to Hollywood, I had studied palmistry, astrology, and other mystical arts to better understand myself and other people. One day, Miss Pickford came into the studio to have some photos taken to publicize her new picture, Coquette, which she was making with Buddy Rogers. While the photographer was preparing his equipment, I helped her pass the time by reading her palm and telling her about herself with astrology. The amazing thing, which I did not know at that time, was that I had psychically tuned in on her marital split-up with Douglas Fairbanks Sr., which was being kept a secret from the world. I told her details about her life which astounded her, and she invited me to a big party she was giving for Lord and Lady Mountbatten of England the following week. At that party, I met William Randolph Hearst, who later was to change the entire course of my life through worldwide publicity he gave my work in the mystical sciences. The magnetic attraction which I had created by concentrating on Miss Pickford undoubtedly brought about the series of incidents which led to our meeting and eventually helped fashion my entire future career. 3. Magnetize your mind by daily passing a series of pictures and thoughts through it of the people you want to meet, the things you want to do, the trips you wish to take, the money you want to attract, the new job you wish to have, the home you want to live in, the gifts and talents you would like to develop. Of course, there is more to this miracle power than merely passing the pictures and thoughts of your goal objectives through your mind. But the process of magnetic attraction must begin by having these image concepts firmly in your mind. Later, in our deeper study of magnetism on the cosmic and spiritual planes of consciousness, we shall explore this subject further. The best way to fix these magnetic thought images in your mind is to write them down where you can see them and read them over every day. This helps in the process of magnetizing them. 4. The magnetism of your brain and body can be built through a conscious regime. As magnetism is in the air all about you, it is vitally important that you breathe deeply and consciously when you wish to increase the fund of magnetism within your body. I'm able to overcome headaches and other minor physical discomforts by taking 10 or 15 deep breaths, holding them to the count of 4, and then exhaling. One can also go to sleep more easily by doing this, for it helps build the body's magnetism and relaxes the tense nerves and muscles. The first time I stepped out onto the vast stage of Carnegie Hall to deliver my first lecture in New York City, I would normally have been a little uneasy. However, having studied yoga breathing and occult sciences for some years, I quickly inhaled 10 or 15 times, charging my brain and body with vast funds of magnetism, and I stepped out onto that stage with a feeling of calmness and tranquility. Always before a lecture, I use this method for quickly recharging the batteries of my brain and body with new electrical and magnetic power. The miracle super forces of your brain are stirred into magnetic action by deep breathing, so do not neglect this vital function. Most people only breathe with the upper parts of their lungs, and the lower parts atrophy from disuse. Breathe deeply and hold the breath for 4 or 5 counts, then exhale. Do this at least 4 or 5 times a day. When you are fatigued from your work, instead of taking another cigarette or a glass of alcoholic stimulant, try the magnetic act of deep breathing. It will give you instant energy and lengthen your life by many years. The 8th key, divine inspiration. Someone has said, inspiration helps man grow wings of the soul and rise above Earth's prison house. Divine inspiration raises man even higher into the realms of transcendental peace, beauty, and joy. Anything that stimulates your mind emotionally to creative thoughts and actions can be said to be inspiring. Divine inspiration releases the miracle superforces of your higher mind to such an extent that you are given supernormal powers and energies that are unknown to the average person. All geniuses had this ability of charging their higher minds with divine inspiration and releasing a veritable flood of creative and inspiring ideas. In music, these great composers had this divine inspiration: Beethoven, Mozart, Handel, and Bach. In art, divine inspiration motivated such geniuses as Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Rembrandt, and Raphael. In literature and poetry, divine inspiration was shown by Shakespeare, Dante, Milton, Homer, Byron, Keats, Wordsworth. In exploration and discovery, men like Marco Polo Columbus, De Soto, and Ponce de Leon undoubtedly had divine inspiration. In science, Newton, Pasteur, Galileo, Edison, Einstein, Fleming, and Salk had divine inspiration. This is only a small list of the great ones of history who were motivated by divine inspiration. In every field of human endeavor, there have been literally thousands of men and women who possess this form of inspiration in their creative works. The regime for releasing divine inspiration. 1. When you want to stimulate the miracle response centers of your higher mind, use the transcendental power of beautiful and inspiring music to aid you. This means classical and semi-classical music, not the discordant forms of new and modern jazz, which tend to overexcite the brain centers. Waltzes, Hawaiian music, and even modern ballads may be used to relax the mind and body. But for high inspiration, it has been found that the great, enduring classical compositions are best for inducing the highest forms of inspiration. It has been found that in industry, when people work with music playing in the background, their output increases, their energy level is higher, and there is a decrease in fatigue and in accidents. This proves the efficacy of music as an inspirational force to stimulate the higher response centers of the human psyche. 2. When you wish divine inspiration, align yourself with the natural grandeur and beauty of the universe. Stand at the ocean's edge and observe a sunrise or sunset. Look up at the lofty mountaintops and visualize the peace and serenity to be found there. Observe the sun, the moon, and stars, and project your mind to lofty pinnacles of achievement, using these natural wonders as ideals and inspiration. Be aware of spring with its rich verdure and multicolored blooms. See the power and majesty of flowing rivers and placid lakes, reflecting the blue of the heavens and fluffy white clouds. Stop your work occasionally and walk in a park if you live in the city. Go to a botanical garden, a zoo, or some nearby field, and let your mind be inspired by the richness and variety to be found in nature. This will help recharge your mind and body with energy and bring you a sense of serenity and peace. 3. Divine inspiration can be released within your mind by a study of the great religious books of the world. You should make it a point to learn what all the great teachers and prophets have taught. Study the Christian Bible, the Talmud, the Quran, the Buddhist Bible, and any other spiritual revelations that interest you. 4. Memorize quotations from the Bible, which you can repeat daily when you feel the need of divine inspiration. I have found the 23rd Psalm and the 91st Psalm helpful. You may also use the Lord's Prayer as given in the Bible. 5. Study the transcendental philosophies of some of our great minds. The golden age of Greece was shaped by such men as Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Let their inspired thinking help elevate your consciousness to new and lofty pinnacles of nobility and grandeur. Our own American philosophers, Emerson and Thoreau, are also worthy of study and emulation. 6. You can receive divine inspiration through doing charitable acts for others. Helping to inspire those who are less fortunate than yourself is a wonderful way to recharge your brain and body with new inspiration. You can also help inspire others with your smiles, words of encouragement, and kindness. 7. Prayer lifts man's soul into lofty dimensions of spirit that transcend Earth's gravity pull. Pray often during the day. Little short prayers help inspire you and energize your mind and body. 100 times a day I say little prayers like this. Thank you, God, for this beautiful day. I am grateful to you, God, for sending me such good friends. Thank you, God, for this lovely sunshine. Help me, God, to overcome this problem. God, give me guidance and inspiration to carry out this task. These are little soul boosters which keep one in constant attunement with the divine source of all life and all good. 8. The ninth key, dynamic action. The first law of the universe is the law of action. To stir the miracle response centers of your mind into creative patterns of thought, there must be dynamic action in your thinking first. Everyone has some form of action in his life, but the miracle-working kind of action is known as dynamic action. Synonyms for dynamic are energetic, vigorous, forceful. The type of thought that reaches out into time and space and stirs creative forces into motion is dynamic thought. A dynamic thought is one that you hold persistently, and that infuses your brain and body with the necessity for dynamic action. When Edison tried 10,000 times to find a substance for his electric light filament, an assistant said, "It's no use, Mr. Edison. You've tried 10,000 times and failed. You might as well give up." The great inventor, driven by some inner compulsion into a vortex of dynamic mental and physical action, replied, "Give up. Never. Now we know 10,000 things that won't work." His next experiment the following day proved successful. Regime for releasing dynamic action. 1. Emotionalize your thoughts for greater dynamic action. The nerves and muscles of your body respond to emotions that are fervent and dynamic. The lukewarm mind, that is without enthusiasm or emotion, seldom has the drive to get things done. Toynbee, the noted historian, says that the southern peoples, who lived in an atmosphere of indolence and inactivity, where the weather was extremely hot and the people became lazy, have always been conquered by the northern races, who lived in a stimulating climate that engendered dynamic action. No matter where you live, north or south, you can achieve more dynamic action by emotionalizing your thoughts. When you want something, want it urgently. When you love someone, do so with emotion. When you face a new job, show enthusiasm and happiness. When you want more money for some specific thing, flood your mind with thoughts of the things you will buy and how much you will enjoy them. In this way, you will stir your brain and body into dynamic action patterns with your emotions and make it much easier for you to achieve the things you desire. 2. Overcome the tendency to procrastinate and put things off until tomorrow. This tendency kills dynamic action, and many wonderful ideas you have will never be carried out into forms of creative action. Adopt a "do it now," and even put a sign over your desk or work table with the words "do it now" written on it. I did this for years until I acquired the habit of doing things that I wanted to put off. One of the most important letters I ever wrote, which brought me good business results, came as a result of this habit to do it now. If I had waited a week longer, it would have been too late. 3. Work with the laws of nature, not against them. You cannot burn the candle at both ends and have light very long. If you dissipate your energies, stay up late at night, gamble, drink excessively or smoke too much, or overwork or overplay, you are upsetting the law of balance in nature, and you cannot have dynamic action. Your mind and body must be kept at a peak of perfection and high energy at all times. Otherwise, you will become inefficient and ineffective in everything you do. The law of balance in nature decrees that there must be balance in everything we do mentally or physically. Balance your work by having some fun and relaxing as often as possible. Balance physical love with the spiritual needs of man's soul, the need to worship and the love of God. This cross of balance will tend to give you more dynamic action in everything you do. 4. Use the law of adaptation in your life so that you are not constantly bucking the tide. Some people spend all their time and energy opposing other people. They carry a chip on their shoulders and make enemies instead of friends. Others fight the elements or society's taboos and restrictions. These are the rugged individualists who want unlicensed freedom to act in any way they wish in a society that is rigidly regulated by codes of morals and behavior. This includes the beatnik generation who wish to wear long hair and beards and appear in public in dirty and shabby clothing. There is nothing wrong with this conduct if it does not infringe on the rights of others, but the individual who casts off all restraints and does exactly as he wishes must pay the price in being ostracized by society and losing many opportunities for improving his lot in life. Dynamic action does not mean throwing off all restraints, but adapting to the mores of society and adjusting to the existing situation as gracefully as possible. 5. Dynamic action, mentally and physically, can be implemented by applying the law of evolution to your life. You must continue to evolve, and when you stop evolving and growing, you begin to stagnate. Nature has this law in action throughout all creation. When something ceases to be useful, it is destroyed. Make it a point to keep evolving your mind and body, to maintain them in useful forms of action as long as there is life within you. Have some mental exercise each day. Also have some form of physical exercise, which will help maintain you in a dynamic and useful condition until advanced old age. 6. Love of humanity has been one of the great master motives which has stirred countless thousands of men and women into many forms of dynamic and successful action. Father Damien worked with the lepers of Molokai for years, bringing new methods of treatment to that dread disease, and finally gave his life in that work. He was stirred to such dynamic action by his love of humanity. Mia Curie and her husband worked for 20 years in a miserable lean-to, where snow drifted through the cracks in winter, extracting minute particles from hundreds of tons of pitch blends to isolate a gram of radium. Their work was for the good of humanity, and now many people's lives are saved because of their loving sacrifice. Dr. Albert Schweitzer dedicated his life to serving the Africans in the jungles, where he brought healing to thousands. This dedicated man was inspired to dynamic action by his love of people. 7. To increase your flow of dynamic energy for all purposes in your life, have some definite goal which you are trying to achieve. This goal should be readjusted every 5 years or so, for our needs change as we grow older. With this fixed goal in mind, focalize all your thoughts and emotions on its achievement, and soon your brain and body will be flooded with dynamic energy that will inspire you to dynamic action. Elsewhere in our study, we have given some worthwhile goals which everyone is trying to achieve. The 10th key, metaphysical divine love. Master metaphysician Jesus said, "A new commandment I give unto you. Love ye one another." The old law had been an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, a law of revenge and hatred. Undoubtedly, the profound changes civilization experienced after this law was released could be traced to this new philosophical concept of divine love. There are many different types of love. Elsewhere in our study, we learn of the healing power of love and also the need for physical and emotional love in our lives. The most potent type of love for stirring the miracle superforces of your mind is divine love. The human soul searches throughout eternity for its divine counterpart, God. Our earthly experience is a constant quest for our physical mate, for purposes of procreation and carrying on the race. However, the soul has its hunger and its need also. It is for divine love, the divine romance in which man, in the generic sense, searches for his lost half, the God consciousness in a cosmic love that extends throughout eternity. When man once discovers this divine love, he becomes complete and fulfilled. The love of God transforms and transfigures all humanity into the radiant divine image of God himself. How to release divine love. 1. Do little loving things every day of your life for your friends, relatives, and neighbors. These little kindnesses gradually build the habit pattern of divine love within your consciousness, and in turn, attract loving actions from others. 2. To build the divine love concept, you must first rid your mind of the consciousness of hate, envy, resentment, jealousy, and malice. Whenever such a negative thought enters your mind, say to yourself, "I now supplant this negative thought with the thought of divine love." Soon you will have rid your mind of these deadly negative thoughts which counteract divine love. 3. It is not enough to love only our friends and relatives. We should extend divine love to everyone in the entire world. I know it is difficult to hold this cosmic concept of love, for there have been so many enmities throughout the centuries in countries that have long been oppressed by their enemies. Many people hate the Germans, the Japanese, the Russians. The Greeks hate the Turks because they occupied their country for 400 years. Rationally, we can understand such reactions, but spiritually we cannot condone hate of any kind. We must try to rationalize our reasons for hating and then work out a pattern of forgiveness and divine love so we do not come under the negative emotional effects which hatred engenders. A girl who came to my lectures in Carnegie Hall for some time had the most radiant and beautiful expression on her face. I became curious as to why she was so magnetic and attractive. Her features were not too beautiful, but there was a spiritual quality within her that transcended the physical. One day I asked her for her secret of loveliness. She smiled brightly, opened a gold locket hanging on a chain about her neck, and showed me the inscription inside. Whom, not having seen, I love. Then I understood the reason for her spiritual beauty and serenity. She loved the entire world and its inhabitants with divine love. 4. Every time you meet someone that you want to hold and interest, practice projecting an invisible golden line between your mind and theirs. Send out the thoughts on this golden cord. I love the divine in you, and you will love the divine in me. People sense our thoughts, and they will instantly respond to thoughts of love and kindness. Another young lady who came to my lectures told me in an interview with her that she could not attract the right type of boyfriend. She wanted to marry and have children desperately, but all the men she attracted seemed so physical and animalistic that she had withdrawn into a shell of solitude and no longer went out on dates with boys. I gave her this golden cord concept and told her to radiate divine love rather than physical or emotional love. She left my office a changed person. Within 1 month, she had 3 proposals of marriage from fine men. Later, she made her choice and married. She now has 3 beautiful children, and her entire life has changed. 5. Your mental states show on your face and in the contours of your body. In order to show to the world the image of divine love, begin at once to change your facial expressions from anxiety, fear, worry, and hate to expressions of love, confidence, peace, and poise. To do this, stand before your mirror and study the various expressions that come onto your face with various emotions. Think of something you hate. Notice how the face assumes an ugly mask. Fear and worry do the same thing. Now change your thought. Think of someone or something that you love. See the uplifted expression of the cheeks and mouth. When you meet people you want to attract or impress, carry the expression on your face that you have when you say, I love you. 6. Another important way for stirring the consciousness of divine love from within is to memorize beautiful and romantic poetry. The electrical pulsations from your mind to your face tend to set the mold of your expression in the form of the thoughts you habitually think. Emerson said, "What you speak so loudly that I cannot hear what you say." To shape the inner consciousness so its radiations are romantic and beautiful in your face and form, absorb the beauty and meaning of romantic poetry. Learn Elizabeth Barrett Browning's beautiful poem, How Do I Love Thee, in its entirety, and say it often when you wish to become inspired with divine love. Study the poems of Keats, Shelley, and Byron, also the love sonnets of Shakespeare. 7. Learn to be a lover of beauty in life, and soon you will reflect beauty in your soul. This soul beauty transcends physical beauty and will make you radiant and beautiful. Chapter 9. The metaphysical miracle power used by the world's richest men. What miracle power is used by men and women who accumulate a fortune? Do they possess some special secret miracle power which makes them different from others? Have they learned how to tap a hidden vein of gold, a vast reservoir of mental and spiritual power with which they can convert their ideas into a radiant golden stream of riches? In our study of this miracle power for building a fortune, We shall explore the ancient secret of the alchemists who tried to convert base metals into gold. They failed, but the principle of transmutation they used is a solid one, and this law of transmutation is behind all great riches. This secret power of transmutation is in all of nature, and we see it at work in the soil. When we put a seed of wheat or corn into the ground, nature transmutes it into a pint of grain. Plant a pint and nature gives you back a bushel. The law of the harvest is to reap more than you sow. Nature knows the alchemist's secret of transmutation well. She takes black soil and fashions golden apricots and pink watermelon. From green grass, the alchemist of nature produces white milk and yellow butter. From the same patch of soil, this miracle force in nature will yield corn, apples, wheat, potatoes, and cotton. What strange secret power is in the soil that can give such a diversity of riches from the same elements? Metaphysical alchemy. Secret of the ages. Throughout the ages, there have been men and women who knew how to use metaphysical alchemy to achieve miraculous results. With this superpower of divine mind, they were able to wrest a fortune from nature. They were able to convert their ideas into material substance. They knew how to use the hidden forces of nature to create new substances like nylon and plastics. They discovered the hidden reservoirs of wealth and brought forth oil, coal, steel, and gold from the hidden places of earth. They tapped giant trees and from their resources created mansions and skyscrapers, and from their sap brought forth sugar and rubber. However, nature does not yield her priceless treasures to man easily. There must be a regime of work and study of the laws of nature. There must be a willingness to give something to the universe in return for what we are to receive. Nature does not give man anything. Man must pay a price for all these priceless treasures. Metaphysical alchemy, the secret power of the ages, may be used in your own life to convert your ideas into golden treasures, if you wish to become rich. Or you may use this secret miracle power, as so many geniuses of history have, to achieve some worthwhile goal through releasing your creative talents in other ways. Everyone does not want to become a millionaire. Many people are satisfied to have a comfortable income and security for old age. Such people may still benefit from a study of this metaphysical alchemy, for with this power of transmutation, they may convert their time, thoughts, energies, and efforts into substantial rewards that will sustain them comfortably throughout life. 16 Gold Keys to Metaphysical Alchemy. We shall study the lives of some of the world's richest men, past and present, and see how they have used our 16 gold keys to metaphysical alchemy. In each instance, you will discover these successful men have used one or more of these gold keys to unlock the secret doors to the treasures of the universe. Vision, courage, organizational ability, willingness to take chances, an expansive mind, enthusiasm, sharing their wealth, thrift, integrity, loyalty, intensity of desire, good judgment, ability to make right decisions, determination, patience, persistence. Everyone has had an idea at some time in his life, which, if followed through, might have produced a fortune. The only difference between the richest men in the world and ordinary people is that these men followed through with their creative ideas and used one or all of the above 16 golden keys to riches. Let us study some of these successful men's lives and see how they applied the principle of metaphysical alchemy to their ideas and lives. The key to the Rockefeller fortune. Perhaps one of the most outstanding fortunes in the entire world is that of the Rockefeller oil empire. The late John D. Rockefeller Sr. transmuted his ideas into a vast worldwide financial empire that is still blessing millions with its productivity and products. What keys did Rockefeller use to transmute the products of Earth into billions of dollars? Vision was the first golden key that Rockefeller used in this process of transmutation. Back in the early days when the automobile was still in its infancy, He had the metaphysical vision to realize that one day the wheels of industry would turn with oil. He obtained oil leases on land that was useless on the surface and harnessed the natural resources of the earth by drilling oil wells. Anyone else who had vision could have done the same thing. Vision was the key to the Rockefeller fortune. However, Rockefeller used other keys that are given in our list. He had great organizational ability and formed a company which he headed. He also showed a willingness to take chances, number 4 on our list, and risked his capital, which he had to first borrow on this extremely hazardous undertaking. He showed enthusiasm and expansive mind, numbers 5 and 6 on our list. He had thrift and integrity. He also exhibited good judgment and the ability to make the right decisions. He shared his wealth. Millions of people have been helped by the scientific and medical discoveries of that altruistic organization, the Rockefeller Foundation. He also used the last 3 keys on our list: determination, patience, and persistence. Rockefeller loved his work. He was at his desk early and remained until late at night, personally taking care of the thousands of details that came up daily. He continued this habit of work until he was in his 90s. His enthusiasm gave him amazing glandular stimulus that carried him successfully through periods of illness, worries, and problems that might have floored a weaker-willed person. Andrew Carnegie and his golden touch. It is said of Andrew Carnegie that he possessed the golden touch. Everything he undertook turned out successfully. This was no accident. It was the result of painstaking care and effort, coupled with an intuitive sense that was almost psychic. In his youth in Scotland, Carnegie was extremely poor. He had one great determination early in his life. It was to be a great success and make a vast fortune, so he could help the world in some way. His desire to become rich was not motivated by greed and selfishness. He had a great desire to give his poor family the comforts of life, as well as to share his wealth with the world. Carnegie exhibited vision as an early trait. When he came to America, he saw the great possibilities of an expanding economy in a new country, where the industrial and motor age were booming. Carnegie fastened his mind on steel as the foundation of his future fortune. He used golden key number 5, an expansive mind, and first accumulated all the knowledge he could regarding the production and refinement of steel products. He worked hard and observed everything carefully. He worked in a steel mill where he got first-hand experience, and gradually worked his way to the top of his own company. He showed qualities of organizational ability and good judgment in hiring good men to head his organization. He founded his own steel company and obtained financial backing from banks because of his integrity and ability. Gave away hundreds of millions. After building his vast fortune, Carnegie gave away hundreds of millions of dollars. One of his greatest gifts was 1,200 public libraries throughout America. This golden key number 7, a desire to share his wealth, was the key to Carnegie's character and one of the reasons why he succeeded. He also founded Carnegie Hall, a cultural institution that has brought priceless treasures to New York City for many years. He had numerous other philanthropies and charities which he supported. He believed that wealth should be distributed for the good of all mankind, and that it should be used to help humanity. His own life was a living example of this creed of generosity. Andrew Carnegie used every one of our 16 golden keys to perform the metaphysical miracle of building a vast fortune. The Hearst Publishing Empire. The great publishing empire that was built by William Randolph Hearst was based on the 16 golden keys we are studying. Hearst was left a considerable fortune by his father. He took this money and bought up newspapers and magazines until he had established himself as the most powerful publisher in the world. Hearst transmuted ideas into a steady stream of gold that made him one of the world's richest men. What metaphysical miracle power did he use? Hearst started with the golden key of vision, first on our list, for he realized that a growing America would need newspapers and magazines to keep itself informed on worldwide happenings. He used keys number 3 and 12, for he had great organizational ability And when he chose Arthur Brisbane to become his editorial assistant, he showed good judgment. It was Brisbane who helped Hearst give America the type of journalism it seemed to want. He appealed to the masses with sensational headlines and exciting stories of sex, scandal, and crime, which sold millions of copies of papers. Other golden keys on our list that Hearst used to build his vast fortune were courage, an expansive mind, enthusiasm, loyalty, intensity of desire, ability to make the right decisions, determination, patience, and persistence. Onassis, the Golden Greek. Aristotle Onassis is known as the Golden Greek. He started life as an ordinary seaman, rose to a position as an officer in the Greek Navy, and learned all about ships and the sea. He had vision, the first key on our golden list. He realized that modern shipping of goods was too expensive. If he could find a way to use cheaper labor, fewer men, and faster ships, he could make a fortune. He obtained financing and soon had a vast fleet of ships sailing around the world. He is now one of the world's largest ship owners, and his fortune is estimated to be nearly $1 billion. What keys did Onassis use in his climb to fame and fortune? In addition to vision, he showed tremendous determination, 14 on our list. He had courage, willingness to take a chance, enthusiasm, an expansive mind, good judgment, the ability to make the right decisions, and patience and persistence. All these factors combined aided him in his rapid rise to a vast shipping empire. Courage, the key to Henry J. Kaiser's wealth. The main key to the vast fortune built by Henry J. Kaiser is courage.
You wanted women to be free, you wouldn't. If you wanted women to be free, and if you wanted to be free, you wouldn't be religious.
Okay, if you